Chapter 747, A Real God. Chapter 747, A Real God. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What in the world is that? Everyone was alarmed. Even with the high frequency at which gods had awakened recently, they had never seen such an alarming sight. The action of ripping the sky itself apart had truly shocked everyone. Bang! Bang! Even as thunder roared, that huge figure walked out, revealing an appearance nobody had seen before. On that face, a pair of burning eyes flickered. Hum. Hum. Suddenly, Chen Feng's misfortune pen started trembling, seemingly in fear. A clear thought was transmitted over to Chen Feng, telling him the identity of this god. Sin God. The misfortune goddess made it extremely clear in her transmission. Instantly, Chen Feng's eyes went wide. Kong Bai's mouth widened as well. Holy shit. The Sin God? It couldn't be, right? They had just been making up stories about this god not too long ago. As such, they were naturally rather clear on this god. However, wasn't this god rumored to be dead? Why was he alive now? How strong? Spirit stared at the Sin God blankly. That intense radiance and that cackling godly power around him was even greater than what the luck goddess had possessed. Chen Feng's scalp went numb. How can such a god appear? An intense sense of crisis could be felt. Not only had the Sin God appeared, it seemed like he had even recovered extremely well. A god at this level was not something humans could even hope to contend against. He had schemed hard to get all the gods away from this world. Never had he expected that a big guy like this would be overlooked. Spirit, can you send him over to that world as well? Chen Feng asked. Based on the information Qin Hai had obtained, they would be able to open a portal toward to the Twin Horns world. I can only try, Spirit said with a conflicted expression. She truly had no confidence in being able to influence a person at this level. Give it a try. Chen Feng looked over at the solidifying figure. He knew that regardless of the success rate, he had to give it a try. And thus, Qin Hai started trying to create a portal to the Twin Horns world based on the information he had gathered. However, he failed. Finally, Chen Feng noticed that things were getting worse for them. What's going on? Qin Hai blanked. No idea. The information I had obtained is not wrong. However, I somehow feel that the entire Twin Horns world has vanished. Vanished? Chen Feng's heart thumped. How had the Twin Horns world vanished? Had the world been destroyed because the battle of the gods there had been overly violent? Just as Chen Feng was filled with doubt, that god finally finished tearing the sky apart. His figure had also fully solidified. By his side, several familiar figures appeared. Among them was the forest goddess. Suddenly, Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. Why is she here as well? Kong Bai and the rest exchanged glances in horror as well. The forest goddess had obviously been tricked over to the Twin Horns world. Hold on, the other gods around her had also been tricked. Why were they here? Could it be? Bang! A dreadful godly power cackled about in the sky. Chen Feng's mind spun rapidly and finally reached a terrifying conclusion. The so-called minor god on the Twin Horns world was in fact the Sin God. Their lies had turned into reality. Bang! Bang! The entire world was enveloped in godly power. Kong Bai gulped. God damn it. Have we delivered several thousand gods to him like some delivery boy? For this Sin God to be so powerful, he had to have absorbed quite a number of gods. Qin Hai had an unsightly expression. I only want to know one thing. How is it possible for him to know a method of teleporting to this world? He is not the spatial god. Moreover, he is even able to bring other gods along with him. Perhaps, he once absorbed the spatial god as well, everyone guessed. Instantly, the world seemed to go silent. If that was truly the truth, this could very well be the end of humanity. Spirit, think of a solution for me, Chen Feng said solemnly. Shwa! Luck Aura was fully activated. In such a circumstance, only Luck Aura could seek a lifeline amid the numerous proverbial threads of fatalities. However, as Luck wove around, searching for a lifeline. Bang! A godly power erupted as a terrifying godly power rippled out from above the sky. Instantly, all the threads were severed. Get all humans to retreat, Chen Feng commanded without hesitation. The truth was that the genetic union had some precautions in place. Their plan was to once again return to the past era, to hide humanity amid the regions enveloped in the aura of primal chaos. Chen Feng had once tested this plan out. Even Spirit and the misfortune goddess were unable to detect the goings-on within the region of primal chaos. All right, the deputy president answered unwaveringly. This was the humanity's final line of defense. He looked around at the flourishing world of humans. The humans would migrate from the world of light to temporarily hide within the unknown regions. The deputy president sighed. Hopefully, this crisis can be solved soon. He turned around and departed. After the orders were passed down, humanity started their great migration. It was also at this time that the Sin God stood up, seemingly preparing to act. Safeguard humanity. Chen Feng activated his godly power without hesitation. At a time like this, he had no choice but to use both luck and misfortune together to protect the humans in their migration. However, surprising him, the Sin God did not bother to do anything to the humans. Moreover, he didn't bother doing anything to anyone. His one and only target was the world itself. Bang! A terrifying godly power cackled about. The Sin God's huge figure stood loftily amid the blue dome of heaven. One of his hands waved in the air, sending a terrifying godly power rippling out. This godly power ripped the sky apart before finally blasting toward the ground below. Hum! The ground trembled. The entire world seemed to be reducing in size beneath the lofty Sin God. Hum! 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 A boundless radiance swirled about. Chen Feng's eyes widened as he witnessed everything. He could clearly see that the Sin God before him was growing in size. To be more precise, he appeared larger from their point of view, so huge that he seemed immovable, so large that they could not even see the end of him. With his godly power, Chen Feng could clearly perceive that the Sin God wasn't the one changing. Rather, they were the ones reducing in size, again and again. Ultimately, the entire planet was transformed into a single bead. That's right, a single bead. The bead pulsed with faint godly power. Within, rivers and mountains could be seen, as could continents and oceans. Everything was still the same, preserved within this bead, appearing the same as if it was viewed from outer space. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Kong Bai was dumbstruck. Even the deputy president was dumbstruck. They had never seen something so terrifying. They knew why the gods required believers. It was to serve as a supply of godly power. As such, they had guessed that the Sin God would probably attack the humans to demonstrate his prowess. They had put numerous preparations in place for this. And yet not a single one of their various preparations entailed dealing with the entire world being compressed. The Sin God was not bothered with humanity, nor was he bothered with any resistance. Battle? Nope. He only needed to lift his hand and wave it and the entire world would be reduced to a bead in his hand. Chen Feng and the others chilled as they witnessed this unfold. Was this the strength of a top-tier god? Spirit, is there anything we can do? Chen Feng pushed his luck aura madly. Alas, no solutions could be found. The moment the planet had been reduced into a bead, humanity's fate had been sealed, never to change. So this was Sin God? Even Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess had never imagined that the Yi before them was already this powerful, so powerful that they stood zero chance against him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, Devouring Heaven and Earth. Chapter 748, Devouring Heaven and Earth. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Humans. The Sin God chuckled lightly. Looking at the bead in his hand, he proceeded to start pushing the bead toward his eyes. Chen Feng was shocked. What are you trying to do? Spirit's eyes went wide. A world into an eye. He is trying to devour the entire human world. He is trying to use this method to transform the entirety of humanity into a resource that will provide him a steady and unending flow of godly power and faith. Hum. Hum. Boundless black godly power could be clearly seen seeping into the world. That was the power of the Sin God. With this, all of humanity's greed, evil, and desire was evoked. The instant this godly power seeped into the world, chaos erupted. Hum. Hum. Next, a huge amount of godly power started flowing out of the world. What is that? The godly power of sin. The Sin God used a small amount of godly power to induce the entire population of this world to start committing sins. From this, a huge amount of the godly power of sin is being generated and supplied to him. The entire world has transformed into his slave. Bang! At the center of the human territory, a huge pitch-black sculpture descended. That was the sculpture of the Sin God, signifying the end of humanity. Hum. The entire human world had actually transformed into a bead that had subsequently transformed into the Sin God's eye. One could even clearly see the numerous landscapes within the Sin God's eye. Hum. Hum. The entire world started rotating, seemingly searching for the most fitting position to settle itself into the Sin God's eye. Chen Feng chilled. Through his godly power, he could clearly sense the never-ending flow of godly power from this bead that was subsequently pouring into the Sin God. As of now, this world was like a seed pulsing with a never-ending supply of power for the Sin God. The human world would not be destroyed, as the Sin God would not allow it. However, as Chen Feng looked at the world ridden with sin, he wondered if this was still the genetic era he knew. Humanity was finished, and he could only watch on helplessly. He couldn't even put forth any sort of resistance, since he was too weak. In this situation where the powers of luck and misfortune couldn't achieve anything, it would be a joke to hope that Chen Feng's own strength would be capable of contending against this Sin God. Spirit. Chen Feng was hoping that his luck aura could still do something. Alas, Spirit could only shake her head. The Sin God's excessive strength had reduced all probabilities into nothing but a joke. Ka! Ka! The bead's rotation was slowing down. The godly power of sin still poured out unceasingly. At this time, the entire world slowed down, as it seemed to have finally found a fitting position to settle itself in. Hum. The godly power started consolidating as everything seemed to start calming down. The border at the edges of the world became distinct. Chen Feng knew that this was the prelude for the full integration of the human world into the Sin God. When the border fully solidified, this world would completely become part of the Sin God, becoming a world within his eye. Suddenly, Kong Bai pulled at Chen Feng. Go. We must leave. A battle at this level was not one they could get involved in. The only thing they could do was flee before the entire world was fully locked down. This world has to suffer such a fate? Chen Feng muttered. The world will not be destroyed. So long as the Sin God remains alive, he will not allow this world to be destroyed. However, to generate the godly power of sin for him, the entire world will be filled with slaughter and sin. Xin Hai sighed. Humanity shall enter the darkest of ages. The darkest of ages? Chen Feng muttered. He looked at the world before him, looking on as the humans, who had finally obtained peace after great difficulty, started killing each other again. Suddenly, he asked, Spirit, do you trust me? Ha? Without hesitation, Spirit replied, yes. Chen Feng gazed at this world silently. I will return again. I will most definitely return. Before I return, I hope you can protect this world. At the very least, protect those you are capable of protecting. Allow those people a lifeline amid all this madness. That is all I ask of you. As Chen Feng spoke, a stone hovered out of his hand, flickering with the glow of the luck goddess. Spirit laughed bitterly. I don't know if I can do that. She had zero confidence, as the opponent this time was the Sin God, and this was a world within his body. Therefore, allow her to assist you. Chen Feng's other hand stretched out, the misfortune pen hovering out of his hand. I hope you can assist Spirit. She will help those that require help. As for you, try your best to stop those damnable evildoers from bringing disaster to others, even if this is now a world of sin. My only hope is that when I return, this world will still exist. After all, in this world, there are still people with kindness in them. Hum. The misfortune pen started glowing brightly. Spirit looked at Chen Feng solemnly. I will be waiting for you. Go. Chen Feng shut his eyes slowly. Hum. Noiselessly, the fate stone departed his body and the misfortune pen vanished. Two gods that had yet to fully recover slowly fused with the world. The faint radiance of their godly powers slowly dispersed, noiselessly influencing this world without being detected by the Sin God. Ka! Ka! It was at this time that the rotation of the world became slower and slower. Gradually, the bead settled within the Sin God's body. Slowly, slowly. With a loud boom. Bang! At the instant of the loud boom, Kong Bai grabbed Xin Hai and Chen Feng. Now! Swish! The three of them vanished. Instantly, the entire world trembled, and the Sin God's eyes shone brightly. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was an unending supply of godly power from the human world. As for that particular human? Chen Feng? What did he count as? All along, the Sin God had never been bothered about him. Even several thousand gods were nothing but bugs for him, let alone a mere mortal. For him, a single wave of his hand was sufficient to make the entire human world his. To be more precise, all the life forms of the genetic era were now his. The forest goddess watched on silently. She wanted to ask about Chen Feng, as she was still worried about that fellow. However, as she looked at the radiant Sin God, suddenly, she had a feeling that inquiring about a weak mortal would in itself be an act of insult to the Sin God. Since everything was already a foregone conclusion, what was the point of asking about Chen Feng? He was but a mere mortal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous gods appeared behind the Sin God. These were the final 100 surviving gods from earlier. Ultimately, they had not had the courage to battle the Sin God and had opted to submit to him. This would be the era of the Sin God. The Sin God waved his hand. Go! The humans and ancients would belong to him alone. As for those unintelligent animals and mutated beasts, they were given as believers to the gods that had submitted to him. Yes. The gods saluted him deferentially before leaving. They started traversing the whole world, reigning in their believers. Almost done, the Sin God said as he looked at the world below him. Bang! He waved his hand. The ground started trembling. With the humans and the genetic era out of the way, this world now belonged to him alone. Within this world, too many gods were sealed, including those gods who had once battled for him. Awaken! He muttered. Bang! Countless divine beings surged out. Finally, this planet had once again returned to the primordial era, returning to the era of gods. As for the humans, ancients, and the other intelligent lifeforms, they were all contained within the Sin God's eyes. They were still within their respective cities, which had seemingly not changed. They were killing each other, fighting constantly, generating an unending supply of the godly power of sin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, New Era. Chapter 749, New Era. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Within a certain forest, numerous bizarre humanoid lifeforms were wandering around. Just earlier, a black streak had descended from the sky and landed somewhere, destroying a huge amount of their food in the process. Be careful. We don't know what species that is. The few humanoid creatures approached cautiously. They saw a figure lying on the ground. Around that figure was a crater, and the figure was pulsing with an extremely terrifying majestic aura. The humanoid creatures trembled. This appearance. Is this a god? The other creatures exchanged glances. This must be a god. What should we do? If this was some ordinary species, they would directly tie it up to be eaten. But from the looks of this and the faint trace of godly power, they were being told that this was a god. Even if this was the weakest of gods, a god was still not something they could contend against. Bring him back. In any case, we lack a guardian god. What if he harbors evil designs? Do we have any other options? Everyone sank into silence at this question. This was an almighty god. Even if he was presently injured, the moment he woke up, he would definitely be able to figure out what had happened. If they did anything disrespectful, their entire tribe would have to suffer the wrath of a god. Soon, the god was carried back carefully. Theirs was a rather weak tribe, with a population around 1,000. The god was placed in the largest building they had. Carefully, they attended to the god, awaiting his awakening. Every single day, there were some lifeforms kneeling down and praying to this god. They believed that this god would most definitely be able to feel their sincerity. This continued on for a long time. 1 month later, just as they were starting to believe that this god would forever remain in slumber, the god's hand moved lightly. He woke up. This is too good. At this time, Chen Feng was waking up from a long darkness. His memories were still paused at the final moment when Kongbai had taken both him and Qin Hai and transmigrated, with the Luck Goddess blessing their transmigration with the last of her godly power. Everything after that, he knew nothing about. As for Kongbai and Qin Hai, they had been separated during the chaos. Their present locations were unknown. That last vestige of the Luck Goddess's godly power had only been sufficient to assist them in a single transmigration. Where is this? Chen Feng started kneading his aching head before his gaze landed on numerous horrified expressions. The power within him instantly converged. If not for the lack of killing intent, he would have attacked directly. The years of tempering he had gone through had proven a great help in calming him down in such a situation. Shwa! Shwa! He swept his gaze through these people. With great speed, he analyzed what he was seeing. A building. Monkeys? No, people wearing clothing made of tree leaves. Chen Feng had a pensive look as he analyzed his surroundings. These creatures all knelt down in excitement when they saw him waking up. Exalted Lord God, you are finally awake. God! Chen Feng had a pensive look. In short, these creatures thought he was a god and had thus rescued him? Why was that? Oh, right, because of the lingering trace of the luck goddess's aura. Naturally, that aura had only been present during the transmigration. As for now, Feng cast his senses inward and confirmed that the aura was no longer there. To protect the human world from destruction, Feng had left the godly power of luck and misfortune there in hopes of leaving a lifeline. As of now, he was but a common mortal. Naturally, he could not let these people that had rescued him know this. Although they all appeared kind, Feng was sure that the moment they found him useless, they would turn on him without hesitation. These people he was facing seemed like humans yet not like humans. They seemed like monkeys yet not like monkeys. They seemed like a life form that was half human and half monkey, that was capable of speech, that had knowledge of simple tools, that possessed great strength, and that had banded together, becoming a single tribe. They were an intelligent life form that had mistaken Feng for a god. That was because of the trace of godly power he'd had on him when he had first arrived. They seemed to have an intense reverence toward gods and seemed incredibly receptive toward the idea of gods. What did this prove? This proved that he had arrived on a world where plenty of gods were around. What was this place? Feng was curious. He gazed at the sky. There, faint godly power could be sensed. The air of this world was pervaded with a familiar power. Feng raised his head, and as he saw the power pervading the air, he laughed, as there was no longer any need to guess. He could see for himself that in the sky was a huge shining figure, the figure of the Sin god, Yi. It turned out that he was still on a world ruled by Yi. I am still on the human world? Feng's heart was filled with doubt. No, the entire human world had obviously transformed into the Sin god's eyeball. With the assistance of the luck goddess, they had definitely left the planet via transmigration. However, where had they transmigrated to? From the point in time when the Sin god had been birthed until the point in time when the entire world had been conquered by him, everything had been locked. Even Kong Bai had no hope of penetrating that timeline. If so, the only place he could have reached was the future. That was the only place they could have reached through transmigration. What year is this? Feng asked calmly. This was a question he had come up with after confirming that it would not cast any suspicion on him. Year 12 of the Sin calendar, one of the monkeys answered. Year 12. Feng's heart trembled. So he had transmigrated 12 years into the future? Since this place was using the Sin calendar, this era was definitely ruled by the Sin god. Indeed, the moment the Sin god had returned, he had conquered the entire world. Feng had thoroughly been defeated. With his weak self, he had stood against the gods and had finally suffered complete defeat. In truth, regardless of who the enemy had been, his plan had been correct. His idea of throwing all the gods away had been correct. The only reason he had been defeated was because he was too weak, so weak that the Sin god wasn't even bothered to do anything specifically to him. He smiled mockingly. Should I rejoice in this? He was sure that if the Sin god had paid any sort of attention to him, he would never have escaped. Even with Kong Bai's transmigration ability, it would still have been impossible. Alas, the Sin god had not cared. Because he was too weak, the humans were damned. Yet because he was a weak human, he had also survived. How lamentable. Sin god. Feng gazed at the sky. There, the will unique to the Sin god rained down, pervading the entirety of this world. This was still the same planet, yet this was also a world where all intelligent life forms, including the humans and the planet itself, had been conquered by the Sin god, a world that had once again returned to the primordial era. One could say that this was a different kind of primordial era, an era where all life forms had gained intelligence. During the era of the Sin god, they had all awakened their intelligence. Nearly everyone was a citizen of the Sin god, even if some believed in different gods. Here, the Sin god was no different than the creation god. This was 12 years after the Sin god fully conquered this world. Feng narrowed his eyes. Sin god, huh? He had promised Spirit that he would most certainly return. The luck goddess and misfortune goddess were both propping up the entirety of that world in secret for him, leaving behind numerous lifelines. He had to return to that world as soon as possible. Ka! He clenched his fists as he vowed inwardly. Right at this instant, the ground trembled lightly. As the monkeys noticed this, an expression of delight appeared in their eyes. Bang! Bang! The earth trembled. A huge monkey appeared from the forest. This monkey was 5 meters tall. Carrying his prey, he slowly came to the entrance of the village before suddenly stopping his steps. MHM? His pair of huge golden eyes landed on Feng, filled with killing intent. Who are you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, Godhood. Chapter 750, Godhood. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This is an unrecovered god, one monkey said. The huge monkey sneered. God? He was only at the peak of the awakened realm. However, he could still see that this weakling before him had absolutely no godly power about him. As for his close resemblance to the gods, this must be an impersonator. Where is your godly power? The huge monkey said with a sonorous voice. Ha! A few days ago, he still had godly power. A few monkeys scratched their heads in confusion. The huge monkey snorted. Humph! Bang! A formidable power started converging in his hands. This was a tribe known as the Herculean apes. Each of them had formidable strength. They had awakened their intelligence along with the rise of the sin god. Unfortunately, they had yet to obtain their very own guardian god. Without their own god, they could not resonate. And so long as they could not resonate, their tribe would forever unable to enter the resonance realm. As such, even though this huge monkey here was much stronger than other regular awakened ones, he was still stuck in the awakened realm. They of the Herculean apes bloodline had been searching for a god for a long time. Alas, in this era where too many gods were dead, they had failed to find a god willing to accept them. Even so, that did not signify that they were a tribe anyone could make a fool out of. This is already the third scammer we have encountered this month, right? The huge monkey was furious. Bang! His powerful attack started to descend. Level 10 awakened. Feng sank into a solemn mood as he saw this attack. No, this was not merely a level 10 awakened. This fellow's strength had far surpassed a regular peak awakened one. He was several times more powerful than one, and with his terrifying strength, he was capable of delivering a crushing defeat to everyone in the awakened realm. Feng's instinctive reaction was to unleash his ability. However, he kept that on hold. Peak, awakened realm? Suddenly, Feng's eyes started to dart around. Bang! The peak awakened attack slammed toward him. Lightly, Feng held his hand out and pointed at the huge fist. Bang! A dreadful power surged out. Instantly, that huge monkey was blasted somewhere 100 meters away, leaving behind a long mark on the ground from the drag. The sight was truly rather alarming. You? The huge monkey dared not believe this. This weak monkey-like life form before him had actually blocked his attack with a single finger? In truth, even Feng himself was alarmed. This feeling. Something seemed wrong. Feng's eyes gleamed at a certain realization. When the huge monkey's attack had reached him, Feng had been able to sense how powerful the attack was. That was why he had counterattacked without hesitation. Never had he expected. Feng's heart thumped rapidly. In the awakened realm, the maximum level was 10. So long as one reached level 10, one would be able to resonate with a godly power and enter the resonance realm. As for those without a god, like these monkeys here, they would be stuck in this realm forever. Even if this tribe of Herculean apes had inborn godly power, they were still incapable of ascending into the resonance realm. Yet Feng's attack earlier had been equivalent to the attack of a level 25 awakened, if such a level existed. How is this possible? Feng felt doubtful. He was clear on his own strength. In fact, he was only at level 5 awakened. This was his current level. Even after the multiple huge battles he had participated in, he had only reached level 5 awakened. He had been relying too much on his godly power, resulting in the negligence of his awakened level. Even now, he had only unleashed his very own strength due to a lack of godly power. However, why had he unleashed an attack with the might of a level 25 awakened while he was still a level 5 awakened? Feng was confused. Apart from certain tribes with innate abilities, the strength of awakened ones was rather consistent in general. Level 10 awakened would generally be around 10 times stronger than level 1 awakened. Furthermore, this was the limit of the realm. The only reason this huge monkey was stronger than other level 10 awakened ones was because of the innate strength his tribe was born with. Thanks to that, he was able to unleash the might equivalent to a level 20 awakened. And yet, he had been instantly defeated by Feng with a single finger. Are you a real god? The huge monkey was shaken. He had not sensed any godly power from the attack earlier. This showed that this lifeform before him had merely used his own strength to casually point his finger and, with that finger, the huge monkey had nearly been killed. Such a feat was something even a resonator could not accomplish, since the only superiority a resonator had over an awakened one was the godly power they had at their disposal. This fellow before them was a god. Nope. Chen Feng turned around and started to leave. Since his strength had recovered, he had no intention of being the leader of a bunch of monkeys. What he wanted to do now was ascertain the reason he was so powerful, then think of a way to rescue humanity from the eyeball of the Sin God. Laughed. The Herculean apes watched his departure with disappointment. Suddenly, the huge monkey asked, "In that case, are you interested in ascending to godhood?" Bang! At this question, Chen Feng's heart shuddered. Godhood? He stopped his steps. From the huge monkey's solemn expression, he did not seem to be kidding around. Chen Feng concentrated his gaze as he asked, "You have a way to achieve that?" The huge monkey nodded resolutely. MHM. Shortly after, he paused and spoke solemnly. To be precise, all life forms are capable of ascension. However, the difficulty level is too high. I once attempted to do so. However, I failed. But if you were the one to attempt it. The huge monkey's gaze burned. Oh? Chen Feng's curiosity was piqued. Thanks to the huge monkey's explanation, he finally gained true understanding of this new era. This was the era of the Sin God alone. After imprisoning the humans as a supply of godly power for himself, he had no longer had any misgivings and had directly transformed the entire world. The entire planet had been reverted back to the primordial era. Even the starry sky was no longer the same. This planet's sky was forever shrouded by the godly power of sin. The entire sky was blotted with dots of light. These dots of light were not as dazzling as the stars that once spread across the sky. However, each of these dots of light was akin to a seed waiting to be unearthed. These were the seeds of godhood. This was the handiwork of the Sin God. All the dead gods were hung in the sky, allowing all life forms to comprehend the power contained within. Anyone who gained godly power from the comprehension would be able to reach godhood immediately. This was an era where anyone could become a god. During the primordial era, there had been numerous gods. The ones that had awakened during the genetic era were less than even 10% of the total gods that had once existed. This small amount of gods had subsequently been tricked by Chen Feng into entering the alien world. Even with the Sin God waking gods up without stop, he had ultimately only managed to awaken a pitiful 3,000 gods. Moreover, these gods were the incredibly weak ones, though so weak that they had failed to awaken during the genetic era. As such, the comprehensive strength of this world was way too weak. That was what had led to the Sin God changing the laws of the world, opening up the path of ascension. So long as one was strong enough, anyone could enter godhood, becoming a god. Godhood. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He had a wondrous feeling. Even without the luck goddess helping him, everything had still progressed so smoothly. It was precisely due to him causing so many gods to fall with his scam that the Sin God had done this, as the gods had been weakened too greatly. This guy. Chen Feng had a pensive look. In the past, the Sin God had wanted to conquer the entire world. After his defeat at the hands of the creation god, he had opted to create his own Twin Horns world instead. However, that world had been too weak. As such, he had ultimately set his sights on this world. Ultimately, the entire world had been annexed. The world that the creation god had used his own life to improve had been nothing but a gift to the Sin God. Was the present Sin God imitating the creation god in his quest to make this world stronger? Nope. The only reason he was even trying to awaken these gods or to create more gods was because he could not fully operate this world by himself. In fact, this was quite simple. If the Twin Horns world was a small company and the Sin God was the chairman, then the current Sin God was like someone who had suddenly been hired to be the chairman of a major international company. Was he truly qualified for this new task? Could he truly perform satisfactorily? This was the problem the Sin God had encountered. His understanding of this world was far below the creation gods. That, coupled with the fall of so many gods, had caused the Sin God to only barely be able to keep this world operational. 3,000 gods was far too low an amount to assist him in operating this world. As such, he required more gods. It would be even better if he could gather 100,000 gods, like the creation god had done in the past. This would guarantee the perfect operation of his world. Only at that time would the Sin God be truly considered to have fully conquered this world. Godhood, eh? Chen Feng lifted his head. Suddenly, he had a feeling that the sky up there was infinitely close to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, Fake Nascent Soul. Chapter 751, Fake Nascent Soul. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Within the forest, Chen Feng was still trying to figure out the source of his increased strength. He did not believe that his strength would increase for no apparent reason, even more so when the prowess he displayed did not conform to the level he was actually at. There seemed to be a problem somewhere. Bang! He punched out. A huge tree immediately collapsed. As the huge monkey watched on from a distance, his heart trembled in fear. This tree was no normal tree, its roots were several dozen meters in length, and it had faint godly power. As such, this tree was incomparably firm, yet this very tree had been crushed by Chen Feng with a single punch. 25 times. He muttered inwardly. So long as he fully exerted himself, he could unleash a power around 25 times that of a level 1 awakened. This strength. He was still analyzing this newfound strength of his. There were 10 levels in the awakened realm. While in the resonance realm, one would begin to have access to godly power, also similarly split to 10 levels. Interestingly, though, by virtue of godly power alone, a mere level 1 resonator would be around 100 times stronger than a level 1 awakened. In a situation where neither the disparity in talent nor the type of godly power was taken into consideration, the pure, raw power of a level 1 resonator would be 100 times greater than that of a level 1 awakened. This was proof of how powerful godly power was. This was also why all resonators looked down on awakened ones. Without godly power, awakened ones were nothing but bugs. The maximum limit of the awakened realm was only level 10. Even the more talented ones would only be somewhat stronger. They would still be too far from a level 1 awakened. Yet here was Chen Feng, whose punch had unleashed a might equivalent to level 25 awakened. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled something. The last time I tested it, my punch unleashed a might of a level 9 awakened. Back in the Genetic Union, he had once tested his combat prowess and had nearly destroyed the replacement equipment the Genetic Union had prepared for him. At that time, he had still been a level 3 awakened. Hold on. If as a level 3 awakened he could unleash the might of a level 9, and at level 5 he could unleash the might of a level 25. This seemed to be something that could be solved with math? To the power of 2? Chen Feng found this inconceivable. So it turned out that his attacks would unleash a might equal to the square of whatever level he was? Why was that? Once again, Chen Feng punched out. At this moment, he could seemingly see the miniature person within him performing the same action. When he punched out, the miniature person punched out as well. Bang! Yet another tree collapsed. Is it because of you? Finally, Chen Feng understood. His unique prowess was due to this miniature person within him. This was in fact another him, a Chen Feng that had been conceived by luck aura. If this miniature person could truly allow his attack to be amplified like so. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed as he thought of something. If, at level 5 awakened, he could unleash the might of a level 25 awakened, what if he was a level 10 awakened? Would he be able to defeat the level 1 resonators even without godly power? Would he be able to surmount the limit placed by godly power? He was overwhelmed with emotions as he realized this. Even in this era, gods were still very rare. One look at the Herculean apes and their lack of a god even after so long was enough to ascertain this fact. Naturally, due to Chen Feng's unique identity, he was someone that would not be able to resonate with any gods. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. As for ascending to godhood, such a thing was still rather far away from him at present. From what the huge monkey had said, if one wanted to become a god, one would have to traverse numerous dangerous places to obtain the seat of a god. To achieve that, one would require extraordinary strength. Therefore, this was not part of Chen Feng's considerations for now. At present, it would be more reliable to first increase his strength. Power of 2. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly, eager to test out his theory. Are you truly not a god? The huge monkey asked as tree after tree went down. Nope, Chen Feng answered. The huge monkey smiled bitterly. Fine. Truthfully, the idea of a mortal displaying such a performance was much scarier than the idea of an unrecovered god doing the same. Do you guys have anything one can use to increase one's strength? Chen Feng paused slightly before continuing, for example, drugs or medicine or anything like that? Since you guys are all awakened ones, you should have something like that, right? Yes, we do, the huge monkey said. However, after a slight pause, he added, we used to. Chen Feng raised his brow. Oh? In this forest, there is a region inhabited by a certain species of fruit trees. The fruits of these trees were all nourished by godly power, and after consuming one, one's strength will increase. It is also a fruit all of us need to take at a certain point in our lives. However, this year, that territory was conquered by the Grasshorde tribe. In fact, they are weaker than us. However, after becoming the believers of a god, they obtained godly power. As such, The mere thought of this caused the huge monkey to gnash his teeth in anger. Is there any way to solve this? The huge monkey looked at Chen Feng with anticipation. Fight them. In his opinion, with Chen Feng's formidable prowess, he was capable enough to lead them and regain the lost territory. Chen Feng pondered shortly before saying, I can't beat them. The huge monkey. Chen Feng shrugged. I am truly not their match. From what this huge monkey had said, the enemy seemed to have been a weakling in the past, with their top combat power being at around level 10 awakened. Naturally, with this monkey's battle prowess being equivalent to level 20 awakened, they had been too weak. However, now that they had entered the resonance realm, this monkey was no longer their opponent. So long as one had godly power, even a level 1 resonator would be 100 times stronger than a level 1 awakened. How could he hope to defeat such an opponent? Chen Feng shook his head. I might be able to defeat them sometime in the future, but not now. I have yet to fully recover my strength. For now, I still need to verify some things. Is that why you require something capable of increasing your strength? Finally, the huge monkey understood the reason for Chen Feng's question. If it's only an increase in strength. The huge monkey pondered before saying, will a temporary increase work? I know of something capable of providing a temporary boost in strength. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Yes, that will do. All right. Please wait a moment. As he finished his words, the monkey left. Shortly after, he returned with a blue medicinal herb in his hand. This is something that received the nourishment of godly power. After consuming it, one can obtain a temporary boost in strength, the monkey explained. Excellent. After checking and confirming that this herb was fine, Chen Feng immediately took it. Bang! A powerful force erupted within him. Bang! Bang! A surging warm current provoked his body, causing his body to unleash an even stronger strength, pushing Chen Feng from level 5 awakened to level 6. Bang! Bang! The medicine was still in effect, pushing Chen Feng's strength onward. Alas, just as it was about to reach level 7, the medicinal effect started to weaken before slowly vanishing. At this moment, Chen Feng's strength started decreasing as well. If this continued, he would most probably revert back to level 5 awakened before long. This temporary was much shorter than he had imagined. If so, he would have to test it now. Without hesitation, he unleashed all the strength available to him and punched out. Bang! A mighty force blasted out. Chen Feng could clearly feel that, in a mysterious manner, the power both he and the miniature person were unleashing had somehow converged together, forming a perfect circle. Bang! His energy blasted out, destroying a row of trees before him. The huge monkey watched on in horror. He could feel that at present, Chen Feng was much stronger than he had been before, completely unlike the increase of one mere level. This was equivalent to level 36 awakened. Chen Feng was completely enthralled, as he had also confirmed that his conjecture was correct. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752, Revisiting the Old Profession. Chapter 752, Revisiting the Old Profession. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. It was now confirmed that his strength was really the square of his awakened level. He only needed to urge the miniature person within him to perform the same action as him and he would be able to unleash power surpassing his imagination. But then, what exactly was this? Chen Feng himself was unclear. He had once conducted a study of other awakened ones and had concluded that this was not something all awakened ones possess. However, what he was sure of was the fact that this miniature person was not an external power like luck or misfortune. Rather, this power was uniquely his. Excellent. He was overwhelmed by emotions at this realization. He would have to think of how to increase his strength. As of now, his strength had already decreased from the temporary boost. What that huge monkey called temporary was truly excessively temporary, as it had only lasted 3 seconds. A true man, mused Chen Feng at the idea of 3 seconds being temporary. By the side, the monkey was somewhat dumbstruck. He looked at the sole remaining herb in his hand before looking at the row of destroyed trees. Since when was this herb so powerful? He seemed to recall that this herb would only provide an increase of a single level. Why did it feel like this Chen Feng had obtained an increase of around 10 levels? He could not make sense of what he was looking at. This was like someone eating garlic chives in the hope of providing some nourishment to one's body, yet they obtained the effect of Viagra. Chen Feng. The gaze with which the monkey was staring at him caused him to be somewhat dumbstruck. This thing only lasts 3 seconds, he asked as he grabbed the other herb from the monkey's hand. MHM. The monkey contemplated shortly before gloomily saying, if it was something good, it would have been taken by the grass horde tribe as well. Chen Feng chuckled. True. By now, he had a somewhat rough understanding of these two tribes. Both tribes were essentially monkeys, and they were always engaged in a struggle for resources due to their close proximity to each other. It was natural for them to be mortal enemies. If you want to increase your strength, you have to destroy the grass horde tribe. The monkey confidently continued, the resources they have plundered from us will be sufficient for you to gain 3 levels. 3 levels. Chen Feng's eyes burned as he heard this. 3 levels would allow him to reach level 8 awakened. 8 to the power of 2. MHM. Chen Feng licked his lips in anticipation. Alas, before that, they would have to first deal with the chief of the grass horde tribe, the level 1 resonator. Chen Feng cooled his head shortly after remembering this. The future was indeed beautiful. However, this all required that he first keep a low profile and grow. Chen Feng glanced over at the huge monkey. Don't keep urging me on. If I can defeat them, I will most certainly attack. However, you yourself are also clear on the strength of a level 1 resonator. That is a level that is even stronger than me. Yeah, the huge monkey answered sadly. It seemed like this Chen Feng's strength was truly not sufficient to achieve that. Resonator. Godly power. Were they truly hopeless against one? He was clear that this time, with the resources plundered from them, those weaklings at the grass horde tribe would be able to develop rapidly. As for them, their growth would be stunted. Slowly but surely, they would no longer be able to contend against the grass horde tribe. Moreover, there was even a possibility that, after some time, they would be totally slaughtered by the grass horde tribe. As he thought of this, the huge monkey clenched his fists in indignation. By the side, Chen Feng was not bothered. Even if the Herculean apes were in a bad position, he could not afford to listen to the huge monkey and go throw his life away. He had to first guarantee that he had sufficient strength before he could proceed. However, Chen Feng looked at the herb in his hand, deep in thought. In this era, a lot of things had obtained the nourishment of godly power. As such, they all contained unique power. This was why the awakened ones of this era were able to continue growing. The reason for this reaction of Chen Feng's wasn't the power of this herb. Rather, it was because this herb was extremely familiar. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on this herb. Even if it was glowing and pulsing with faint godly power, if these special effects were removed, wasn't this the blue-leafed grass? This was an herb Chen Feng had once used when he had first become a gene producer. In fact, this herb had been the main ingredient of a certain gene reagent capable of providing a small boost in one's strength, an herb that would be normally used by the weaker ones when they were still at their starting point. And now, Chen Feng's eyes went wide as he realized something. Level 1 awakened was in fact a rather unique realm. However, there was no doubt that, in this era of gods, the awakened realm was the starting point for everyone. As for this herb, it was evidently also a comparatively weaker herb in this era. Chen Feng's heart started pounding. If, during the genetic era, this herb had been used to produce gene reagents that increased beginners' strength, what if this current herb, nourished by godly power, was used to produce a gene reagent? At this realization, Chen Feng's lips went dry in excitement. Blue-leafed grass. Gene production. At this moment, everything seemed to have become clear. Back then, the growth of gene production had been stunted the moment humanity had reached the awakened realm. It was through great effort that Chen Feng had opened up a new path to enable gene producers to keep growing. But what if the stunt had not been due to gene production in itself? What if the problem had in fact been the materials? What if those materials had all received the nourishment of godly power? Would they now prove useful for awakened ones? Chen Feng was extremely agitated. Gene production had always been his career. Even though he hadn't been involved much in the development of the subsequent new gene production breakthroughs, prior to that, he had mastered nearly all the formulas in existence. Even without luck aura, he was still an undisputed grandmaster producer. If so, bring it on. Chen Feng was filled with expectation. The blue-leafed grass could be used with several supporting materials to produce a low-tier gene reagent. This gene reagent, known as the All-Ida reagent, was capable of providing a temporary boost in combat strength to the user. As for the reagent's odd name, Chen Feng reasoned that perhaps the creator of this formula had initially set off to create a different formula and had ended up with a battle-type reagent instead. Hopefully you won't disappoint. Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. Next, he got the monkeys to gather all the herbs in the vicinity. Ultimately, he found sufficient herbs to serve as substitutes for the lacking herbs in the original formula. Moreover, using these materials, the produced reagent could be even better than the original version. Chen Feng started gene production. Unexpectedly, though, he had only just gotten started, yet the surging power contained within the herbs had already caused him to despair. A huge amount of time had to be spent before he could finally suppress that terrifying power. These materials. Chen Feng took in a deep breath in shock. It was at this moment that he gained a clearer understanding of this era. Even if he was a grandmaster producer, he still had to exercise caution. This was not due to any mistakes he might commit during the production process. Rather, he had to maintain control over these materials. Fortunately, the all-ida reagent was ultimately a rather weak reagent. Shortly after, Chen Feng was done with his production. The produced reagent was a glowing light blue liquid that was presently cupped within a leaf. At this point, Chen Feng faced a new problem. This place did not seem like a place with any reagent bottles. As such, he could not even store the reagent he had produced. Chen Feng sighed. Only leaves? The monkey answered. These are also the leaves we use to wipe our butts. Chen Feng was rendered speechless. It has been hard on you guys. Forget it. He would first test the effects of the reagent. Without a reagent bottle, this reagent could not be preserved anyway. He might as well take it immediately. Gulp. Next, a blazing source of power seemed to pour into his body. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted. Awe-inspiring power erupted from Chen Feng. The berserk aura caused even the Herculean apes around him to repeatedly fall back in alarm. And then, nothing. The eruption suddenly stopped. A fake drug? Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. No, that was not the case. The huge monkey studied Chen Feng and noted that although that berserk aura was gone, Chen Feng's strength was higher than before, even if not by much. Chen Feng stretched his hand out and immersed himself in his newfound strength, level 10 awakened. That's right. In a split second, the all-ida reagent had granted him an increase of 5 levels. For those in the awakened realm, this reagent would enable the user to crush all opponents. Naturally, the effect might not be as pronounced for those that were already strong to begin with, such as the huge monkey. After all, he already had the combat power of a level 25 awakened. A 5-level increase was but a quarter of his total strength. Yet for Chen Feng, his strength had been directly doubled. No, to be precise, his level had doubled. As for his actual combat power. Shwa! His eyes gleamed coldly. Bang! He punched out without hesitation. Formidable power surged out. Within him, the miniature person did the same. Instantly, the power blasted out. Bang! A terrifying power swept out, causing all the trees in front of him to shake violently. Around him, all the monkeys were startled. In all their life, they had never seen these sturdy trees shake. Shwa! Shwa! The trees shook violently. Shortly after, the shaking stopped. Ha! The huge monkey scratched his head in confusion. That was because, despite the violent shaking, the trees had not been destroyed. What was going on? All the other monkeys were similarly puzzled. One ought to know that, initially, Chen Feng had been able to blast a tree apart with a single punch. Yet now, after consuming that weird liquid, he had merely massaged the trees instead of destroying them? As such, this liquid's function was to make one's attack look way cooler while reducing the might? This was the conclusion all the monkeys reached. Right at this moment, though, a cool breeze swept past the forest. Almost instantly, all the trees were reduced to ashes that dispersed in the air and waffled away along with that breeze. Hiss! All the monkeys hissed in shock. As for the huge monkey, his eyes went wide. He was unable to believe what he was seeing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753, The Battle for Resources. Chapter 753, The Battle for Resources. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. How powerful! The Herculean apes were all startled by this display of power. This liquid was actually capable of providing such a huge boost in strength? They all focused on the remaining blue liquid, their gazes burning. At this time, Chen Feng was inhaling deeply and immersing himself in the earlier feeling of strength. Level 1 resonance. That's right. The attack he had unleashed had reached level 1 resonance. However, the resonance realm was a realm for those with access to godly power. For Chen Feng, it would be more apt to say that his attack had reached level 100 awakened. With the All-Ida reagent, he had unleashed power equivalent to a level 100 awakened. How powerful! The huge monkey's gaze started to burn. This thing. Let me give it a try. He gulped down the remaining liquid. Bang! Within him, a surge of power erupted, causing his blood to boil with excitement. He proceeded to deliver a punch to a random tree around him. The tree proceeded to shake for quite a while before finally falling down. Everyone was speechless when they saw this. Only this little? The huge monkey was dumbstruck. This was not logical. Why had Chen Feng received such a huge boost while he had received such a little boost? Was he so weak that even that liquid could not prop him up? By the side, Chen Feng was maintaining his calm, as he was still immersed in the feeling of power within him, silently counting the time. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Still active. Chen Feng kept waiting. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Only at the 3rd minute mark did his strength start to gradually decrease. 3 minutes. Chen Feng was completely shocked by this discovery. The huge monkey had also realized the same thing. Consuming the blue-leafed grass directly would only yield an active duration of 3 seconds. Yet after being transformed into this blue liquid by Chen Feng, the duration had increased to 3 minutes. It was better and lasted longer now. This was too inconceivable. Something like this was supposed to be a feat only accomplishable by the gods, right? This Chen Feng fellow had been claiming that he was not a god, yet here he was, doing things that only gods could do. Everyone stared at Chen Feng with burning gazes. Don't worry. Chen Feng observed the huge monkey and waited until the huge monkey's active duration ended as well before concluding the details of this reagent. Name, All-Ida reagent. Function, temporarily increase the user's strength by 5 awakened levels. Duration, 3 minutes. Success. Chen Feng was filled with excitement. The success of the All-Ida reagent had provided Chen Feng with a pleasant surprise. Gene production was indeed still a feasible route in this era, even if his test had only been verified with a low-tier reagent. As he recalled his experience when producing the gene reagent earlier, he concluded that so long as he controlled the medicinal effect so that it did not explode, he would be able to produce any gene reagents he wished. One ought to remember that Chen Feng was a grandmaster producer, one who had mastered all production techniques and formulas of that level. 3 minutes. In fact, this duration had a deeper meaning to it. That was because, if the duration was only 3 seconds, it would probably end at the beginning of the fight. As for a duration of 3 minutes, it could last the entirety of a battle. If one was fierce enough, 3 minutes would be more than enough time to deal with an enemy. This was a chance for them to deal with the grass horde tribe. What do you think? Without realizing it, the huge monkey was becoming more and more deferential when talking to Chen Feng. Start gathering the same herbs for me. I will be producing, Chen Feng said. All right. All the Herculean apes were overjoyed to hear this. They started searching the forest frantically, and soon, a huge amount of blue-leafed grass and the subsidiary materials were delivered to Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned. There is still one issue: how to store the reagents. How do you guys normally store liquids? Stone jar, the huge monkey said as he brought Chen Feng to a certain basement. There, a huge stone jar was located. In it was stored their wine. Chen Feng. He required something easy to carry around, not something this huge. They couldn't carry a huge stone jar around when fighting the grass horde tribe, right? That would be too ridiculous. Carry along. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze landed on the collapsed trees from earlier. At the point of incision of the trees, he could see the texture of the woods. They were glossy and sleek. He tried pouring some liquid within and found that not a single drop seeped out. Indeed, this was a tree that had grown under the nourishment of godly power. Well, this is it, then, Chen Feng said with a slap to his thigh. Even during the genetic era, quite a number of wooden products had been manufactured. And thus the entire Herculean apes started working busily. Chen Feng was in charge of producing gene reagents while all the monkeys formally entered the industrial era, starting to manufacture wooden products. To be precise, they were producing wooden bottles. The bottles produced were all square-shaped, could not store much, and appeared rather stupid. However, each bottle was sufficient to store a portion of liquid sufficient for consumption by a single person. This would be enough for now. After 3 days, a great number of gene reagents finished production and were sealed in the bottles. Each of the monkeys had a gene reagent hung on their waist. They were all incomparably excited, as they knew that with this, they were now equipped to challenge the grass horde tribe. Do you guys know what we are going to do today? Chen Feng asked. Yes. All the Herculean apes were excited. We will be taking our resources back. Excellent. Remember, within 3 minutes, finish everything, Chen Feng said coldly. All the monkeys were getting agitated. Yes. Let us set off. The huge monkey was in high spirits. Chant our slogan as we march. Plunder their resources. Beat their woman. Sleep with the young, the Herculean apes yelled at the top of their lungs. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. Something seemed wrong with the slogan? He had heard similar slogans in the past. At times, these slogans seemed rather villainous, yet they served well to boost morale. However, the contents of this particular slogan seemed somewhat off. Don't worry. The huge monkey looked at Chen Feng in reverence. The prettiest of them will be reserved for you, exalted one. Chen Feng? Sleep, your ass. Regardless of how beautiful they are still monkeys, right? Moreover, I thought it should be sleep with the wives and beat the young? Chen Feng asked curiously. The huge monkey blanked at this suggestion. Nope. Why would we want to sleep with their wives? Even if they are our archenemy, we cannot do such a thing. Exalted one, you. He stole a cautious glance at Chen Feng. So it turns out that you have such a fetish? Chen Feng. Fetish, my ass. What the hell are you monkeys thinking about? It is right to sleep with the young, then? Chen Feng asked with a dark expression. That is only natural, the huge monkey answered happily. Those young ones have yet to obtain a significant other. The grasshorde tribe has a higher female population, while our tribe has a higher male population. We are simply a perfect match. Therefore, even if the unmarried ones are still not fully grown into adulthood yet, we can still bring them back to raise them into brides when they grow up. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. I see. But, it is truly immoral to sleep with the wife of another. The huge monkey glanced at Chen Feng cautiously. If you truly have such a fetish, I know of 2 beautiful women who are now widows. I wonder if you are interested. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Scram! What was going on in this fellow's brain? Soon, they reached the orchard. This had once been the territory of the Herculean apes. As such, this place was nearer to their place. When they arrived, they saw that this orchard was presently guarded by a huge number of half-evolved monkeys. Chen Feng noted that, apart from the different fur color, these monkeys were in fact exactly the same as the Herculean apes. This is the grasshorde tribe, the huge monkey said in a low voice. MHM. Chen Feng gazed over from a distant mountain summit. There were not many people in the orchard. There were about 5 or 6 level 5 awakened ones patrolling about. The defense seemed rather lacking, but Chen Feng could sense an austere aura in the air. With the orchard as the center, a whirlpool of austere aura was formed. Nevertheless, it did not matter, as their purpose here was to fight a battle of force. Go! Chen Feng ordered without hesitation. Shwa! The Herculean apes charged into the orchard. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, numerous huge figures appeared nearby. At the sight of these newcomers that looked completely different than the members of the grasshorde tribe, the huge monkey's face fell. You guys have actually joined hands with a different tribe? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Seize. Chapter 754, Seize. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The huge monkey was truly furious with this development. They and the grasshorde tribe were enemies and had fur of different colors, yet they were still of the same race. Unexpectedly, they had actually joined hands with a different tribe. Did they not have godly power already? Did they not have a guardian god already? Why was there still a need to join hands with a foreign race? He truly could not understand this. Chen Feng merely glanced over and did not say anything. In fact, something like this was extremely normal. This was similar to a civil war where one of the sides suddenly called in help from a different country. In Chen Feng's memories, something like this was quite common. For instance, in his previous life, there had been foreigners in the national teams of certain sports, which had truly felt quite odd to him. A huge green-haired monkey sneered. Haven't you found one as well? Him? The huge monkey glanced over at Chen Feng and snorted. Humph, he is merely a monkey who shaved all his fur due to a skin disease. That's all. Chen Feng. What the F***ck? Is this how you monkey folks usually communicate with each other? He had never expected that even though he had been staying silent, he would still get unjustly ridiculed like this. At this time, as they approached each other, the surrounding monkeys could finally be seen clearly. The grass horde tribe. The reason for them being called this was due to the green hair on their heads, which greatly resembled grass. That was the origin of their name. Furthermore, the piles of grass on their heads seemed to directly correlate with their strength and size. The stronger they were, the bigger they would be, and the lusher the grass on their head would be. For instance, this huge green monkey's head was like a giant bush. The green monkey coldly said, "I knew you guys would not be able to take this lying down. Therefore, I have been waiting for you guys all along. Today will be the day that everything ends. The Herculean apes shall forever disappear from this world." Schwa! The figures started closing in on them. These newcomers had huge bodies and fierce faces, appearing rather vicious. "This is the Steelback tribe," the huge monkey said to Chen Feng. The Steelback tribe was a rather powerful tribe that was nearby. They had rough skin, thick flesh, and formidable strength. Their skin was covered in scales, and the strength of the average person in their tribe was level 6 awakened. This tribe was much stronger than the Herculean apes, who only averaged level 3. Similarly, the grass horde tribe averaged level 3 as well. "You are courting death," the huge monkey said with a cold gleam in his eyes. The one and only advantage the grass horde tribe had over them was their resonator chief. As such, their tribe wasn't particularly powerful as a whole. However, their act of asking for help from the Steelback tribe was no different than courting death. If the huge monkey's memory served right, this Steelback tribe also had their own guardian god. Were these fellows stupid or something? He. The green monkey arrogantly said, "That won't be the case. We both believe in the same god." The same god. The huge monkey's heart thumped as he heard this. "Therefore, you can die in peace now." At the green monkey's command, the Steelback tribe and the grass horde tribe moved out at the same time. The huge monkey looked at Chen Feng, seeking his opinion. "Finish this within 3 minutes," Chen Feng said coldly. "On average, the strength of a level 6 awakened? So what?" Schwa! All the Herculean apes opened their bottle at the same time and gulped the reagents down. Bang! They erupted with a powerful aura. The Herculean apes were rather weak, their tribe averaging level 3 awakened. However, with the All-Ida reagent, they obtained a 5-level increase, pushing their strength to a level one could not imagine. Bang! Bang! The Herculean apes erupted in strength. Instantly, numerous monkeys were blasted away. Even the Steelback tribe was not a match. As the grass horde monkeys saw this, they were stupefied. What was going on? The bush on the green monkey's head stood up as he stared in shock at what was unfolding before him. Since when had these Herculean apes been so strong? Damn it! He knew that he had to personally make a move now. Even if you guys have become stronger by sheer luck. His eyes gleamed coldly as he finished, "You guys are still not a match for godly power." Bang! His godly power poured out. The instant the godly power appeared, his body increased in size as he stepped onto the battlefield. Bang! The earth trembled with each step he took. Slowly but surely, the power of a resonator bloomed. Die! He punched at the huge monkey. Right at this instant, though, a comparatively tiny figure appeared before him and punched out at his fist. Bang! A powerful surge of strength slammed into him. Even with his godly power, he was still pushed several meters backward. He raised his head and looked on in astonishment at the monkey with a skin disease, who was slowly retracting his hand. This fellow. The green monkey's face fell. A resonator? His expression became unsightly as he realized that this huge monkey had actually found an outside resonator to help. However, if this was indeed a resonator, why could he not feel any godly power? Was this a unique technique? Or perhaps, it was due to the blue liquid they had consumed earlier? Again! The green monkey attacked again, the bush on his head blooming as the intensity of his strength increased. Bang! Another punch, and once again, he was pushed back. Chen Feng's eruption to level 10 awakened had given him strength equivalent to a level 100 awakened, giving him the confidence to contend against a level 1 resonator. With pure strength, he faced godly power. In fact, one of the reasons Chen Feng had participated in this battle was so that he could verify his combat power. Bang! Bang! The grass horde tribe and the Steelback tribe were utterly defeated. After all, the green ape had only recently gained godly power. As such, his usage of godly power was still rather crude. How could he compare against Chen Feng? Their strengths seemed to be equal, yet he suffered defeat after defeat. Chen Feng did not even need 3 minutes to defeat him. A minute and a half into the fight, the green monkey was already thoroughly defeated. I will definitely return. The green monkey could feel that things were getting bad. With a miserable scream, he turned around and started fleeing immediately. As for his underlings, they started fleeing as well upon receiving his command. This decisiveness with which they fled truly caused Chen Feng and the huge monkey to be somewhat dumbfounded. This was especially true for the way those fellows fled. They all dispersed in different directions, some even directly tunneling underground. What in the world? Should we give chase? The huge monkey asked. Chen Feng shook his head. There is no need for that. By now, the duration of 3 minutes had ended. If they gave chase, that would be no different than suicide. If the green monkeys discovered their secret, they might be the ones to suffer defeat in the end. Okay. The huge monkey understood. For now, this orchard was the only thing that mattered. Chen Feng took a look around the orchard. To bait the Herculean apes into attacking, the green monkeys hadn't plundered much from this orchard. Most of the fruits were still hanging on the trees. Let me pick one for you, exalted one, the huge monkey said emotionally. Is this a fruit one can only eat once? Chen Feng asked with a pensive look. Not quite. The huge monkey nodded and explained, however, only with the first consumption will the effect be more pronounced. With each subsequent consumptions, the effect will slowly decrease by half. In any case, even after eating a bunch of them, one can only obtain a boost of 2 levels. Chen Feng looked at him. I thought you said 3 levels earlier. He. The monkey scratched his head in an honest manner and said, I was afraid that you wouldn't agree to come if I did not exaggerate the number. Chen Feng. Therefore, Chen Feng had to now focus on increasing the effectiveness of this fruit during the first consumption. In fact, the method of doing so was relatively simple. It could be accomplished with something Chen Feng was extremely skilled in, gene production. After all, during the genetic era, such one-time use materials had been rather common. As such, Chen Feng was able to easily find some suitable formulas that were immediately ready to use after some minor adjustments. For Chen Feng, this wasn't hard. And next, what was left was to test the formula. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, Level 100 Awakened. Chapter 755, Level 100 Awakened. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Producing and failing. These two were the most basic steps involved in gene production. After 10 odd failures, Chen Feng finally succeeded in producing a bright red liquid. From the look of it, this liquid seemed like it would have a better effect than consuming the fruit raw. What is this fruit's name? Aphrodisiac fruit, the huge monkey said proudly. I am the one who named this fruit. Chen Feng's face darkened. Aphrodisiac? How weak was this monkey, exactly, for him to be able to relate everything to libido? Chen Feng gave the monkey a dubious look. I naturally do not need help in that department. The huge monkey slapped his chest and continued, but this fruit really does have such an effect to it as well. Chen Feng understood after pondering the matter. Since this fruit was capable of boosting one's overall strength, naturally, everything about a person would be boosted, including their libido. That was only natural. However, the name. Chen Feng shook his head. Forget it. Do you want to give this liquid a try? He asked while pointing at the liquid. I have already consumed the fruit in the past. The monkey appeared regretful. How many did you consume? Chen Feng asked. If the monkey hadn't consumed too many, perhaps he could still figure out the potency of this liquid through deduction. Around 20 of them. The huge monkey said after some thought. Chen Feng laughed coldly upon hearing this. He. Was it not said that each of the Herculean apes was only allowed to consume 2 or 3 of them? It seemed like this huge monkey had been one to abuse his position in the past. Do you have anyone that has only consumed it twice? Chen Feng asked as he waved his hand. Soon, a rather sturdy-looking Herculean ape arrived. Chen Feng gave him a 1-person portion of the liquid. Here, give it a try. All right. That Herculean ape swallowed it down in a single gulp. Based on the effect of the fruit, on the 4th consumption, one should only obtain around a quarter of the first consumption's effects. Bang! The liquid erupted with power within the monkey. Next, his body inflated like a balloon shortly before deflating. As this happened, formidable power started emanating from his body. As of this moment, he had reached level 5 awakened from his initial level 4 awakened. The huge monkey's eyes went wide. This fellow had clearly consumed the fruit in the past and had obtained an advancement of 1.5 levels. And now his level had increased yet again? Me? I want to try it out as well. The huge monkey gulped down the remaining liquid in excitement. Similarly, his body inflated as well. Everyone's eyes went wide as they saw this. This worked as well? One ought to know that this huge monkey had, in the past, abused his power to eat the aphrodisiac fruit like it was candy, to the point that the fruit now had no effect on him. Yet even so, this liquid was working for him? Feng had a pensive look as he watched on. Here it comes. The huge monkey looked at his inflated belly in excitement. A certain clump of gas seemed to be fermenting within him, a clump that seemingly contained boundless power. He knew that this was the sign of advancement. It had been quite a while since he had last had any advancement. Suddenly. Poop. With a loud sound, that clump of gas vanished. Behind him, an old tree that was sturdier than average was instantly blown apart. Schwa! Instantly, everyone sank into silence. The group of monkeys hurriedly looked in a different direction while the huge monkey's face flushed red in embarrassment. Feng watched on in silence. This had to be something that would happen if the effect was weakened to the point that it could no longer provide any sort of advancement to the user. After all, the huge monkey had consumed too many of this fruit in the past. Even with the enhancement provided by this liquid, the effect was still not sufficient to bring about any change in the huge monkey's body, and the resulting power had no choice but to make an exit through the chrysanthemum. That should be the case. Feng explained all this with a serious expression. As the huge monkey heard this, his face darkened. Gather several sets of the same materials, Feng commanded. Next, the group of Herculean apes dispersed to work. The huge monkey opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Feng patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Whose life is without an embarrassing moment or two? In fact, for this fruit to behave in such a manner after being consumed by you, from a scientific angle, this is nothing surprising. The huge monkey looked better after hearing this. However, you should rejoice that you didn't eat anything before this, Feng said with a faint smile on his face. Eaten? As the huge monkey thought about it, his face greened from shock. If he had eaten before that, the earlier implosion. He inhaled deeply in shock, suddenly feeling like everything was meaningless. Feng ignored him. After the monkeys returned from gathering materials, he started producing once again. After several tests, he was able to once again increase the average strength of the Herculean apes. The average had now been pushed from level 3 to level 5. Monkeys who had never consumed the fruit before obtained a direct advancement of 3 levels. This was only from a single consumption. If they consumed it several more times. The Herculean apes were in a celebratory mood. Even those who had consumed the fruit in the past had advanced a single level. In the entire tribe, only the huge monkey was sitting by the side, sighing in sorrow. Abusing power wasn't something fun, after all. Nearly there now. Feng was very satisfied with the effect of this reagent. Bang! He gulped it down. Instantly, his strength rocketed up. From level 5 awakened, he advanced straight to level 8. Just as he had guessed, this reagent was capable of providing a boost of 3 levels. And thus, Feng formally entered level 8 awakened. However, this is still not enough, Feng thought with a cold look in his eyes. What he wanted was not this much. Gulp! He consumed yet another gene reagent. Bang! The medicinal power surged, once again pushing Feng's strength forward. Just like the fruit, the effect of the second consumption was weakened. Even so, Feng obtained an increase of a level and a half. With this, he reached mid-level 9 awakened. Still not enough, he said after taking in a deep breath. Gulp! He consumed yet another gene reagent. Bang! The medicinal power erupted. With 3 reagents, the respective increases would be 3, 1.5, and, finally, 0.75, for a total increase of 5.25 levels. This was what Feng wanted, to advance 5 levels through this reagent. Bang! Bang! His body was filled with power. When the effect of the reagent ended, Feng was already at level 10 awakened. For a mortal, this would already be the peak of life. Feng clenched his fists and immersed himself in the power contained within his body. In fact, this was a strength he had tasted earlier when he had used the temporary booster reagent. But this time, this effect was permanent. He was now so powerful that one couldn't easily measure his strength. With the miniature person within him, he would be able to unleash a might equivalent to a level 100 awakened. Thus, he would be able to contend against a level 1 resonator. This was what he would use as his foothold in this new era. I want to become stronger. Even if I can't resonate, with my miniature person, I can still become stronger, strong enough to contend against resonators, or even stronger existences. His gaze was sharp. He realized that so long as he continued becoming stronger, a day would come when he ascended into godhood himself. At that time, he would retrieve all he had lost. Who? He inhaled deeply and covered up his aura of a level 100 awakened. He was sure that even if he could unleash the combat power of a level 100, his actual level was still 10, quite far away from level 20. This was quite a unique era. With the nourishment of godly power, all the herbs had transformed, especially those capable of increasing one's strength. If all of these herbs were produced into gene reagents. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, he. Chapter 756, he. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Are there any other herbs around here that can increase one's strength? Chen Feng asked. Of course. The huge monkey grinned. However, those do not belong to the Herculean apes. Chen Feng smiled. They don't now, but they might in the future. Yes. The huge monkey had a wide smile on his face as he heard this. He had not been able to participate in this strength increase and was somewhat sad. As such, the moment he heard that Chen Feng was looking for other resources, he laughed in joy. This orchard was ours in the first place but was taken away. The truth is that the Grasshorde tribe has their own resources as well. The huge monkey said with a smile. Splendid. Chen Feng rubbed his fist eagerly. Now that the average strength of the Herculean apes had risen to level 5 from level 3, it was time for them to have some training in their newfound strength. Perhaps the Grasshorde race would be of assistance? He. At a certain location, the Steelback King was watching on gloomily as his tribesmen were being carried back. A few days ago, he had heard that the Grasshorde tribe had set a trap for the Herculean apes. They had believed that this would be a lucrative and easy job. Unexpectedly, they had been thoroughly defeated in the very first encounter. The Steelback King was furious. So are these the so-called Herculean apes that are so weak that they need to rely on aphrodisiac fruits? The green monkey was still somewhat stupefied. I have no idea either. Before this, they were indeed quite weak. I reckon their night activities have never been easy. But for some reason, all of them seemed to go crazy today. At this moment, the green monkey recalled the monkey with skin disease and the liquid they drank before the fight. Oh, right. They definitely requested outside help, the green monkey said in anger. That furless fellow. Humph. The Steelback King snorted and stood up. Terrifying pressure emanated out from his body, making it difficult for the green monkey to even breathe. He was very clear about how terrifying the Steelback King was. In the resonance realm, any sort of advancement was extremely hard. Since the strength of a resonator was related to godly power, resonators had to comprehend godly power without stop. Apart from training themselves, they had to cultivate godly power as well. This was the reason for the high difficulty in advancement. As for the Steelback King, he was a level 2 resonator, one who surpassed the green monkey in every aspect. Is this your excuse after causing the deaths of my tribesmen? The Steelback King questioned. The green monkey felt like crying. No. Suddenly, the Steelback King said, I heard your Grasshorde tribe has a certain fruit under your control. In this era, for a tribe to grow, resources were a necessity. Therefore, nearly every tribe relied on certain resources to sustain their growth. In fact, most of the tribes would only settle down on a location after discovering resources there. That had been the case for the Herculean apes and the Grasshorde tribe. The green monkey's eyes went wide. No way. That is the symbol of our tribe and the sole resource under our control. We will definitely not give it away, even in death. The green monkey clenched his teeth and continued, if you insist. I will have no choice but to contact Lord God. Contacting Lord God. Suddenly, the Steelback King narrowed his eyes. They were both resonators of a certain god. As such, it was only natural that they were able to contact the god. Of course, the premise for all this was the god being willing to respond to the call in the first place. After all, any single god would have countless resonators under their faith. Nevertheless, there was still a risk involved. The Steelback King had no intention of provoking the anger of a god just because he was trying to extort some resources from the Grasshorde tribe. "Don't worry," the Steelback King said after some thought, "how about we share it? To be precise, compensate for the deaths of my tribesmen by allowing their kin to go once. How about this?" The green monkey had an unsightly expression. Compensation to the dead. Since these people had all died for the Grasshorde tribe, he truly couldn't think of a reason to reject this request. The green monkey clenched his teeth. That is possible. However, the Steelback King waved his hand before the green monkey could even finish his words. "Ha, I knew you would agree to it, brother. Let's go." With that wave, numerous Steelback tribesmen appeared and followed behind the king. From the looks of it, there seemed to be nearly 1,000 of them. The Steelback King had actually gotten the entirety of his tribe to join in on this. The green monkey was alarmed. "No, this won't do. Only the kin of the dead can enter." The Steelback King curled his lips. "These are all the kin of the dead. Introduce yourself." "Okay. I am his father," a certain Steelback tribesman said as he pointed at a corpse with a broken leg. His face gloomy, he asked, "Can I go?" The green monkey nodded. Yes. Since the son was dead, it was natural to allow the father entry. "I am his mother. I am his uncle. I am his second uncle. I am his third uncle. I am the wife of his father's younger brother, but I am the wife of his father's second younger brother. I am his eldest brother. I am his second elder brother. I am his third elder brother. I am his younger brother. I am his second younger brother. I am his third younger brother. I am his eldest sister. I am his second elder sister. I am his third elder sister. I am his younger sister. I am his second younger sister. I am his third younger sister." The green monkey shivered as he listened on. Just when he believed that it was finally over, another Steelback tribesman appeared. The moment that person opened her mouth, the green monkey started to emotionally collapse. "I am his wife." The appearance of this wife signified another round of introductions with the uncles of the wife, aunts of the wife, parents of the wife, siblings of the wife. Yet another bunch of people had appeared. This family totaled around 100 people. The green monkey was stupefied. So far, only the kin of a single dead had stood out. How could there be so many of them? The Steelback King sneered. "We of the Steelback tribe have great reproductive capabilities." "What? Do you have something to say about that?" "No, nothing." The green monkey's face became unsightly, and the green fur on his head swayed around like seagrass. Yet another person stood out. "I am his illegitimate son." The green monkey was dumbfounded. "This works? I am his lover. I am his illegitimate daughter. I am the lover of his wife. I am the wife of his illegitimate son." Yet another bunch of people stood out. The green monkey was somewhat stupefied. Were these still kin? Hold on. Something seemed wrong. He looked at the wife's lover. What the hell, after screwing another's wife, he still dared to join in. Scram, the green monkey barked. "You are trying to join with such a distant relationship? I can allow the illegitimate children to join. But what do you count as, ? Fine." That Steelback tribesman left while muttering under his breath. "So this means that you agree with the rest of them?" The Steelback King was rather pleased as he patted the green monkey's shoulder. "Worthy of being the Grasshorde tribe indeed. You are filled with benevolence and righteousness toward our brothers who have fallen in battle. Only this will ensure that there will be people willing to render your tribe assistance in times of need." "Ah?" The green monkey blanked before realizing that he had fallen for the Steelback King's trick. "Come, continue the registration." And thus, the green monkey watched on with an unsightly expression as over 120 kin per dead stood out, all hoping to receive compensation. The green monkey trembled at the sight of this. That was because, during that battle, over 20 Steelback tribesmen had been sacrificed. On top of that, there were also those who had been crippled, who also required compensation. The green monkey looked at the huge group of Steelback tribesmen before him and despaired. "Come, the next family." By the side, the Steelback King continued the registration. Finally, after an hour, the registration was completed. MHM. There were 21 dead, 12 with grave injuries, and 6 with light injuries. When all was done, the Steelback King had, in a rather generous fashion, excluded the kin of the 6 lightly wounded ones from receiving compensation. Ultimately, a total of 3,625 people were qualified to join. The green monkey trembled. How could there be so many of them? He had no answer to this question. However, this number did sound familiar to him. After pondering the matter, he recalled. Was this not the total population of the Steelback tribe? In short, every last one of them had joined in? You all. The green monkey was furious. His fury was further compounded by the fact that the lover of the dead person's wife earlier had also been included in the final list. On what basis have you obtained the qualification to join? The green monkey asked. Him, the lad with a broken leg, is his lover, the Steelback King explained. The green monkey glanced over and asked, but they are both males. The Steelback King sighed. There's no helping it. Nowadays, we have to be politically correct. Hence, we can't discriminate against same-sex relationships. The green monkey trembled in fury. He knew that he had been thoroughly tricked. What? Do you have something to say about that? The huge Steelback King stood behind him, and his huge hand landed on the green monkey's shoulder. Brother, compensating the dead is reasoning even Lord God will agree with. The green monkey clenched his teeth, as he had no choice but to concede. Only this one time. The Steelback King flashed a wide smile. That is only natural. He believed that with his 3,000-plus tribesmen, they would be able to exhaust the supply the Grasshorde tribe had accumulated over the years. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Level 2 Resonance. Chapter 757, Level 2 Resonance. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the forest, the Steelback tribe had just reached the Grasshorde tribe's territory. In the orchard, they saw the sparkling and translucent fruits. Just as they were about to start plucking those fruits, a terrifying killing intent descended. Numerous familiar figures appeared. It's you people again. The green monkey was furious at what he saw, his mortal enemies, the Herculean apes. You guys dare attack us directly? He was beyond furious. His previous defeat had been due to their lack of preparation and the distance of that orchard, which was nearer to the Herculean apes' territory. Yet now, these fellows dared attack them in their own territory? Were they feeling suicidal or something? They were even attacking when both the Steelback tribe and the Grasshorde tribe were here. The Steelback King patted the green monkey's shoulder. Brother, looks like you are going to owe me yet another favor. Instantly, the green monkey's hands trembled. Could it be that the Grasshorde orchard would never be able to escape this fellow? Of course, we of the Steelback tribe are loyal to our friends. The Steelback King waved his hand. However, if you do not want us to interfere, I guarantee that we will definitely not get involved in this. We will leave directly after plucking the fruits and will not participate in the war between you monkeys. The green monkey sank into silence as he once again recalled that young furless monkey and the liquid they had used. Could he truly deal with them alone? Please help, the green monkey said after taking a deep breath. I will allow you guys entry one more time next year. Excellent. The Steelback King was greatly pleased. Even if they were only allowed one entry per year, he was sure that this single entry would be sufficient for them to clean out an entire year's worth of supply from the monkeys. In fact, even the green monkey was aware of this. However, he had no other choice. Rather than totally losing this Grasshorde orchard, he would prefer to sacrifice a year's worth of supplies and get rid of these Herculean apes once and for all. However, I have a condition, the green monkey said coldly. We must absolutely not allow them to escape. Fear not, the Steelback King said with a vicious expression. Do you think I will let them off when they have killed my tribesmen? Even if you wanted to let them off, I would still kill them all. Ha ha. After all, after killing them, their aphrodisiac orchard will be mine. The Steelback King howled with laughter. Tricked again. The green monkey realized that since the Steelback King coveted the Herculean ape's aphrodisiac orchard, he was going to participate in this battle regardless. How could he have forgotten this? Once again, he had been tricked. Not far away, Chen, Feng and the huge monkey merely watched on coldly as the Herculean apes surrounded the area. The Herculean apes were greater in number than either of the two tribes they were facing, as they had around 5,000 monkeys in their ranks. However, this amount was still lower than the total of the Grasshorde and Steelback tribes. What gives you the nerve to thin out and surround us instead? The green monkey said gloomily. He was now of a mind to vent all his anger on these Herculean apes. The Herculean apes had an average strength of level 3 awakened. Even in the previous battle, when they had consumed that mysterious liquid, their average strength had only reached level 8 awakened. However, they still lacked godly power. As such, in this confrontation, the only possible conclusion for them was death. That was because both he and the Steelback King were both resonators. That furless bastard's strength was similar to his, merely slightly stronger. However, so what? Nobody else in their tribe was capable of facing a resonator. As for the Steelback King, he was even stronger. Steelback King. Even the huge monkey tensed up as he saw the Steelback King here. He was aware of how terrifying this fellow was. All of the tribes in this area would normally scramble to get out of the way at the mere sight of this Steelback King. This fellow had been in the resonance realm for quite a while and was already a level 2 resonator. He was more than capable of delivering them a crushing defeat. Chen Feng looked at the Steelback King and said, "Let me deal with him. You guys deal with those green monkeys." "Can you do it?" "Green monkeys." The huge monkey smiled bitterly. He wanted to say that even the green monkeys had a resonator in their midst, so he was not confident he could win. After all, a level 1 resonator was equivalent to a level 100 awakened. How could he hope to defeat such an opponent? However, after remembering their plan, he took in a deep breath and decided to throw caution to the wind. Bang! Bang! The ground trembled as the huge Steelback King stepped out. The Steelback King spoke coldly. "I heard you are the troublemaking furless monkey? For killing my tribesmen, you shall pay with your life." Bang! He erupted with strength. A huge fist pulsing with godly power descended. This was the fist of a level 2 resonator, equivalent to a level 200 awakened. This was a power the Herculean apes could only look up to. They watched on as that terrifying strength descended upon Chen Feng. All of them trembled. Such strength! Chen Feng consumed a gene reagent. Gulp! His body erupted with power. Bang! Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Now! He leaped up and swung his tiny fist toward the Steelback King's fist. Bang! A loud boom resounded. Instantly, the huge Steelback King was flung away and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. All the onlookers were dumbstruck. This. Dust filled the air. Amid the dust, the tiny figure of Chen Feng appeared so very awe-inspiring. This was especially true since he had defeated an opponent so much bigger than him. How could this? Bang! The Steelback King crawled out of the crater as all his scales started vibrating. He did not seem to have sustained any injuries, but his expression when looking at Chen Feng became solemn. "I never expected that you were also a level 2 resonator." Chen Feng merely laughed. He. A level 2 resonator. No, he instead was a level 200 awakened. To be precise, he was presently a level 225 awakened. With the reagent, he had temporarily been boosted to level 15 awakened, and with the amplification effect of the miniature person within him, he reached level 225 awakened. This was his present strength. The All-Ida reagent had indeed helped him display an astonishing level of strength. Holy shit! The huge monkey's mouth went wide as he saw this. He had known that Chen Feng was strong. He also knew that this strength was thanks to that liquid. However, when he himself consumed the liquid, his strength was only boosted by around 5 levels. How could there be such a disparity? The huge monkey started doubting himself, doubting whether he was truly capable of absorbing any nutrients. Bang! The Steelback King attacked once again. Even if Chen Feng was stronger, the innate scales in the body the Steelback King was blessed with allowed him a higher endurance. As such, the battle between the two of them would probably not end any time soon. "Green monkey, you will have to deal with the rest," the Steelback King said. He knew that victory was certain. He only needed to continue enduring the attacks of this furless monkey while the green monkey killed off all the Herculean apes. At that time, the strength of this furless monkey would not matter anymore, since he would be all alone. Understood. The green monkey had a vicious look on his face. He had been waiting far too long for this moment. Bang! "Huge monkey," he called out with a sneer, "time to settle our differences." The huge monkey smiled. "You truly wish for this? Did you not notice what's going on around you?" The green monkey blanked. What? He turned around, and his entire body instantly chilled as he saw the Herculean apes beating up both the grass horde and Steelback tribesmen. Moreover, this was a crushing victory, even with their lower numbers. The Herculean apes only numbered around 5,000, whereas both their tribes together numbered around 7,000. Despite that, bang! Bang! They continued suffering a huge number of casualties. The green monkey looked around and noticed that the Herculean ape tribe, which he had previously estimated to be only level 8 awakened at most, was now comprised of level 10 awakened ones. Level 10 awakened, the peak of life below godly power. That's right. All 5,000 of the Herculean apes were presently at level 10 awakened. How was that even possible? The green monkey's face grinned in shock. Both the steelback and grasshorde tribesmen were suffering heavy casualties. Make a guess. Before you kill me, will all your tribesmen die first? The huge monkey laughed viciously. Although his overall combat power was no match for the green monkey's, he was confident in his endurance. Therefore, bring it on. He had no fear. Even as they conversed, some Herculean apes had already finished with their respective opponents and were heading over to help him against the green monkey, greatly alarming the green monkey. Was a level 1 resonator strong? Yes. However, when said resonator had to face over 1,000 level 10 awakened ones, could he still stand tall? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, Charge. Chapter 758, Charge. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. More and more Herculean apes charged over. The green monkey trembled all over. He was sure that he would be able to kill a lot of them. However, he was even more sure that he did not have sufficient godly power to kill all 5,000 of them, what with all of them being peak awakened ones. Come at me, bro, come, the huge monkey said as he flipped his middle finger at the green monkey. The green monkey's eyes greened from anger and his blood started to surge. He knew that the huge monkey was trying to provoke him into attacking. However, he was truly helpless against this provocation. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would surely die. He was smart enough to realize that. The Steelback King was evenly matched against the furless monkey, whereas he would still have a slight superiority even when fighting the huge monkey in this group of Herculean apes. However, the other Herculean apes were wiping the floor with the other Steelback and grasshorde tribesmen. The moment they were done, the mere thought of what would happen caused him to shudder in fear. In a fight like this, the moment one party was put at a disadvantage, it could very well snowball into an eventual crushing defeat. Suddenly, the green monkey realized the reason for all this. That thing they consumed. He knew that they would only have a hope of victory if they had a way of dealing with that thing. Suddenly, he told the Steelback King, retreat. Schwa. He started retreating rapidly with his fellow tribesmen. Trash, the Steelback King cursed. However, since the green monkeys could even abandon their own territory, what could he do? And thus, the Steelback tribe also retreated rapidly. Just like that, this war ended with their retreat. Chen, Feng and the huge monkey exchanged glances. This battle seemed much easier than they had imagined. After all, prior to their arrival, they had been prepared for a fight to the death. Should we give chase? The huge monkey asked. What do you think? Grumbled Chen Feng. Fine. The huge monkey understood what he meant. As he looked at the grasshorde orchard before him, his eyes went red from excitement. Finally, they had obtained this place. At the same time, in the Steelback tribe's territory, the defeated army of the Steelback and grasshorde tribes appeared. Why did you retreat? The Steelback King asked coldly. They had obviously had a chance at victory. Don't you feel that the liquid they consumed before the battle is rather suspicious? The green monkey said after a moment's thought. The Steelback King's curiosity was piqued. Oh? Based on my observation, the liquid they consumed was capable of increasing their strength by several levels. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach peak awakened realm. Don't forget that before this, those trash merely averaged around level 3, near the bottom of the realm. Yet now they are all so powerful. There's also that furless bastard. The green monkey gnashed his teeth. Even in the prior encounter, he was only slightly stronger than me. The Steelback King had a pensive look. An increase of several levels? I am sure of that, the green monkey said. There surely is a limitation to such a powerful item. Do you remember the blue-leafed grass they used to use? Is that not something with a similar effect? It merely has a lower duration, just 3 seconds, and is not so powerful. This new liquid they obtained is most definitely much more powerful. Therefore, I believe that. The green monkey licked his lip in greed and continued, so long as we figure out exactly what that thing is. The Steelback King was extremely satisfied with this news he had received. His heart ached at the deaths of his tribesmen. However, if he could easily defeat them. At this time, Chen Feng was still at the orchard and was unaware that the defeated enemies were conspiring against him. He and the huge monkey were gazing at the fruits here in greed. Grasshorde fruit. Function, weak increase in strength. This was what the grass horde tribe had relied on for their survival. Different from the fruit of the Herculean apes, this grass horde fruit could only be used once. Moreover, the amount of improvement was based on the strength of whoever consumed it rather than a fixed amount. On average, though, a level 1 awakened would be able to reach level 3 by consuming this fruit. Very good. Chen Feng started his tests immediately. He was sure that the green monkeys and the steelbacks would not take this lying down. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Since they had so many grass horde fruits here, he would be able to freely conduct his tests. The Herculean apes started gathering materials frantically for him. And next, the production began. Chen Feng was already extremely practiced in everything pertaining to gene production. Material gathering, production, failure, material gathering, production, failure, and so on. The Herculean apes were split into several groups, all responsible for gathering materials for Chen Feng. As for Chen Feng, he focused on continuous production. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded. Grass horde green reagent. Function, increased the strength of an awakened one. Limitation, only usable once. Try it out? Chen Feng gave the eager huge monkey the privilege of being the first one to consume this reagent. Gulp. He consumed it without the slightest hesitation. Bang! He started shining with an intense radiance. The body of the huge monkey, which had been stunted for so long, suddenly ignited with an intense aura. Both his eyes became bright red as a unique aura pulsed within his body. His strength, at level 20 awakened, started increasing, reaching level 21, then 22, and finally 23. Success! The huge monkey was overjoyed. 3 levels of improvement. He had actually gained an increase of 3 levels. A regular grass horde fruit would probably grant a level or 2 of increase. Only the extremely talented ones of the grass horde tribe would be able to obtain an increase of 3 levels. Even within the inner circle of the grass horde tribe, those capable of a 3-level increase would be lauded as absolute geniuses. Yet he, an outsider, had reached this level. This was truly inconceivable. In fact, he had not had much hope at the start and had merely been hoping for an increase of a single level. Yet now. Naturally, this huge improvement definitely had something to do with the reagent produced by Chen Feng. This fellow, even if he was not a god, he was surely an absolute genius. The huge monkey was sure of this. As the other monkeys saw this, they all started to consume their gene reagents as well. Initially, they were similar to the huge monkey, they had merely hoped for an increase of a level or 2. Moreover, it wasn't so long ago that they had all obtained an increase in strength. As such, they did not expect to have another major increase so soon. Gulp! Gulp! Surprising all of them, most of them were able to obtain an increase of 2 levels. Howl! Howl! They started jumping around, howling in excitement. How long had it been since they had last had a major improvement in strength? So soon after, they had obtained yet another major improvement? The average strength of their tribe had, from the initial level 3, increased to level 5, and now they averaged level 7. That was an increase of 4 levels, surpassing even the Steelback tribe. Even scarier was the fact that each of them could clearly feel that this source of strength within them was extremely stable and powerful, leaving no backlash whatsoever, unlike some other strength-boosting items. One ought to know that what people feared most when their strength increased drastically was the very foundations of their cultivation becoming unstable. Yet here, using the reagent produced by Chen Feng, this was non-existent. Chen Feng did not look surprised at all about this. What kind of joke was that? After all, the act of gene production was in fact an act of boosting the medicinal effect of herbs, as well as the stability of the newfound strength. The difference between gene production and the consumption of raw materials was as wide as the heavens and earth. Without a doubt, gene production was not unlike a super-advanced technology in this new era. My turn. Chen Feng prepared to consume the gene reagent as well. Based on the effect on these monkeys, he already had a rough estimate of the amount of improvement he would obtain. This reagent was indeed one whose effect depended on the one consuming it. Among the several thousand Herculean apes, a vast majority of them had gained an increase of 2 levels, with only a few of them obtaining an increase of 1 level. These were mostly those who were either too weak or young. As for the group of monkeys that had already been strong, they had all obtained an increase of 3 levels, not much different than the huge monkey. As such, this reagent had preserved the effects of the fruit itself, granting improvement in accordance to the one consuming it. Perhaps he would only be able to obtain an increase of 2 levels. This was a conclusion he had reached after observing these monkeys. However, for Chen Feng, 2 levels would make an extremely huge difference. At present, he was at level 10 and was able to unleash the strength of a level 100. If he reached level 12, he would be able to unleash the strength of a level 144. The actual increase he would obtain was 44 levels. However, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with this. After all, even that huge monkey had obtained an increase of 3 levels. Must he resign himself to only 2 levels? Hold on, the strength of the one consuming. Chen Feng called a random monkey over. You, come. Consume the all-ida reagent first before consuming the grass horde reagent. Schwa. Everyone's eyes shone as they heard this. Yes, since the effect depended on one's strength, what if? Gulp. That monkey consumed the reagent without hesitation. His strength rocketed and his aura surged. The 2 reagents were seemingly working together, but ultimately, the monkey obtained an increase of 2 levels. The effect of the all-ida reagent was rather obvious. However, it ultimately failed to change the boost the grass horde fruit provided. From this, it was obvious that temporary strength would not be taken into consideration. Seems like it won't work, Chen Feng muttered. Well, since the all-ida reagent wouldn't help, it was time to. Bang! The aura within him shook slightly. Next, he took out the reagent and gulped it down. Around him, the monkeys stared on, waiting to see the amount of improvement Chen Feng would obtain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, What kind of strength is this? Chapter 759, What kind of strength is this? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! Bang! Layers of aura rippled out. Without realizing it himself, the miniature person within Chen Feng synced with him. This was not a sync during an attack. Rather, this was a complete sync, even including this action of consuming the gene reagent. As of this moment, Chen Feng had a feeling that he was no longer the same. This was his very first time syncing with the miniature person out of battle. Schwa! Schwa! The energy level within Chen Feng's body dropped at a rapid rate. Each sync with the miniature person exhausted him greatly. However, Chen Feng did not care about this as he continued to slowly guide the miniature person. As for his physical body, it started operating as well, slowly digesting the medicinal powder. After a long time, just as Chen Feng was about to be fully out of energy, forcing the miniature person to come to a halt, the medicinal power was finally fully digested. Schwa! The layers of aura vanished. As for the monkeys around him, all their eyes went wide, as just a moment ago, the aura surging out of Chen Feng had been at a level that caused them all to feel terrified, so formidable that it caused them to choke. The huge monkey was filled with expectation. How much have you improved? Who? Chen Feng let out a long breath as his consciousness focused back on his physical body. At present, he was a level 15 awakened. That's right. He had obtained an increase of 5 levels from the reagent. By fully syncing with the miniature person while digesting the medicinal power, his strength level had been maintained at level 100 awakened during the digestion. Ultimately, this had allowed him to surpass the huge monkey and gain 5 levels. It seemed like this method of increasing one's strength would grow harder as time went by. Chen Feng understood this clearly. Those at around level 6 would obtain an increase of 2 levels, those at around level 17, 18, or even 20 would obtain an increase of 3 levels. Yet he, despite holding steady at level 100 earlier, had only been able to gain 5 levels. The difficulty level for further improving the effect was totally ridiculous. Chen Feng shook his head at the thought of the possibility of obtaining a 6 levels increase. The huge monkey was completely alarmed and started stuttering. F5 levels? Holy shit! He had known that Chen Feng was stronger than him. As such, he had expected Chen Feng to improve more than him, but 5 levels. How much stronger than him was this guy? And look at what this guy was doing, shaking his head in dissatisfaction? The huge monkey was filled with grief as he compared himself to Chen Feng. Apart from him, the other Herculean apes were incredibly shocked as well. Fortunately, they had all gotten used to Chen Feng's prowess and weren't too badly affected. Rather, all of them were happy for him. The stronger Chen Feng was, the stronger their tribe would be. Let us continue so the tribesmen that have yet to use the liquid can use it as well, Chen Feng said. Okay. The Herculean apes continued gathering materials. After familiarizing himself with this formula, Chen Feng decided to directly throw all the materials into a big cauldron and start a large-scale gene production. Otherwise, he would tire himself to death producing genes one by one for these monkeys. In the ground, a huge crater could be seen. Contained within was a certain shiny and translucent liquid. By the side, Chen Feng was supervising the huge monkey as he stirred the liquid with a huge branch. As for Chen Feng himself, he focused on altering the genes of these materials in his digitized world. For the present this process was quite easy. Soon, the production was completed. And with that, the entirety of the Herculean ape tribe obtained yet another boost in strength. Right about this time, something surprising happened. The steelback and grasshorde tribes actually arrived. With great fanfare, they charged in, seemingly filled with confidence. The huge monkey was flabbergasted. "You guys actually have the gall to still come at us?" "Humph." The steelback tribe did not bother saying anything and immediately attacked with full power. They arrived just in time. Chen Feng sank into thought. Since they had just improved their strength, they needed to temper this new strength. The present average level of the Herculean apes had already surpassed the average of the steelback tribe by a single level, even before using the all-ida reagent. Don't use the liquid for now. Fight with your existing strength. Bang! The fight began. However, before long, both of the attacking tribes retreated. The huge monkey? What were they thinking? All of them were stupefied. This time, the Herculean apes had not used any liquid to boost their combat power. As such, both sides had been quite evenly matched in the battle earlier. One could even say that the Herculean apes had been at a slight disadvantage. Yet even so, the two tribes had opted to retreat? Even Chen Feng could not make sense of this. Left just like that? Are they here for a walk? Did they hit their heads or something? Well, just stay on alert. That was the only thing Chen Feng could say. However, after a few short minutes, the ground started trembling. Next, numerous steelback and grasshorde tribesmen appeared, and with great fanfare, they attacked yet again. "Go!" the huge monkey shouted as he gnashed his teeth. And yet, 3 minutes into the fight, the steelback tribe retreated once again. The huge monkey? They looked at the ground littered with the steelback and grasshorde tribesmen's corpses. Had these fellows really hit their heads somewhere? One ought to know that despite the slight disadvantage they had during the battle, each of the Herculean apes had a bottle of all-ida reagent on them. Whenever became dangerous, they would use those bottles. As such, the Herculean apes had not suffered any losses from the two skirmishes. Rather, the steelback and grasshorde tribes were the ones who kept suffering casualties without stop. What exactly were they thinking? "Pay more attention and be careful," Chen Feng said. "All right." The huge monkey increased his vigilance. Shortly afterward, the enemies returned. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. The huge monkey frowned. "I feel like something isn't right." The sense of pressure brought by the attacking enemies was increasing, as the huge monkey believed that they would not come forward and throw their lives away for no apparent reason. There had to be a trick somewhere. Then end the battle speedily. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. "Let me deal with the 2 resonators." "Okay," the huge monkey answered. "This time, do not allow them to flee." "Understood." This time, the Herculean apes hid themselves. When the 2 enemy tribes arrived, the Herculean apes immediately used their reagents. Instantly, their strength rocketed and the battle began. The Steelback King ordered a retreat without any hesitation. "Go!" Chen Feng snorted. Hoof. He was now a level 15 awakened. With the boost provided by the all-ida reagent, he reached level 20 awakened. And with the amplification effect of his miniature person, he reached an astonishing level of 400. The strength he could erupt with had reached a brand new level. "Can you even escape?" said Chen Feng, his face calm. Shwa! He flickered and immediately reappeared behind the Steelback King. Next, he hurled his fist out. Bang! A dreadful force burst out of his hand and landed on the thick scales of the Steelback King. Then, a translucent wave rippled out of the scales, seemingly having counteracted all the force sent forth by Chen Feng's fist. The Steelback King laughed. "Ha ha ha. How can this level of attack damage my scales?" Before he could even finish his sentence, he stopped talking. His eyes went wide as he stared at his chest, disbelieving. There, an immense force could be felt trying to break out of his chest. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Feng's attack had actually pierced through his scales and gone through his body to directly reach the front of his body. How is this possible? The Steelback King's eyes opened wide. How was it possible for Chen Feng to be this strong? Bang! And next, his body loudly crashed to the ground. As the others saw this, they tried to flee in fear. However, how could they succeed? The Herculean apes had presently fully erupted in power, and the majority of them were level 12 awakened. This was an inconceivable realm.
Come, Chen Feng said as he looked at the green monkey, who had already been captured.
Why are you guys attacking and retreating?
The green monkey gulped, as he felt like crying. We discovered that you guys have something capable of boosting your strength.
We also noticed that there is an active duration to that boost.
As such, we planned to force you guys to use it before retreating and returning when the duration was over.
So this was their plan?
Chen Feng exchanged glances with the huge monkey. It was without doubt that these enemies were quite intelligent. In fact, this plan could have worked. Unfortunately, they had come a tad bit too late, after the Herculean apes had obtained yet another increase in strength.
In fact, the present Herculean apes would not fear them even without the all-iter reagent.
In short, the two tribes had been attacking and fleeing just so they could force the Herculean apes to use their reagent. However, it was truly lamentable for them that after the Herculean apes' eruption, they had failed to even escape. The Herculean apes that had fully erupted in power had delivered them a crushing defeat. Furthermore, the Steelback King had even been defeated with a single punch.
The Steelback King possessed defenses far surpassing his peers.
Even so, he had been helpless against Chen Feng's fist.
How strong exactly was this person?
One ought to remember that the Steelback King was a resonator, as was the green monkey. However, against Chen Feng, and awakened, they were completely not a match.
How was this even possible? And those Herculean apes, how had their strength improved so rapidly?
The green monkey was thoroughly stupefied.
He could no longer understand this world.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 760, Mount Carver. Chapter 760, Mount Carver. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The Grasshorde tribe was no more. The Steelback tribe was no more either.
In the territory of the Steelback tribe, they found a fruit capable of increasing strength. However, due to the Steelback tribe's excessive consumption, it would probably take a year or so for the trees to bear fruit once again. Regardless, this was still a new resource they had gained control of. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt like he had discovered a bright path toward greatness. Since all resources capable of increasing strength were already occupied, he only needed to keep conquering these tribes and he would most certainly be able to obtain control over numerous resources. He would then be able to advance without stop and reach level 100 awakened or, perhaps, even higher. Huge monkey, draw up a map detailing the surrounding tribes for me, Chen Feng said in excitement. The huge monkey nodded.
All right.
Even if the Herculean apes specialized in brute strength, they were nevertheless monkeys. As such, they were rather nimble and were skilled at scouting out the enemies as well.
Soon after, a detailed map was drawn.
Alas, the result differed somewhat from what Chen Feng had expected. He had originally expected that, with the Herculean apes as the starting point, he would be able to fight his way through all these tribes while increasing his strength without stop.
Ultimately, he would become undefeated. And yet, here he was, looking at the map in distress.
That was because, on the map, a circle about the size of a fingernail had been drawn to indicate the territory of the Herculean apes. Next, two similarly sized circles were drawn, representing the territories of the destroyed Grasshorde tribe and Steelback tribe. And next, just as Chen Feng was waiting for more fingernail-sized circles to be drawn, suddenly, the huge monkey waved his hand and drew a circle with a diameter of 2 meters.
Chen Feng. What was this?
He looked at the huge monkey, stupefied. This is the nearest tribe to us, the huge monkey explained calmly.
Chen Feng? Why are you so calm? The ratio between the size of your tribes. Do you not notice the issue? This is about right.
The huge monkey studied the map and pondered deeply before nodding in confirmation.
Yes, this is about the size of their territory. Chen Feng.
He raised his head and looked at that massive circle, stupefied.
Hold on, this wasn't right. If there was indeed such a large tribe nearby, why had the Herculean apes not been destroyed already?
Seeing Chen Feng's confusion, the huge monkey explained, this tribe is known as the Mount Carver tribe. They established a huge city that welcomes all tribes, talking about something called civilization. So long as the tribes are willing to obey the rules, they are even willing to share the resources there. In any case, they are not interested in attacking us.
What is the point of sharing resources? In any case, even if they are powerful, we feel that they are quite stupid.
If we were that strong, we would have long destroyed all the tribes around us, the huge monkey said confidently. Chen Feng had a pensive look as he listened on.
Civilization, huh?
So it turned out that in this era, some more intelligent lifeforms had indeed been born. As for what the huge monkey had said, he ignored it.
What was the point of destroying all the surrounding tribes? This was an era of gods, an era where the gods needed believers to fuel them. If they killed everyone, gods might start coming out to deal with them. Why did you guys not join them? Chen Feng was curious. Since the Herculean apes had been bullied so badly recently, wouldn't it have been better for them to join this city? We tried. They rejected us. The huge monkey was depressed. They said that our average strength was too weak. Oh? Chen Feng was astonished. What is the requirement? For the tribe to average level 1 resonance, the huge ape said with a sigh. Chen Feng's eyes went wide. To average level 1 resonance? Did that not mean that only a race with a god that had also been developing for quite a while would be able to join this tribe? If so, the strength of this tribe. Hiss. He inhaled a deep breath in shock. He did not need to think much to see that this was quite a terrifying tribe, a super powerhouse. It would also be apt to say that this was a huge alliance of tribes centered around a certain powerhouse tribe. With their present strength, they did not qualify to even touch this tribe. This was no mere striking a stone with an egg. Rather, this was more like striking a wall with sperm. Regardless of the number, it would still prove fruitless. Schwa! Suddenly, the world around him felt so much more silent. His heart, which burned with ambition, cooled down. How was he supposed to even defeat them? Even after the growth burst Chen Feng had provided, the Herculean apes only averaged level 7 awakened. Even with the All-Ida reagent, they would only average level 12. Even the strongest of them, the huge monkey, was a mere level 20 odd awakened. They had no resonator, yet that tribe's average was level 1 resonance. Without a doubt, the strength of this alliance of tribes was something that caused one's heart to chill at the mere thought. In short, his great path of godhood had ended so soon after it had begun? However, soon after, Chen Feng started to frown. That was because he had still found an issue. If this alliance of tribes was represented by that huge circle on the map, why were there merely 3 small circles around them? It should not be possible that only the Herculean ape tribe, the Grasshorde tribe, and the Steelback tribe neighbored them. What about the other tribes? Chen Feng looked at the huge monkey in question. Other tribes? The huge monkey waved his hand dismissively. They are too weak. With our average awakened level of 12, we are already the strongest around here. All the tribes around are tribes that have been rejected by the Mount Carvers. As such, the average levels of these tribes are all below the resonance realm. It would be way too boring to fight them, but... The huge monkey surged with arrogance. Pa! Chen Feng slapped him grudgingly. What in the world are you feeling all proud for? Do you not want their resources? Without any resources, how can you even begin to start acting so smug here? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. What the hell? This fellow's intelligence was truly questionable. Fine. With great hesitation, the huge monkey drew out the positions of the other tribes on the map. And thus, numerous other circles began to litter the map around that huge circle in the center. In fact, there were more than 1,000 such tribes. Chen Feng's eyes shone. This is the kind of map I wanted. These tribes, and their resources. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Each of these circles represented a tribe and thus represented a resource node. Even if not all of the resources would be suitable for him, there would definitely be some that suited him, given the quantity. If all these resources were produced into reagents to increase his strength. The mere thought caused Chen Feng to be endlessly excited. Schwa! Waving his hand, he started drawing on the map. With their current position as the starting point, he drew a line through all those tribes before circling back to the same position. He even drew an arrow pointing clockwise. Chen Feng was extremely pleased. This shall be our route. Crush them and we shall enter a brand new realm. All right. Even the simple-minded huge monkey was able to understand the benefits of doing this. And now. Time to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, Cleanup. Chapter 761, Cleanup. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Half a year later, in Mount Carve City. The city was bustling with all kinds of life forms. Due to their strength, their outer forms greatly resembled humans, or rather, the gods. As such, only a small number of their respective races' traits were apparent. Within a certain crude-looking hall, a certain life form with a long nose was staring ahead in melancholy. He looked at the entrance of the hall, anxiously waiting for something. Beside him, an underling with a big nose was waiting anxiously as well. Are there no tribes coming for registration? Nope. It has been half a year since anyone came, right? Half a year.
The long-nosed guy trembled as he wondered if those tribes had been attracted by another tribe instead. One ought to know that even the weak tribes surrounding them were progressing constantly. The progress never ceased, and one day, they too would reach the resonance realm. Every time that happened, the tribe would come and apply to join them, becoming part of this city. In the past years, there had been tribes applying nearly every month. At most, they had only ever had a gap of 3 months between applications. Moreover, in that instance, after almost exactly 3 months, 4 or 5 tribes had come and applied at one time. Yet now it had been half a year since they had received any applications.
The huge-nosed guy asked, "Is this merely a coincidence?"
"I doubt it," the long-nosed guy muttered. This world progressed along with time. Even the 3-month gap dated back then had been a long time ago. After that, the frequency of applications had only increased, nearly reaching an average of twice per month.
And now, the applications had suddenly stopped for half a year?
This was most definitely not something as simple as a coincidence.
There had to be a problem somewhere.
"Send out a team of scouts to check around," the long-nosed guy said as he clenched his teeth. The big-nosed guy was somewhat worried. "Boss, if we send a team of scouts out, this will be recorded a dot." The long-nosed guy shook his head and solemnly said, "We can't afford to worry about that anymore.
I reckon something big must have happened." "All right." The big-nosed guy went out and started making the necessary arrangements. Soon, scouts were sent out. This group was already quite familiar with such scouting missions. As such, they immediately left and headed casually toward a nearby tribe. However, somewhat surprisingly, this nearby tribe had mysteriously vanished. Regardless of how they searched, they couldn't find the tribe. "Are you sure you guys haven't been looking in the wrong location?" "Absolutely sure. They should be in that general area." "Keep searching." "Fine." The scouts resumed the search, yet nothing was found. "Perhaps they have moved?" "I guess. Try searching for other nearby tribes." They decided to look for a different tribe instead. And thus, the scouts set forth once again toward a different nearby tribe. However, even after 2 hours of travel, nothing was found apart from an endless sea of trees. Something isn't right. It is impossible to not find a single life form even after traveling so far. Moreover, not a single tribe has been found either. What's going on? Even the scouts started to become anxious now. They felt like something had happened here. Report this to the higher-ups, then continue the search. All right. They continued their search. 1 hour, 2 hours, 10 hours, they continued their search around their city. To avoid missing anything, they were extremely serious in their search as they combed a huge area. However, nothing whatsoever was found. All they found were endless trees. No other life forms were in sight. This horrified them. The search went on, and by the second day, the scouts were already in a rather bad condition. The entire team of scouts was depressed, as they had searched every nook and cranny yet still had not found anything. The entire forest seemed devoid of life, apart from the vegetation. What exactly had happened here? They were filled with anxiousness. Right at this instant, a faint energy fluctuation was felt nearby. At this discovery, they all became agitated. Found something. Let's go. Amid the woods, Chen Feng's group had just finished a battle. Is this the final tribe? The huge monkey nodded. MHM. This is the final tribe. Excellent. Chen Feng was very much pleased. At present, Chen Feng and the huge monkey were already somewhat different than they had been half a year ago. Within this period, the Herculean apes had been led by Chen Feng as they defeated all the tribes surrounding the huge city. A total of 1,200 tribes had been defeated. Among them, 500 types of usable resources had been found. After Chen Feng's gene production, these 500 resources had displayed a rather astonishing effect. Even though only 200 out of these 500 resources had been capable of providing a direct strength increase, even though further improvements were extremely hard for those at level 10 awakened, they had still managed to reach a terrifying level of improvement. As of present, the average strength of the Herculean apes was level 90 awakened. With their innate strength, they were able to erupt with combat power comparable to level 1 resonators. As for the huge monkey, he was now a level 96 awakened, while Chen Feng was now a level 100 awakened. As the amount of increase dropped at higher levels, they weren't too from Chen Feng. One would even think that with their innate strength, they would be a match for Chen Feng. However, only these Herculean apes themselves knew how big the gap was between them and Chen Feng.
Throughout the entire journey, regardless of whether the enemies had been level 3, level 4, or even level 5 resonators, none had been able to avoid being killed by Chen Feng. Each of them had died to a single punch. Since an indeterminate point in time, regular resonators had stopped being a match for Chen Feng. His strength was truly terrifying. The huge monkey couldn't help but ask, "You can't be a god for real, right?" Toward this, Chen Feng merely smiled. "God, huh?" He sensed the strength within him. A full eruption of his level 100 awakened strength would reach the strength of level 10,000 awakened after being amplified by his miniature person.
This was a realm beyond even resonators. And what was the realm above resonance, then? How far was this realm from actual godhood? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. "Let's go." He led the monkeys as they prepared to leave. Since all the tribes had already been cleaned up, it was time for them to leave. However, just as they turned around to leave, a figure noiselessly appeared. "Who is it?" the huge monkey asked vigilantly. "Schwa, dot." A neat-looking figure approached them at a rather extraordinary speed from the woods. Chen Feng's heart trembled. This is... He, who was normally emotionless when facing regular regulators, had actually had his nerves stretched taut the moment this person appeared. Tap. Tap. That figure slowly approached one step at a time. The terrifying pressure emanating from this person. God. This was the only word that appeared in Chen Feng's mind as this person entered his sight. This was most definitely a god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, Questioning the God. Chapter 762, Questioning the God. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Why was a god here? Chen Feng's body chilled. Despite his recent rapid growth, he had never once believed that he was currently capable of defeating a god. After all, they were in two completely different realms. In Chen Feng's plan, he was supposed to slowly obtain more and more resources as he grew in strength. Ultimately, his strength would start approaching that of the gods. Only then would he think of a way to challenge the gods. Not now, not like this. He hadn't wanted to encounter a god this early. This was illogical. Why was a god even here? They were just in the surroundings of that large city. This was merely a remote region, one even the Mount Carver tribe could not be bothered with. Why would a god be here? Chen Feng was confused. Is it you guys? The god asked in an extremely gentle voice. However, it was this very gentle voice that was accompanied by horrifying killing intent. Almost instantly, all the Herculean apes started prostrating on the ground. As for Chen Feng and the huge monkey, they were greatly affected by this pressure as well. A single word, and his mere aura, to achieve all this. So this was a god? Chen Feng clenched his teeth. The huge monkey wanted to speak, but that terrifying pressure caused him to not even be able to open his mouth. Pooh! Blood started bursting out of his body. As for the Herculean ape tribesmen, they were facing imminent destruction. Suddenly, Chen Feng spoke. What do you mean by that? Within him, the miniature person started sinking with him, slowly counteracting the pressure projected by the god. He knew that he could not be this god's opponent. However, he was at least able to talk. Ha! The god looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. Evidently, he was curious about how this little fellow was capable of actually resisting the pressure enough to talk. One ought to know that even though this god had asked a question, he had not expected anyone to answer. Under the majestic pressure of a god, all awakened ones and resonators were but bugs. As such, they did not qualify to even answer the question of a god. And yet this little guy here was able to speak in his presence. Are you guys the ones that killed my believers? The god asked with the same gentle voice. This time, the pressure he emanated became more intense. Moreover, since Chen Feng was able to talk, a huge amount of the pressure was now targeting Chen Feng. Bang! Terrifying pressure descended. Chen Feng could clearly feel that surging pressure. Fortunately, now that he was a level 10,000 awakened, he was able to hold on, albeit with great difficulty. Believers. Killed his believers. Finally, Chen Feng understood. Among the tribes they had eliminated, some of them had been believers of this god. However, this was a god, right? Before this, Chen Feng had indeed heard of the situation where, if you beat up the small guy, the big guy would step out. And if you beat up the big guy, an old man would come out. And if you beat up the old man, the ancestor would come out. After all, those people were of the same clan and it wasn't weird for them to be protective.
However, he had never heard that after beating up the believers, the god would appear.
Was this god sick or something?
Any god would have tens of millions of believers.
Why would they even be bothered with the lives of some believers? And to reach a point where the god actually bothered to avenge the death of a small number of believers? Was this god sick? Feng was collapsing.
If this was how all the gods acted, this era would probably be in great chaos.
Almost every day there were countless wars between tribes. If all gods were so dedicated when it came to protecting their believers, which of them would still dare to fight?
This was simply ridiculous. Moreover, they had eliminated more than 1,000 tribes, yet this was the only god that had appeared. Feng could only think of one reason for a god to appear as a result of his actions. He recalled that in the legends of his previous life, there had been a certain god with an incredible appetite for sex, who had left his seeds in nearly all the races, giving birth to countless children.
Among these tribes, some were your children? Feng asked, distressed. This was truly unlucky of them. Shua.
Suddenly, their surroundings seemed to go silent at what Feng had said.
The god's always calm expression changed slightly.
He looked at this youth that seemed to have accepted his fate, and instantly, the god frowned. As he pondered Feng's words, his killing intent became even more intense.
You dare insult a god? A god was supposed to be in existence high and mighty above everyone else. He did not know what this fellow was thinking. He also did not know why this guy had related this to his children even though he had been asking about his believers. Nevertheless, it was evident that this guy was insulting a god. Bang! Terrifying godly power rippled out. Finally, the god was furious. Ha! Feng was stupefied. So he had guessed wrongly? Hold on. If he had truly gotten it wrong. As a god, you are actually lowering yourself and getting involved in the disputes of those mortals far below you. Is this not too excessive, Feng? Shua!
At these words, the attack paused right before it reached Feng.
Feng's heart trembled. Splendid. Since this god was willing to listen to him, all was not lost.
Feng continued speaking loudly.
You, exalted one, are an almighty and great god.
We of the bottom kill each other for the sake of our respective beliefs, for our respective gods.
If the gods come out each time some of their believers are killed, what will become of this world? After you kill us, should our god take revenge for us?
Then, all the gods will start lowering themselves, getting pulled into the affairs of mortals. Earlier, I thought that some of the believers were your children and had resigned myself to this fate.
But since none of them were your children, you should tell me the reason for this, right?
I know, as a god, you don't even need to answer the questions of us lowly mortals. However, we truly can't accept dying without even knowing the reason, or perhaps dying merely because we have killed some believers.
This is truly quite uncalled for.
To maintain his momentum, he had even forced all the words out in one go.
He was quite afraid that even a slight pause would cause him to be directly killed by this god. He did not know if this god would listen to them. However, what he had uttered was precisely the question that the Herculean apes had. Even if they had to die, they needed to know the reason, right? Even more so when a god was the one doing the killing.
Feng looked straight at the god, hoping to get an answer.
However, somewhat surprisingly, the god's killing intent had increased even further. Moreover, he was currently gazing at Feng with an odd gaze. Feng's scalp went numb. Had he spoken wrongly?
He pondered the matter and could not think of anything he had said that would have provoked this god to such an extent.
Perhaps his tone of voice had been too harsh? His heart chilled. God!
Facing such an almighty existence, they did not even qualify to converse with him.
Was this god merely feeling insulted because a mere mortal had had the audacity to converse with a god?
If so, Feng could only smile bitterly.
The god's flat voice resounded. You want a reason? I will give you one. Struggles between believers occur every single day. There will come new believers, and believers will die. I naturally wouldn't come looking for you because of this. Why, then? Feng was filled with doubt. Even the Herculean apes were filled with doubt.
Apart from killing some believers, they hadn't done anything else recently.
A god should not come down for the death of some believers, and a god wouldn't do so. You are indeed right about this.
The god had expressed agreement to what Feng had said. However, for reasons unknown, this only caused the bad feeling Feng had to intensify.
But
the god gazed at Feng grudgingly as his calm voice was suddenly filled with blame.
You guys can't keep going about killing the believers of a single god, right?
I had 100,000 believers, yet in half a year, you killed 50,000 of them.
Aren't you being a tad bit too excessive? Toward the end, the god's killing intent was already rocketing. Chen Feng. Huge monkey. Chen Feng was thoroughly stupefied. 50,000?
He thought about it and recalled that during this half a year, they had indeed eliminated over 1,000 tribes. Some of the tribes had quite a few resonators, the majority of them being level 1 resonators.
Apart from dealing with the leaders, Chen Feng had hardly made a move.
However, when the Herculean apes had reached a point where all of them were capable of contending against level 1 resonators, they had started crushing their opponents with extreme ease. Not a single one of the enemy resonators had been able to escape them. As such, it was quite probable that they had killed a total of 50,000 resonators so far. However, they had never imagined that all 50,000 of them were the believers of the same god.
What the hell? It was over. Chen Feng's heart chilled.
Suddenly, he recalled the words that a certain someone had uttered in his previous life. Out of 10 odd sheep, only one was shaved excessively. When that happened, it would be so extremely striking no one would miss it. And now, Chen Feng was in the same situation. During this half year, all the resonators he had killed were actually the believers of a single god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 763, Believer. Chapter 763, Believer. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Schwa.
The world seemed to lapse into silence, and a mood one would describe as awkward pervaded the air. Chen Feng wanted to say something, but he could find nothing to say.
It was a mistake? He had not been aware that those people were this god's believers?
If he dared say this, he would probably be immediately killed. Even if he himself were the god in question, he would probably be angry. For this god to have the patience to explain the reason to him, this was already a rather kind god. However, Chen Feng still grumbled.
Couldn't this god have spread his believers around more rather than have them all so concentrated?
Of course, these words were only thought, not spoken. The huge monkey by his side was instead the one to talk.
Why are you so stupid? Even us monkeys know that you shouldn't put all your eggs in the same basket. It's over. Chen Feng's heart chilled. He raised his head. Indeed. The god's killing intent was surging.
Under this terrifying pressure, the air itself almost coagulated, to the point that even their breathing was now impeded. It seemed like this god was now truly angry.
God damn you, huge monkey.
At this time, high above the starry sky, a throne hovered. A certain person was seated there as he overlooked this world. Suddenly, he seemed to see something, and a smile formed on his face.
Ah, I can't allow you to kill him. After all.
He rotated the ring on his finger lightly as faint godly power surged out. Instantly, the throne started flickering before vanishing once again. In the forest outside Mount Carved City, the furious god finally made his move. Instantly, his terrifying godly power charged at the huge monkey.
Chen Feng sighed.
Even though the attack was aimed at the huge monkey, without a doubt, not a single one of them would be left alive. Thus, they had no choice but to fight it out with all they had.
Bang!
Chen Feng erupted in strength. He bloomed with all his power, unleashing a terrifying might with his miniature person. Instantly, an overwhelming might surged out of him. This was his strongest combat form, a form that was capable of instantly killing any resonator in existence, or even those above the resonance realm. This was his confidence. But of course, his present goal was to be able to block even one of this god's attacks.
Bang!
For the first time, his attack clashed with the god's attack.
Ka! A crisp sound rang out.
What he saw next was the site of the attack he was so confident in immediately collapsing. Under the attack of the godly power, his attack could not even put up a fight, it was totally destroyed.
Ka! Ka! His entire attack shattered like glass. As for that god's godly power, it was not even dented. Was this the strength of a god?
Chen Feng could do nothing but to give a bitter smile. Encountering a god at his present level was truly no different than encountering a dead end. They could only watch on blankly as the god's attack reached them. And then, the attack stopped.
Ha! Chen Feng's heart trembled.
He raised his head and noted that the god was still filled with anger and killing intent, yet at the same time, he seemed to be hesitating somewhat, as he had actually stopped his attack at this moment.
Hope was in sight.
Chen Feng had no idea what had happened, yet it was evident that this god was now hesitating.
Your strength is not bad.
The god held a grudging look. Evidently, the strength Chen Feng had erupted with had stunned him. Even if this strength was still nothing to him, it was nevertheless still remarkable for a mortal.
The god looked at the Herculean apes. You guys are not bad either.
They lacked godly power and resonance, yet they had been able to erupt with power comparable to resonators.
What did this signify?
This signified that the moment they resonated, their strength would reach a terrifying realm. All these fellows here were seeds with great potential, whether it was Chen Feng, the huge monkey, or the other Herculean apes. Therefore, even though this god truly wanted to kill them all, at the final moment, he had chosen to listen to reason instead of acting based on his emotions.
He had decided to convert these people into his own.
After all, the losses he had suffered were way too great.
Are you all willing to be my believers? The god asked coldly. Bang!
The hearts of Chen Feng and the others jolted violently.
Believers?
They exchanged glances and were able to see joy in each other's eyes.
I agree, Chen Feng said without hesitation. What kind of joke was this?
This was not a situation where he could hesitate.
The god nodded. Very good. Let me bestow upon you all the power of gods. Faint godly power rippled out. Next, a translucent contract took form in the sky.
With that, the Herculean apes and Chen Feng officially became the believers of this god.
Almost instantaneously, the strength of all the Herculean apes rocketed. They, who had already been at the peak of the awakened realm before, instantly broke through under the stimulation of the godly power. They entered the resonance realm, yet their levels were still increasing without stop. Level 1 resonance, level 2 resonance, level 3 resonance, all the way to level 9 resonance. Even the god was startled at this sight. One ought to know that this wasn't happening to only one of them. Rather, it was happening to the entire tribe.
Godly power had always been capable of providing a huge boost in strength. Now that the Herculean apes, having been stuck at the peak awakened realm for so long, had finally obtained the nourishment of godly power, their strength rocketed to an unprecedented height. Now, they wouldn't be too far off from the peak of the resonance realm. As for the huge monkey, there was no suspense whatsoever. He was able to easily enter the peak of the resonance realm. That, coupled with his innate strength as a Herculean ape, would ensure that his combat power was even higher than a regular peak resonator.
How powerful!
Even the god was shocked. He suddenly found that in this short period of 1 minute, these monkeys had all become the core of his pool of believers, becoming the strongest tribe among his believers.
How lamentable!
The god mused that his decision to listen to reason had indeed been correct. While the god was rejoicing in his decision to not kill them, he looked over at Chen Feng. He knew that this guy was the leader of these monkeys, the strongest among them. If the Herculean apes could reach level 9 resonance and the huge monkey could reach level 10, what about Chen Feng? He looked over at Chen Feng expectantly.
1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
Time passed, yet nothing happened.
The god even wondered if he had forgotten to bestow his godly power upon Chen Feng. As such, he sent yet another wave of godly power over to Chen Feng. 1 minute. 2 minutes.
Suddenly, the world seemed to lapse into silence.
Nothing seemed to be happening to Chen Feng.
That godly power capable of granting those monkeys an immense growth in strength had not taken effect on Chen Feng. Even Chen Feng himself was extremely stupefied.
What was going on? Was he so powerful that amount of godly power was not sufficient for him?
After thinking about it, the god decided to personally transfer a gust of godly power directly into Chen Feng's forehead.
The godly power pulsed.
With his very own eyes, he watched on as that gust of godly power entered Chen Feng's body before vanishing.
Nothing was once again happening to Chen Feng. Just like that, the godly power was gone.
This time, the god was truly dumbfounded.
What was going on? Who? The god took in a deep breath.
Once again, he sent out a gust of godly power. This time, a strand of his consciousness latched onto the godly power as he personally observed it enter Chen Feng's body before slowly entering Chen Feng's sea of consciousness and preparing to merge with him. Everything seemed to be progressing correctly so far.
And next, Shwa! Everything turned black. He lost his connection with that strand of consciousness.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 764, Becoming a Scapegoat Out of the Blue. Chapter 764, Becoming a Scapegoat Out of the Blue. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Hiccup.
The flustered Chen Feng watched on as the miniature person within him hiccuped.
Holy shit.
This miniature person had actually devoured the godly power sent by the god. At first, he had also been waiting expectantly for the godly power to descend upon him. But then, the moment the godly power had entered his body, it had been devoured by the miniature person. In fact, that miniature person did not have a separate consciousness of its own. Rather, this was an instinctual behavior. This was no different than how an experienced racer would react instinctively in a lot of situations.
But, what exactly was this miniature person? This pirated version of a nascent soul had this function? Was this miniature person trying to reach godhood or something? Chen Feng was speechless.
When the second wave of godly power entered him, Chen Feng watched on with his full attention. He noted that although the godly power seemed to have been absorbed by the miniature person, the fact was that the miniature person had not moved at all.
And that familiar hiccup.
Behind the miniature person, a red radiance appeared.
Chen Feng was surprised. Xiaoying?
Swish! The red glow pulsed as Xiaoying slowly crawled over, his belly bulging to the point that he was almost round.
It is indeed you.
Chen Feng was overjoyed to see this. As of late, as both he and Xiaoying increased his strength, Xiaoying had entered into a slumber. Unexpectedly, with the godly power as the trigger, Xiaoying had actually awoken. Moreover, the Xiaoying of the past, who could only have consumed consciousness and energy, was now able to consume godly power as well. The upgrade he had obtained during this slumber seemed rather overpowered. Yet more godly power arrived.
Xiaoying glowed brightly in excitement. Alas, due to overeating, he could only crawl slowly this time.
As Chen Feng saw this, he hastily pulled Xiaoying back.
If you are already full, stop eating. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. This is different than the past. It's not an enemy attack. Hide yourself first. Xiaoying understood what Chen Feng was saying.
With a swish, both Xiaoying and the miniature person vanished into Chen Feng's sea of consciousness.
The new wave of godly power entered with a strand of consciousness from the god and swept around.
After confirming that there was nothing in here, the godly power dispersed and slowly blended into Chen Feng's body.
Chen Feng's body started pulsing with faint godly power. Success?
The god was surprised. He had expected it to fail again. If that had truly happened, he would have begun studying this fellow to figure out what was going on.
Surprisingly, it had actually succeeded.
This only proved that this fellow's talent was astonishingly bad. Even the huge monkey had required only 1% of what he had inserted into Chen Feng to progress. He had initially believed that this Chen Feng would be the strongest after resonance, since he was the strongest of the Herculean apes. Now, though, it seemed like he had been overthinking things. The god shook his head at the thought of Chen Feng's low talent. He no longer intended to provide Chen Feng with any assistance. Generally speaking, after the contract of gods was established, the resonators would progress in strength independently based on their comprehension.
In fact, a god taking the initiative to help his believers achieve resonance was unprecedented.
Yet even with his assistance, this Chen Feng had only achieved resonance with such difficulty. If he had to comprehend godly power by himself. The god shook his head in regret. He was certain that this fellow would be forever stuck at this level.
At present, Chen Feng's strength started rocketing after achieving resonance.
His strength, previously that of level 100 awakened, increased rapidly, pushing him to the peak of resonance.
From his aura, he was much stronger than even the huge monkey.
However, the god merely shook his head. What a pity, for such a good seed to have such disastrous talent.
You all. At this point, the god's first reaction was to turn around and leave.
After all, believers would normally be left to develop by themselves. However, as he thought of the situation here in the areas surrounding Mount Carve City and the potential demonstrated by the Herculean apes, he decided to take them along instead.
Come with me. There is no longer anything of value for you guys here. Chen Feng and the rest obeyed.
For them, being able to stay alive was already a great thing.
Shwa! The god led them away.
After a long time, a group of people appeared where Chen Feng's group had been before.
They should have left, right? Did he notice us? I think so.
He is, after all, a god. Why did he spare our lives, then? Perhaps it was because of our uniforms showing that we are from Mount Carve City. Or perhaps he simply disdains to do such a thing toward the likes of us.
I guess so. Anyone know which god that was?
Nope.
Well, let's report it to the higher-ups, then. This is no longer something we can get involved in.
True, the disappearance of over 1,000 tribes around the city might have something to do with this god as well. It has been way too long since any of the gods have dared to do something like this.
This is too excessive.
I suppose yet another bloodbath is about to start.
War of the gods, huh?
They conversed in low voices. These people were precisely the scouts from Mount Carve City. They had followed the trail along the way until they had finally heard something, at which point they had rushed over here. Unexpectedly, they had encountered something like this. They had witnessed an entire powerful tribe being recruited by a god.
That was not all.
The tribes in the surrounding areas were traditionally their source of recruitment. Yet here was this god, recruiting the entirety of the tribe and even taking them away with him.
This was too excessive.
As they thought of the 1,000+ tribes that had vanished, they seemed to have finally found an answer.
In Mount Carve City, the news brought back by the scouts shocked the entire city. As this was reported, the several gods of Mount Carve City were furious.
What are you saying?
A god took away all those tribes? He has broken the taboo. God should never get involved in the fights between believers. This fellow has crossed the line. He is seeking death. Perhaps this is a new god that does not know about the rules?
Since he does not know the rules, let us teach him a lesson. Even if Lord Sin God does not allow fighting between gods, I don't mind becoming a god that is eternally without believers.
Get the people to start preparing.
Mount Carve City had around 1 million believers. Due to their above-average quality, they were quite lacking on the quantity side. This low population issue was further compounded by the fact that this was an alliance of tribes, so various different species lived here, resulting in a low reproduction rate.
That was why this city relied on outside tribes as a source of recruitment. Yet now, this source of recruitment had been destroyed. How could Mount Carve City not be angered by the destruction of their very foundation? Investigate that god.
After that, we can teach him a lesson, a sinister voice ordered. This caused the inhabitants of Mount Carve City to be filled with excitement. Finally, a war between the gods would start. By observing this battle between gods, they, the Resonators, might be able to gain some insight and improve. This was quite a rare opportunity. At this time, the god that had brought Chen Feng's group away was still unaware that he had been made a scapegoat. He brought them to his palace. He had carved this palace out from a mountain with his own godly power. It was supernaturally finely crafted.
This is my shrine, the god introduced proudly.
The huge monkey scratched his head.
A mountain is your shrine? This so-called palace was not lavishly decorated at all. Everything within was made out of stone.
This is a palace, the god said as his expression darkened. He took in a deep breath and said, this place has exquisite scenery, abundant energy, and rich resources. The entire shrine is incomparably massive and spectacularly beautiful.
But
the huge monkey was puzzled.
It is still a mountain.
The god glanced at the huge monkey, feigned killing intent in his gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 765, Training Agency. Chapter 765, Training Agency. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Cough, cough. Chen Feng gave the huge monkey a kick before shifting the topic. Looks like Lord God prefers peaceful environments. The god answered with a dark expression.
If it wasn't for the excellent innate talent of the Herculean apes, he would have eliminated them long ago.
Those bastards, daring to speak in such a manner to a god.
The god brought them to the palace.
Sit.
The palace was extremely huge, so huge that even though they numbered in the tens of thousands, they were still comparatively tiny.
The god spoke expressionlessly. Normally, only my apostles can enter the shrine. I have allowed you guys entry only because you guys might be able to become my apostles in the future. Apostles.
The huge monkey scratched his head. For the huge monkey, whom had still been an awakened 1/2 a year ago, apostle was evidently a rather unfamiliar realm.
Above resonance is the apostle realm.
To be precise, using terms you guys are familiar with, an apostle is the spokesperson of a god.
Thankfully, this god did not mind explaining.
Resonance is the realm of those who only have just established a connection with a god. As for the apostle or spokesperson realm, it is a new realm that one can enter after one's comprehension of godly power reaches a brand new height.
Chen Feng displayed his understanding. I see.
Apostles are normally also spokespersons of their god. If this system was likened to a sect, the awakened ones would be the outer disciples, who were in charge of odd jobs. As for resonators, they would be inner disciples, while the apostles would be the elites of the sect, like elder apprentice brothers. Generally, when one reaches the peak of the resonance realm, one will be qualified to become an apostle. This new realm signifies that one will be able to manipulate an even higher tier of the god's godly power, the god slowly explained. By the side, Chen Feng gained understanding.
Apostles. A higher tier of power? Naturally, not everyone can become an apostle. To become one, talent is important.
Upon reaching the peak resonance realm, the god will select the strongest ones and bestow upon them the qualification for becoming an apostle, the god explained. At this point, he gave Chen Feng a profound gaze. Evidently, Chen Feng was, in his opinion, a person not qualified for this glory. Although Chen Feng was sufficiently powerful, it was unfortunate that even if Chen Feng were to be qualified for apostlehood, his own talent would ensure he failed to reach the apostle realm. He would require too much work on the god's part.
The god paused, not knowing what else to explain. Do you still have anything to ask? In fact, these things he had just explained were supposed to be general knowledge.
This god felt quite helpless that he had stumbled upon this bunch that knew nothing. As a god, this was his very first time explaining these things. Can I become an apostle? The huge monkey asked while smacking his chest. He was now a peak resonator with terrifying strength. As such, he had no hesitation when it came to challenging the nest realm.
The god pondered and decided to give him a chance. You can try later.
The huge monkey beamed.
Many thanks. He naturally felt incredibly happy now.
It was truly unexpected that in a short half-year, he would be able to start challenging the apostle realm.
Chen Feng wanted to try as well. How about me? The god sighed. I will give you a chance as well, then.
At this time, the other Herculean apes that were similarly level 10 resonators, in their excitement, wanted to sign up as well.
However, after giving it some thought, the god merely shook his head and said, "We will talk about you guys after the two of them have tried."
At this, the noise died down.
However, everyone was still endlessly excited.
By the side, Chen Feng was able to get the hidden meaning. What the god meant was that if these two failed, there was no point in the other Herculean apes trying. It was evident that for a god, apostles were rather important.
Apostle, eh?
Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. In his impasse, he had managed to transform peril into gain. And now even Xiaoying had awakened. As such, Chen Feng was filled with confidence. The truth was that he wasn't that bothered about the identity of an apostle.
However, if he was granted the qualification, he would be able to verify his current strength in the trial.
He truly wanted to know how strong he was. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his hand.
I have one more question.
It was not easy for him to come across such a down-to-earth god, and thus, he had decided to clear all his doubts while he had the chance.
Say it, said the god.
Chen Feng asked, based on my guess, Mount Carve City probably exists for the sake of gathering believers as well.
However, why did they give up on the small tribes surrounding them? Why were the tribes surrounding them allowed to believe in other gods? Even if a lot of them were your believers, there should have been believers of other gods as well, right? And if those believers had joined Mount Carve City, whose believers would they have been then? I am quite confused. Schwa.
At this question, the god's gaze became sharp. He fixed his gaze on Chen Feng for several seconds before shutting his eyes, calming himself. Evidently, he had never expected that a member of the Herculean ape tribe would have the kind of vision required to ask such a question. This was a question so very close to his heart.
After a short contemplation, he decided to tell Chen Feng.
Perhaps. The moment believers join the city, they become the believers of the gods there. It was because Chen Feng was the very first lifeform he had encountered capable of an exchange on this level. Or perhaps it was because the lifeforms here, his believers included, were all too simple-minded, driving him into boredom. Become believers of other gods? Chen Feng's heart trembled. Did this not mean that these small tribes were in fact just there to produce believers? The god sighed. Yes, we are indeed producing believers for them. To enter the resonance realm, awakened ones need to sign a contract with a god infused with the god's godly power. This is also the step where the exhaustion of godly power is at its highest, due to the preparation of the contract. Even though it's a contract that gods normally have several copies of prepared in advance, when the number of believers reaches the 100,000s, millions, or even 10 millions, the rate of exhaustion becomes rather terrifying. Therefore, they decided to leave these awakened ones around their city and let us minor gods do the heavy lifting for them. When those believers become strong enough to join the city, those gods harvest the fruits of our labor.
As the god's explanation reached this point, his expression dimmed. Chen Feng's heart jolted.
He had never expected that there was such a system among the gods.
So it turned out that the hard work of these minor gods ended up being nothing but a gift to the major gods? But Chen Feng could not understand. Since that was the case, what was the point of working so hard? Why agree to keep doing it? The god knew what Chen Feng wanted to ask. Why do we compromise? This is the origin of the rule that only tribes with an average strength of level 1 resonance can join.
The god paused. From the moment when the first resonator is created until the moment when the tribe's average strength reaches level 1 resonance, these few years of development are the years where their faith belongs to us.
Finally, Chen Feng understood. This could be likened to the major gods eating meat while the minor gods drank soup.
If they disagreed, perhaps those minor gods would not be able to get even a single believer.
Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled a certain term, market monopoly. Holy shit, these gods were quite smart, eh?
That was also why this god had been so greedy when looking at the Herculean ape tribe. He had even lowered himself to personally bring them to his palace. Evidently, he was trying to build up his core with these monkeys.
After all their believers in the past.
In short, these minor gods were like the educational institutions or training agencies from Chen Feng's past life, which instructed and trained people who would be absorbed into other institutions or organizations after graduation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 766, so there actually is one. Chapter 766, so there actually is one. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. So this is what a god is. Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. This was completely different from the almighty image he had of the gods.
It was no wonder that this god here could be so down to earth, wasting his time on them.
Production of believers. Chen Feng shook his head.
It was no wonder that the deaths of tens of thousands of believers had been sufficient to bring this god out. Around Mount Car City, there had been over 1,000 tribes with countless lifeforms. However, those able to become believers were only resonators, which had only numbered in the tens of thousands. Even more lamentable was the fact that they had still had to keep the number of believers under control. That was because the moment the number of believers increased excessively, the tribe as a whole would become too strong and would start averaging in the resonance realm. When that happened, those believers would go join Mount Carve City instead. Things were truly hard for the minor gods. This was truly what Chen Feng felt. He had never expected that even an illustrious god would live such a miserable life. Naturally, this miserable was in comparison to the other gods. After all, regardless of how miserable a god was, they were still a god.
Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, what does an apostle mean to a god? He refused to believe that apostles were just normal believers. The god looked at Chen Feng with a complicated gaze. This fellow's wit had truly astonished him. He paused and took in the look of anticipation all the monkeys had before saying, apostles have an extraordinary meaning attached to them.
Indeed. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Apostles can provide an even larger portion of faith to their god, the god slowly explained. Apostles are the core of a god's force. The more apostles a god has, the stronger the god's godly power and the more powerful the god.
Moreover, unlike resonators, apostles can't shift their allegiance.
Therefore, apostles are much more valuable than ordinary believers. However, there are extremely harsh requirements for becoming an apostle. It is much harder than you guys imagine. Naturally, countless gods will fight over a person capable of actually becoming an apostle. As the god finished his explanation, he glanced over at Chen Feng. It was clear that he was referring to these Herculean apes. He knew that this huge monkey was completely clueless, and this fellow called Chen Feng, this Herculean ape that did not resemble an ape, would be the one making decisions in their stead. If, after this, they decided to leave. The god already had his plans for that.
I see.
Finally, Chen Feng understood clearly.
In that case, everything was understandable now.
The moment one became an apostle, one would be imprinted with their god's brand. This would allow them access to even higher tiers of the god's godly power.
In return, this person would supply the god with faith.
The stronger the god became, the stronger the apostle would become. This was why this god had taken such a huge risk and brought them all here. After all, the 5,000 near apostles the Herculean apes had in their ranks were truly too astonishing. This was also why this god had been so down to earth when conversing with Chen Feng, even if this god was of the opinion that Chen Feng was talentless in godly power cultivation and would never be able to ascend into the apostle realm.
These 5,000 monkeys alone were Chen Feng's biggest bargaining chip. I understand now.
Chen Feng looked at the god.
So how do I go about becoming an apostle?
Ha! The god was somewhat stunned. He had not expected Chen Feng not to say anything else. After all, a lot of people with the potential to become an apostle normally sought as strong a god as they could. Yet this guy. However, as the god thought about it, he understood the reason for Chen Feng's decision.
Indeed, it was much easier to converse with an intelligent person.
The god smiled.
Follow me.
Suddenly, he felt like even if Chen Feng couldn't become an apostle, he should still keep the man around. Or perhaps he would search for a treasure or the like capable of helping Chen Feng become an apostle, as Chen Feng was truly an intelligent person.
After all, in this wide world, even a god needed someone he could converse with, right? After walking past the hall, they reached a massive public square.
Within this shrine carved out of an entire mountain, what was most lacking was space. In the huge public square was a flickering shadow that streaked around at an astonishing speed.
The process of becoming an apostle is quite simple.
So long as one reaches the peak of the resonance realm and reaches a certain standard in their comprehension of godly power, one will gain the qualification to become an apostle.
As for the rest, the god deals with it.
Each god has their own method of testing the standard of their believers' godly power.
As for my standard, the god pointed at the shadow in the public square.
Defeat him and you shall become my apostle.
Shwa!
The shadow stopped moving. The swiftly moving figure instantly stood still, allowing everyone a clear look at it.
This was actually a wooden puppet. A robot?
Chen Feng was astonished. Worthy of being a god indeed, to be able to create a robot-like thing. Even though this puppet was made of wood, it had high agility and its usage of godly power had reached an extremely high level.
It seemed like this would be this god's trial.
The huge monkey was excited.
Let me give it a try.
Ever since his strength had rocketed, he hadn't had a chance to fight seriously. And today he had suddenly jumped from peak awakened to peak resonance in one go. He was itching for a fight with his new strength.
Come, he howled. Bang! The huge monkey started heading toward the public square. Howl!
The huge monkey jumped in while howling in excitement as surging godly power pulsed out of him with the ferocity of the war god.
That shadow moved so fast that its actual position could not be determined.
However, it did not matter, since the huge monkey was large enough to cover more ground.
Bang! A terrifying might descended. All the Herculean apes watched on in anticipation. Bang!
With a loud boom, the huge monkey's body was flung back at a speed even faster than the speed at which he had descended earlier. Instantly, he was blasted back to the point that his body was deeply embedded in the mountain, leaving behind a humanoid-shaped hole. All the Herculean apes were alarmed when they saw this. Only after a long time did the huge monkey manage to crawl out of that hole, horror plastered on his face. "This is the strength of an apostle," exclaimed the huge monkey, yet soon after, the expression on his face was replaced by that of excitement as he said, "How strong!
I will become an apostle one day as well."
By the side, the god's lip curled up into an almost unnoticeable smile. In fact, this fight had been started to show these fellows the true strength of an apostle. He wanted to show them that even though he was a minor god, he was nevertheless still a god.
The god glanced over at Chen Feng. "Do you want to give it a try as well?" "Okay." Chen Feng entered the public square, seemingly in a hesitant manner.
He knew that this god was doing this to let them know the difference in strength between them, after which he'd give them some benefits to win their hearts.
However,
Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. He truly wanted to verify his present strength, to see for himself how far apart he was from an apostle. After all, even before having godly power, he had already been capable of erupting with the power of a level 10,000 awakened. And now, as a peak resonator, if his strength was amplified by the miniature person within him.
Chen Feng arrived.
Before everyone's gaze, right before the puppet reached Chen Feng, he inhaled deeply and, with a serene expression, punched out.
This was the strongest punch he had ever thrown. Bang! Dot! With a loud boom, that streak was immediately stopped in its tracks. Bang!
Next, wood shavings exploded out, followed by the explosion of the wood puppet, leaving behind a pile of broken wood on the ground.
Knock! Knock! Knock!
The wood dropped onto the ground while crisp sounds echoed about in the air.
Shwa!
Suddenly, the entire world seemed to have lapsed into silence. The god, who had initially been watching on proudly, suddenly trembled. A look of disbelief was in his eyes, which had since gone wide.
For the first time, an expression of utter shock appeared on his face. Ah! Chen Feng felt somewhat awkward.
This?
Chen Feng shrugged. It was an accident. You? The god took in a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress something.
After a long time, he finally opened his mouth and said with an ashen complexion, "Congratulations on your success. From today onward, you are my apostle, my one and only apostle."
One and only?
Chen Feng was astonished.
You do not even have one apostle? I did have one.
The god had a gloomy expression.
He was a triad leader, yet he is no more. Chen Feng blanked. What does that mean?
He remained confused until he followed the god's gaze and looked at the pile of wood on the ground.
Instantly, he was startled. Holy shit, it couldn't be, this puppet had in fact been a treant?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 767, Another Accident. Chapter 767, Another Accident. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
It turned out that Chen Feng was the one to succeed. Even the god was caught by surprise. No matter how he looked at it, Chen Feng's body size did not look like it contained such astonishing strength. However, it was this very Chen Feng that had instantly defeated his only apostle.
One ought to know that the treant had been an apostle, and what did that signify?
It signified that the treant's strength far surpassed these resonators. The god had allowed them the trial of fighting this treant to show them how strong an apostle was, to consolidate his prestige, and to give them something to look forward to. That was what he had intended. Yet now his apostle had been defeated by Chen Feng. This gave him a rather uncomfortable feeling. Among the 5,000 Herculean apes, Chen Feng was the one he was the least optimistic about.
It wasn't because of his strength.
Rather, it was because of his poor talent, so poor that it was almost incurable. One ought to know that of the two absolute requirements for one to become an apostle, one of them was to fully comprehend the godly power of their god.
Yet this Chen Feng, with his poor talent, would he be able to comprehend the godly to the point that he could become an apostle? The god doubted it.
However, since he had already promised to make those that passed this trail into apostles, he could not go back on his words. Furthermore, if he did not turn Chen Feng into his apostle, he might not even have a single apostle left.
Come.
The god had come to a decision.
Assume the correct posture.
Yes, this is correct.
I am coming.
The god inhaled deeply. He pointed his finger at Chen Feng's forehead, and his finger started flickering with a faint glow.
A
contract of the gods appeared. The contract this time was not a regular contract. Rather, this was a true locked contract, an apostle's contract. The moment this contract was signed, Chen Feng would be his apostle.
The god pointed. Go. The apostle's contract entered Chen Feng's body and started operating. Bang!
His godly power surged.
It's starting. Chen Feng's heart trembled.
He was aware of what this god was thinking.
However, he wasn't worried.
The reason for what had happened previously was Xiaoying devouring the godly power. This time, he had already ensured that Xiaoying would stay quiet and would not indiscriminately eat random stuff. Therefore, he should be able to smoothly enter the apostle realm, giving this god a shock.
Chen Feng was still quite a prideful person.
It would surely be quite an experience to witness a god's shocked expression. Alas, even as the apostle's contract entered his body, Chen Feng found in astonishment that he still had no reaction.
Hey!
Instinctively, Chen Feng looked into his sea of consciousness.
This was not right. Xiaoying was obviously not doing anything. So what had happened to the godly power?
As Chen Feng took a glimpse into his sea of consciousness, he was instantly dumbfounded. There, all the godly power vanished the moment it neared the miniature person. All the godly power had been absorbed by the miniature person.
Chen Feng was stupefied. Holy shit, this miniature person truly could absorb godly power?
Suddenly, he recalled that, due to Xiaoying's appearance, he had believed that Xiaoying was the reason his body had been unable to absorb godly power. Unexpectedly, his body truly couldn't absorb any, since it was all absorbed by the miniature person.
Why was this happening? Chen Feng was doubtful. He could not make sense of this.
The only thing that happened when this miniature person absorbed godly power was him not obtaining godly power for himself, halting his progress.
There were no other benefits.
Furthermore, he couldn't even make use of the godly power the miniature person had absorbed. He had no way of making this miniature person materialize in the outside world to fight for him, even though he truly wished he could.
Chen Feng sighed. Dude, you are dragging me down here.
He had never expected that this miniature person, which had always been so helpful, would be such a letdown at such a crucial moment. The godly power flowed in without stop, yet it was the same as throwing stones into a sea.
The god's expression was turning unsightly as well. He knew that Chen Feng's talent in godly power was poor. However, he had never expected it to be this poor. Previously, it had already been quite hard to push Chen Feng into the resonance realm. Now that he wanted to push Chen Feng into the apostle realm, it was indeed much more difficult than he had imagined. Unfortunately, he could only continue. Bang! Godly power surged out without stop. The god clenched his teeth and sent even more godly power out. He had decided to use his powerful godly power to push Chen Feng into the apostle realm no matter what.
And thus, a terrifying number of waves of godly power surged in. All of them entered Chen Feng's sea of consciousness, the boundless godly power.
Bang! Bang!
Within his sea of consciousness, the miniature person welcomed the waves of godly power. The godly power that arrived in waves halted the instant they encountered the miniature person, then vanished.
No matter how much godly power arrived, this continued. Chen Feng's sea of consciousness remained calm, not a single wave remained. Time slowly passed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. What are you guys doing?
The huge monkey scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Lord God, hurry up and finish the contract. The huge monkey was truly confused. This god had said that he would turn Chen Feng into his apostle using the contract.
Yet why was it that they both had been maintaining that weird pose for so long without moving?
As the god heard this, his face darkened.
Even he wanted to ask the same question.
The contract had obviously been sent out.
His godly power had clearly been unleashed without holding anything back. Why? Why was nothing happening? This fellow. The god's expression became scarily unsightly. Chen Feng was feeling rather awkward as well. What could he do? He was clear on what was going on. As such, after careful consideration, he cautiously said, "Why don't we forget about this?" Instantly, the god was infuriated. Forget? Are you looking down on me now? I am a god. He was furious. He felt like he had lost the prestige he should have as a god. All other gods only needed to casually wave their hands to make anything happen. Yet he, similarly a god, had failed every single time he had tried to show off. Moreover, so many awkward incidents seemed to be happening. Even worse was the fact that he had even lost an apostle to this. Was stopping even an option for him now? No, it was not. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. The god spoke coldly. I said that I will turn you into an apostle. I will do what I said. Bang! A holy beam appeared. The god had actually intensified his godly power, unleashing his full power upon Chen Feng's body. At present, the god was shrouded in a dazzling radiance, he appeared incomparably divine. As for the Herculean apes, they all became filled with expectation when they saw this. So this was the so-called apostles' contract? Only Chen Feng knew clearly what was going on. Somewhat awkwardly, he watched on as the waterfall of godly power entered his sea of consciousness and vanished. So what if the amount of godly power was increased? It could not even start fusing with his sea of consciousness. Just as Chen Feng was about to say something, suddenly, he felt like the miniature person's complexion seemed to look better than before. This was not a misconception on his part. Rather, the miniature person's complexion was truly looking better. Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. Could it be? Was the nourishment of godly power bringing about some change in the miniature person? That was quite possible. Chen Feng's heart trembled. If so, it seemed like it wasn't a bad thing after all for the miniature person to absorb the godly power. He proceeded to try syncing with the miniature person, and he found with astonishment that his amplified strength had actually increased compared to earlier. The miniature person had indeed improved. Was this the effect brought about by the godly power? Too strong. Chen Feng finally understood. He is absorbing the godly power to improve. So it turned out that this was the manner in which the miniature person improved. However, this was quite an astonishing method of improvement. After all, godly power was not normally something one could obtain casually. Who would have guessed that this miniature person actually required godly power to improve? If this is the case, things will be quite troublesome. Chen Feng smiled bitterly as he realized that if this was the case, he would never be an apostle in his entire life. Shwa! 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 Waves of godly power surged in. The Lord God was still trying his very best to pour godly power into Chen Feng. Unfortunately for him, he did not realize that the godly power he was pouring in was working as fertilizer instead of the way he intended. 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, when it reached the point that even the god's expression was turning pale, he gave up. The apostle's contract had failed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768, What an Unreliable Person. Chapter 768, What an Unreliable Person. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The God side. Your talent when it comes to godly power is very bad. It was without a doubt that, after so many years of being a god, he had never encountered a lifeform with such poor talent.
So poor was Chen Feng's talent that he couldn't force Chen Feng into the apostle realm even if he wanted to.
Was Chen Feng a completely talentless person?
That did not seem likely, as he had successfully become a resonator. Thus, it was clear that rather than being completely talentless, he simply had extremely poor talent. After all, he had required quite the effort on the god's part even when entering the resonance realm, with the higher difficulty posed by the apostle realm.
Failed?
The huge monkey blanked.
This thing can actually fail? Evidently, none of them had ever heard that the establishment of a contract of gods could actually fail. Theoretically, wasn't a god an almighty and omnipotent figure as far as a mortal was concerned?
As the god heard this, his face darkened.
What could he say? Even as a god, this was the first time he had encountered something like this.
Since he had encountered Chen Feng, he had felt like he was encountering one defeat after another. In order to prove that he was still a god, he decided to give it one more try even though he had exhausted a large amount of godly power in the previous attempt.
Naturally, the target for this second attempt would not be Chen Feng.
Suddenly, he pointed at the huge monkey.
Come.
Although this huge monkey was much weaker than Chen Feng, he had still nevertheless reached the lowest requirements for becoming an apostle.
As such. Schwa.
He pointed at the huge monkey.
Bang. Bang.
His godly power surged out, and the apostle's contract appeared.
Since this huge monkey was comparatively weaker, this process did not immediately succeed.
However, as the godly power surged, a golden radiance appeared around the huge monkey's body, slowly converging within him.
Bang! With a loud boom, a shocking symbol flickered on the huge monkey's forehead. Apostle's contract, success. The huge monkey howled, Ayo! Bang! Bang! Bang!
He started smacking himself in excitement. As he sensed the formidable prowess he now possessed, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself and started yelling.
Success! All the other Herculean apes were endlessly excited as well. The god heaved a sigh of relief.
Although the godly power he had exhausted was rather high, he had still succeeded. His repeated failures with Chen Feng had truthfully caused him to lose no small amount of confidence in himself. He had even believed that he was no longer capable of promoting someone to the apostle realm. Now that he looked at it, the problem was not in him, it was this Chen Feng fellow. And thus, as the god reached a new conclusion, he grudgingly looked at Chen Feng.
Chen Feng. Bro, can you not look at me like I am some impotent person? The god patted the huge monkey's shoulder. Henceforth, you are my apostle. All right.
The huge monkey was excited. He could feel a close connection between him and godly power. The moment he had become an apostle, his relationship with the god had started to feel much more intimate than it had in the past. As such, he was naturally happy with this development.
As for you. The god looked at Chen Feng with a distressed expression.
Your talent when it comes to godly power is truly very poor.
We can only take it slow. Chen Feng failed to become an apostle?
The huge monkey finally realized what had happened, and he was suddenly excited.
Can I challenge him, then? Among the Herculean apes, strength was everything. As such, challenges were quite normal among them.
Although they all respected Chen Feng greatly, they frequently had the desire to challenge him. This was especially true for the huge monkey, who had suffered numerous defeats at Chen Feng's hands. This time, with his successful promotion and Chen Feng's failure, his instinctive reaction was to challenge Chen Feng. However, the moment his words left his mouth, the god dragged him away.
What kind of joke was that? Had he not seen the wooden apostle earlier? Had that apostle not vanished upon fighting Chen Feng?
After giving it some thought, the god was still unwilling to give up on Chen Feng and, in a serious tone, said, I will think of a way to solve your issue. After all, the strength Chen Feng had demonstrated was truly too astonishing.
Chen Feng could only smile bitterly. All right. Alas, this wasn't an issue that could be solved easily.
His fake nascent soul, which had been absorbing all the godly power. He probably had to look for the reason behind this before he could solve it. However, right at this moment, Chen Feng's acute senses were able to detect a fluctuation.
The fluctuation noiselessly arrived. Suddenly, Chen Feng was alarmed. Who is it?
It was the very first time he had sensed a fluctuation so clearly. The bizarre fluctuation flitted across before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never appeared.
Chen Feng was startled, yet he could no longer find it. Earlier?
With the turn of his head, he sensed something different, yet it vanished.
The god looked at him curiously. What's going on? Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, Did you not feel a fluctuation earlier? No.
The god maintained his curious expression.
Chen Feng. Even a god hadn't felt it? But that had clearly been a fluctuation. Was it a misconception on his part?
Chen Feng looked over at the miniature person, whose complexion had improved once again.
How could it be a misconception?
That fluctuation that had rippled past had actually been absorbed by this miniature person, causing a drastic improvement in his complexion.
That familiar feeling.
That fluctuation had to have appeared before as well. However, the past him had been too weak and had failed to detect it. But with this miniature person, which had also grown stronger, he had managed to detect that fluctuation. Xiaoying, Chen Feng said inwardly, observe him for me.
The moment it appeared.
Xiaoying flickered several times in response.
Chen Feng was still wondering what that fluctuation had been.
He felt like something had to have happened, even if this was just his intuition. Just as he was deep in thought, a loud boom carried over. It was akin to the rumble of 10,000 peals of thunder. As it reached the mountain, the entire shrine boomed loudly, startling everyone present.
The god was furious. Who is it? There were actually people daring enough to come mess around in his territory? He was truly furious now. It was fine for him to have lost his prestige in front of these monkeys, it was also fine to have lost his prestige facing Chen Feng, but now, the provocation had even reached his territory? He was an illustrious god, an almighty and majestic god. He would not tolerate this. Shua!
With a flash, the god appeared at the entrance together with Chen Feng and the others. There, a group of people were shouting at the door.
Humph! The god snorted, feeling suicidal?
The huge monkey grinned.
Let me deal with them. Good. Capture.
Before the god could even finish his words, the huge monkey had already pounced forth. His huge size, his terrifying talent, and his present strength as an apostle caused him to shoot forth like an artillery shell.
Bang!
This artillery shell landed, and instantly, a huge portion of the group of people, who also possessed extraordinary strength, was killed off.
Capture and question. The god failed to complete his sentence.
The huge monkey turned around and smiled.
What? The god's body stiffened. Nothing.
He had never killed an apostle. However, after giving it some thought, an apostle capable of reaching this place should be the apostle of the other minor gods nearby. In that case, it did not matter even if they were killed by the huge monkey.
After all, he did not fear those minor gods. You all. The only survivor of the group looked at the huge monkey in horror.
He had evidently never expected that the huge monkey would truly dare to make a move.
You guys are courting death. A mere minor god. Bastard.
The huge monkey slapped him without hesitation.
I am an apostle from Mount Carve City. Bang! The heavily injured apostle was transformed into mincemeat by the huge monkey's slap. Mount Carve.
The god had a bad premonition. His godly power surged out and landed on the forehead of one of the corpses.
Next, an extremely familiar imprint appeared. Prison.
This was the word on the imprint. At this sight, the god's pupils shrunk. This was the apostle of one of the almighty gods of Mount Carve City, a god called Prison.
Why were they here? No, now was not the time to ask this question. Suddenly, the god noticed an even bigger issue. The apostle of Prison had been killed by the huge monkey using the apostle power he had just granted the monkey not too long ago. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, It's Like You Are Joking. Chapter 769, It's Like You Are Joking. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
In Mount Carve City, a certain astonishing aura erupted suddenly.
How audacious of you. Bang! That dreadful aura engulfed the entire city, causing all the lifeforms in the area to tremble in fear. God, this aura.
Which idiot provoked this lord?
Whoever it was, he is finished.
Leave quickly, lest we be caught up in this anger.
Countless lifeforms looked in the direction of the city center in shock.
They started hastily leaving in fear of being caught up in the god's wrath.
Excellent. Since you want a battle, then a battle it shall be.
Prison's killing intent surged. He had initially wanted to avoid killing, especially at a time like this when the number of gods was still lacking. The rules set in place by the Sin God generally did not allow killing among gods. As such, after pondering the issue for a long time, he had decided to have his apostle pay the god a visit. Unexpectedly, his apostle had been directly killed.
This was too excessive.
I told you earlier that it's pointless trying to reason with these wild gods, a different god said in disdain. They are barbarous and ignorant, they became gods through pure luck. Ultimately, they are still the lowest existences among gods.
Which god is that fellow? Prison asked coldly.
The other god curled his lips.
I don't know. Who would be bothered to know the title of a wild god? Prison stood up. Instantly, a terrifying divine aura rippled out. He could forget about normal believers getting killed, but now that an apostle had been killed, he, as the god in question, couldn't not do anything. This was a conflict between gods, something apostles could not partake in. Since that god had provoked him into a battle between gods, he had to accept the challenge. Looks like I have to personally take a trip there. Let me see clearly what kind of strength you have, for you to be so audacious as to kill my apostle.
At this time, on a certain mountain, that god stared blankly at the corpse below him, then looked at the proud huge monkey. He blanked for a long time as he came to terms with the fact that, just like that, he had provoked Prison. Good lord, Prison was a major god. This god felt a little lightheaded.
Why had this happened out of the blue? How are you?
The huge monkey looked at his god, who was presently rubbing his head with an unsightly expression. The huge monkey was somewhat confused as he wondered how a god could be plagued by a sickness as simple as a headache.
How odd. The god.
He looked at the huge monkey, who was seriously contemplating this problem, but he didn't know how to answer the question.
How should he say it? Should he tell the monkey that he was an idiot for not seeing clearly whose apostle this fellow was, and question the monkey for having the galls to kill him? Should he ask the monkey if he knew that what he had just done was the equivalent of provoking a war between two gods? He could not bring himself to say any of these things.
The huge monkey had acted on his behalf. This apostle of Prison had indeed been too unbridled, causing the huge monkey to react violently, accidentally killing the apostle. In any case, the apostle was already dead. It was pointless to talk about all this. Regardless of how he felt, he had to calm himself down.
He knew that he had to stay calm.
What he was about to face was his most dangerous crisis yet since his ascension to godhood.
A major god.
Alas, his heart still chilled at the thought. He was among the lowest of the minor gods, so far apart from a major god 2 realms separated them. If he truly dared to fight Prison, he would not be able to last even a single round. They were in completely different leagues. In short, he would never be able to defeat Prison, not in his entire life. At present, the only thing he could do was flee at top speed to preserve his life. As for this shrine of his, the god looked sourly at this mountain before him. This shrine, this room, everything here had been carved out by him personally with great difficulty. As a lone god, he had spent quite a lot of time to complete this shrine of his.
Yet now,
as of this moment, he appeared so very pitiful as he stood there. Evidently, he had never expected that, in a short few days, he would transform from a minor god with a little remote territory into a nomad god.
What the hell was this? Was it even a good thing for him to have encountered Chen Feng and the huge monkey? Even he could not answer this question.
He clenched his teeth as he decided to escape with everyone.
Let's go.
The huge monkey scratched his head in confusion, evidently yet to realize what just happened. He was wondering why this god had stood still for a long time after seeing the imprint on the corpse's head before suddenly deciding to take them all away.
What was going on?
Chen Feng sank into contemplation.
Prison.
He had heard of this god as well.
Prison was one of the major gods residing in Mount Carved City, and he was quite a big shot. Why had his apostle come in the first place?
Oh, right, it must have been because of the believers around Mount Carved City.
Chen Feng understood clearly.
This was the only reason that could have caused that god to send someone here. Unfortunately for the apostle, he had been too arrogant, believing that nobody would dare to make a move against him, and had thus instantly transformed into a corpse.
I see. Chen Feng understood everything.
In short, this pitiful god of theirs was once again being made a scapegoat.
Let's go. Chen Feng patted the huge monkey's shoulder as he explained, there are too many of us.
Therefore, we need to look for a new home.
Ayo.
The huge monkey sighed with sorrow.
So it seems like nowadays, even being a god is quite difficult, huh?
And thus, on this day, within an hour of the huge monkey killing the apostle, the god brought Chen Feng and the Herculean apes and fled, leaving behind an empty mountain.
The cold breeze brushed past, and the absolutely empty shrine looked so pitiful.
Shortly after, with a flickering of light, 2 terrifying figures descended. They were Prison and a companion of his that was also a major god.
Prison had initially planned to come alone. However, his companion was of the opinion that there might be a trap here, since the opponent had provoked them out of the blue.
As they'd thought about how some gods had perished in such a manner in the past, they had decided to come together. And yet, what they saw was a pitiful empty mountain. On the ground, the corpse of the apostle was still sprawled about. It was clear that nobody had bothered to clean this place up.
As for the shrine, it was completely empty. Prison frowned. Where is he?
He did not believe that a god daring enough to kill his apostle would actually flee from him.
Temporarily out, the other god guessed.
Let us wait here, then, said Prison. He had to deal with the death of his apostle. This was especially true because he could see how, even in death, his apostle's eyes had been wide open, evidently not believing that he would die in such a manner.
Sure.
The other god concealed his aura and waited.
1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. 10 hours. And just like that, 1 day passed.
It was not until the end of the second day that Prison accepted a certain fact with great reluctance: the god with the galls to kill his apostle had actually escaped.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 770, Start Snatching Recruits. Chapter 770, Start Snatching Recruits. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Nothing. Nothing.
Prison searched the entire shrine but found nothing.
All of that god's belongings had been taken away.
However, a lot of the things here still had lingering traces of a god's aura, proving that just recently, a god had been residing here.
Yet now he was gone.
The other god analyzed the traces.
From the godly power, this should be a minor god. Prison was furious. Since it's a minor god, why was he brave enough to kill my apostle?
The other god gave it some thought before shaking his head.
Nobody can answer that question.
Prison raged.
Search for him. I refuse to believe that I can't find him. He was filled with anger, but he was unable to find an avenue to vent it.
Therefore, he summoned his apostles and believers and had them search.
Alas, they ultimately failed to find even a single clue.
That god had seemingly vanished, leaving behind only some traces of godly power on the corpses here. Apart from this, no other clues were found. In the first place, this territory was in the outermost border of Mount Carve City. Not far away was the territory of a different god. Due to the struggle for faith, the relationship between these gods of different territories was definitely not good. As such, it would be fundamentally impossible for him to get the help of the gods of the other territories in his search. Moreover, nobody had a clue as to where that god had escaped. If he decided to stop using his godly power and focus purely on concealing himself, apart from the great sin god, no other gods could find him. The day will come when he appears.
Prison gnashed his teeth.
In his hand was the tiny amount of that god's godly power that he had gathered. With this, the moment that God showed himself, he would know immediately. So long as he sensed a similar godly power, he would be able to locate that god. Naturally, even more important was the fact that this god had taken away the 1,000+ tribes surrounding Mount Carve City.
There were so many lifeforms, how had that god been able to bring them all along? Or perhaps he had a destination in mind?
Suddenly, the other god spoke.
I have a bad premonition. Could this perhaps be the work of the gods of the nearby cities? They may have wanted to expand their pool of believers and thus stole the tribes from our territory?
Prison shook his head without hesitation.
That is not possible. They would not do such a thing.
Since none of those gods would dare do such a thing.
That was because doing something like that was equivalent to severing one's foundation. It would bring about a major grudge.
If they did that and were discovered, a huge battle would ensue. At that time, a true war between the gods would erupt, and they would become mortal enemies. After all, it was impossible for any of the cities near them to conceal the number of missing tribes.
Who could it have been, then? I don't know.
The believers of the nearby cities have all said that they have not noticed any exceptions.
How can more than 1,000 tribes, with several million tribesmen, vanish into thin air? Who exactly was that god? And why did he do this?
Prison could not understand this. The same could be said of his companion. All the gods of Mount Carve City spent a long time contemplating this, yet they failed to figure out the reason.
None of them could have guessed that their line of thought was totally wrong.
All of this was in fact not the work of that god, he had merely been made a scapegoat.
Continue the search. We must determine the reason. However, we must also focus on a different issue. Prison sighed deeply. If we fail to find the 1,000 missing tribes, what should we do? This was the most heart-wrenching issue.
More than 1,000 tribes had gone missing. They were the foundations of Mount Carve City. Without them, in the coming decades, Mount Carve City would not have any new believers. This was the scariest issue. What should we do? This was what they had to focus on. After returning, Prison and the other god discussed with the others. They spent several days in discussion, and after confirming that it was impossible to find the missing tribes, they had no choice but to use their backup plan.
Let's start recruiting. Recruiting? Yes. Offer better terms secretly to the tribes nearby and get them to move over voluntarily to become part of Mount Carve City.
In short, they were going to steal recruits from other gods.
This is not very good, right? Do you have a better idea? No. Us providing a better offer is simply healthy competition.
With the unique circumstances we are in, we have to use unique methods.
We must replenish the lost tribes as soon as possible.
Otherwise, Mount Carve City will definitely fall in the not-too-distant future.
Understood.
Sacrifice short-term gains for long-term gains.
This shall be our current focus. Understood. We don't even need to give too good an offer. We don't have to steal all their tribes. We only need to steal a bit from each city. That will be sufficient. Understood. Remember, do not recruit too excessively.
We do not wish to provoke the gods of all these cities.
Understood.
And thus, soon after, the news of the recruitment noiselessly began to spread. And with that, some tribes truly started secretly moving over. As for the gods of the other cities, they all noticed this development as well.
Mount Carve City has crossed the line.
However, they have been careful to not do anything that might trigger a war between gods, but
even so, they can't do that, right? I advise you guys to not get involved in this. I heard that something recently happened to them.
More than 1,000 tribes went missing, and their outer region has been completely emptied.
That is why they are doing this. Is that for real?
Of course. Therefore, do not place too many restrictions on them. Otherwise, if they really fail to recruit even a single believer, they will probably start to go crazy. At that time, a true war between the gods will erupt.
Hiss. Fine, forget it. However, we can't allow them to continue doing this, right? Dealing with this is easy.
Put out some preferential offers as well and aim the offers at those with the potential to be apostles. Give them the best resources and treatment so as to retain the gifted ones.
As for the rest, well, those lacking ambition or talent can be given up at any time. That will do.
The gods of the other cities all reached a decision. Their ultimate decision was to retain the gifted ones with preferential treatment, while the lacking ones would be allowed to freely travel to Mount Carve City. This was in fact a different method of filtering out the undesirables. Toward this, Mount Carve City was helpless.
At present, the outer region of their territory was completely empty.
As such, they had to take what they could. Even those deemed undesirables could not be rejected. To deal with the preferential treatment the other cities were offering, they had no choice but to sacrifice more and spend more resources to recruit the better quality ones. However, the vast majority of the gifted ones, those with the potential to reach the apostle realm, were not willing to move. Just like this, a cold war started. Unexpectedly, this instead resulted in peace among these few cities, who would otherwise still have had minor skirmishes every now and then. As for now, it was a pure battle for resources. At this time, Chen, Feng, and the rest, who were fleeing together with the god, also heard this news.
All the major companies have started fighting over recruits.
This was Chen Feng's first thought when he heard. Due to the abrupt bankruptcy of a certain training and recruitment agency, Mount Carve Company was now lacking in talent. Helpless, they had no choice but to start recruiting from the other companies. As for the other companies, they had started to increase the pay to retain their own talent. This was what Chen Feng saw.
And this would be the perfect chance for him.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 771, Legend. Chapter 771, Legend. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng's current strength was rather bizarre. He was around level 10 resonance, right at the peak of resonance. After the amplification effect, his combat power was equivalent to a level 1 apostle. Yet he had discovered something astonishing: he was not able to improve beyond his current level, since he was incapable of resonating with a god. Even his current level 10 resonance had been achieved with great difficulty with the help of this god. It was a realm he would not be able to reach through his own comprehension. Under normal circumstances, the god would merely act as a bridge and help one enter the realm of resonance.
As for the rest, one would have to rely on one's own comprehension. As for Chen Feng, he had received preferential treatment from the god and been fed a huge amount of godly power. Even so, he had only been able to reach level 10 resonance. Even if the god wanted to push him into the resonance realm, the god couldn't.
What about Chen Feng comprehending the godly power by himself and improving naturally?
That was nearly impossible. As such, Chen Feng was seemingly stuck, no longer able to improve. Just like the god had guessed, it was very possible that Chen Feng might be forever stuck at this stage.
Resonance, huh? Chen Feng sighed.
The realm of resonance was where one started comprehending their god's godly power.
Regretfully, his comprehension was nearly non-existent. How can this be?
Chen Feng scratched his head.
Why couldn't he resonate?
Once again, he tried comprehending godly power, but as usual, there was no reaction whatsoever.
Sure enough, he no longer had any hope of comprehension.
If so, there was only one method left for him to increase his strength. He had to rely on this fake nascent soul of his. He had discovered earlier that, upon absorbing godly power, this fellow would improve. With that, the amplification effect would become smoother, better, and even stronger. It was quite hard to put into words. For instance, if the previous amplification value had been 10 times 10, now, it had seemingly changed to 10 times 10 times 1. This was a rather odd change, as the final value was essentially the same. No, to be more accurate, after the improvement of his miniature person that one time, it had seemingly changed to 10 times 10 times 1.001. Naturally, this was the new amplification rate for his resonance realm, which was somewhat different than the amplification in the awakened realm, since this realm was greater.
The improvement was extremely minute. However, did this not signify that a new avenue for increasing his strength had been discovered?
Chen Feng's body was still incapable of surpassing level 10 resonance.
However, what if the amplification effect improved without stop? What if that one at the back continued to increase? Would it become a 2, a 3, or perhaps something even bigger? Perhaps it might even reach 10. This would give Chen Feng even greater combat power, reaching that of a level 1000 resonator, and would be quite an astonishing improvement. Naturally, this required his fake nascent soul to be able to absorb sufficient godly power to ultimately further enhance his amplification effect. Should he get the god to provide him with some sort of sponsor? Instinctively, Chen Feng looked over at the god only to see a pale and weakened appearance. Ultimately, he was too embarrassed to ask for more from this god. Forget it. This god was already pitiful enough due to them. There was no need for him to further harm the god. Naturally, more important was the fact that, given the god's appearance, it was obvious that he had yet to recover from the excessive exhaustion when he had tried to increase Chen Feng's realm. As such, he would not be able to help even if he wanted to. Looks like I have to look for other gods, but... Chen Feng set his sights on the recruitment project of the several major cities, and he was extremely tempted. Chen Feng laughed. A cold war?
At this time, the struggle over believers had slowly unfolded. Every single day, news spread about so-and-so genius getting recruited by so-and-so city, or about so-and-so city providing generous compensation and being worth joining. Whatever the case, Mount Car City was the weakest party in this conflict. There was only one reason for this: their lack of foundation. Having lost the 1,000+ tribes around them, their surroundings were now empty. Even when other geniuses were willing to come, they had to migrate their families and start from scratch here. Even for geniuses, this brought about much pressure. Therefore, despite Mount Car City's more generous compensation, they still managed to obtain the fewest recruits. Of course, this was only taking into consideration the geniuses. As for the common and weak tribes, Mount Car City had gained the most.
Yet another common tribe? Yes. How many have we obtained? Over 300 tribes. I am asking about those with the potential to become apostles. Oh, not one so far.
Even with more than 300 tribes recruited, not a single one had the potential to become apostles. This was their present crisis. If this progressed, they would have no choice but to place their hope in the future of these tribes rather than the present them. Nevertheless, this was still some sort of hope.
It's fine.
Even if our present apostles will be lower in amount, so long as the future of Mount Car City is guaranteed, everything will be fine.
Understood.
They continued recruiting, but with little hope of anyone with the potential to become an apostle joining them.
Surprisingly, recently, a piece of news had been spreading, news that alarmed even the gods of Mount Car City. An extraordinary genius called Chen Feng was heading toward Mount Car City. Chen Feng? Extraordinary? The gods of Mount Car City were somewhat stupefied. Why had they never heard of this genius?
It is said that he is a recently emerged genius, the apostle explained.
He is only at the resonance realm, yet his strength is extremely terrifying. He can even contend against veteran apostles.
It is said that a certain minor god personally tried to recruit him but was rejected.
This person possessed extraordinary talent.
As the gods of Mount Carved City heard this, their hearts burned with desire.
There was such a person? Why did you guys not present a report about him in the past? Prison asked in a sonorous voice.
The underling smiled bitterly.
Everyone is clear on the situation we are in. None of us expected that this person would actually head over here. Prison took in a deep breath. It doesn't matter. It's good that he is willing to come.
When he arrives, I shall personally receive him.
The underling's heart trembled. Ah? You are going personally?
Heavens, Lord Prison was a major god with several dozen apostles.
Yet he was willing to personally welcome the arrival of a single apostle?
In unique circumstances, we must take unique actions.
Prison smiled.
Furthermore, I have never seen anyone in the resonance realm capable of contending against an apostle.
I shall go expand my knowledge. And if this person is here representing a tribe, perhaps.
What we stand to gain is more than a single apostle.
Prison said profoundly. The underling nodded. Understood. Soon, this news spread throughout Mount Carved City. Everyone knew that a resonator would arrive and that Lord Prison would personally receive him.
This caused all the apostles to feel envy and hatred, lamenting the fact that this fellow had arrived at such an opportune time. Apart from a time like this, could a mere resonator ever receive such treatment? Early the next day, numerous experts focused their gaze on the entrance to Mount Carved City. There, Prison and several apostles were waiting.
Not far away, a figure gradually appeared. Everyone's heart trembled. He's here.
Prison looked at the youth in front of him, doubt in his eyes.
You are Chen Feng? Chen Feng bowed slightly. Yes. Lord God. Are you willing to be my apostle? Prison asked with a deep voice.
As far as Prison was concerned, since this Chen Feng had traveled so far to reach here, his intention had to be becoming the apostle of a major god. In Mount Carved City, Prison was the strongest major god. That depends on whether you are qualified, esteemed one, Chen Feng said, polite as ever. Alas, these words of his were like a bomb that triggered the fury of all the lifeforms present.
Audacious. Do you know who you are talking to? How egotistical. Countless lifeforms were furious.
Even though Mount Carved City was in a crisis, that did not mean that anyone could view them with such contempt. Perhaps Mount Carved City's strength would drop slightly in the future. However, right now, they were still undeniably a powerhouse. As for Prison, he was the strongest god in the city.
Now, a mere resonator dared provoke their god? He was courting death.
The eyes of all the apostles and gods were now filled with killing intent.
Prison laughed. Qualified? Yes.
Calm as ever, Chen Feng explained, in fact, I am fine with being the apostle of any god.
Perhaps you have heard some rumors about me. Alas, those rumors are erroneous. Prison's interest was piqued.
Oh? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 772, The Search. Chapter 772, The Search. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I did not reject that god. On the contrary, I was extremely willing to be that god's apostle.
Regretfully, the apostle's contract failed to be established. Failed?
Prison was astonished.
This was the first time he had ever heard of something like this. Chen Feng nodded. That's right.
That god said that my growth during the resonance realm was too excessive. As such, regular gods will be unable to establish a contract with me.
For the contract to be successfully established, an even stronger god, one of a higher level, will be required.
As everyone heard this, they took in a deep breath in shock.
There was such a thing? How strong was this fellow to be repelling gods? This was too astonishing. I see. Deep curiosity appeared in Prison's eyes. There was actually such a thing. If he could make this youth his apostle, perhaps he would be able to attract even more experts. Come, let us go establish the contract, Prison said in excitement.
Chen Feng smiled bitterly.
Let's do it here. After that god, I found 2 other gods to try it out as well. All failed without exception.
Therefore, let us establish the contract here so that when it fails, I can immediately go look for the next god.
Prison.
This was the very first time he had received such a cold shoulder.
Prison inhaled deeply. Fine, this is also acceptable.
Under everyone's gaze, he started to establish the apostle's contract.
Hum. A flickering imprint appeared. This was an apostle's imprint. The contract started descending and landed on Chen Feng's forehead. Terrifying godly power surged out and poured into his forehead. Chen Feng's mood became solemn. Here it comes.
He assumed the proper pose and calmed himself, seemingly trying to endure the infusion of godly power.
Bang! Bang! Godly power far stronger than that of the minor god poured into his body. Chen Feng was shocked. So this is the strength of a major god?
Without a doubt, Prison's godly power was much greater than that minor god's. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, he surpassed that god by far. So strong was the godly power that Chen Feng even started to wait expectantly for the moment that he finally became an apostle.
Perhaps he could truly become an apostle here? And yet, shortly afterward, reality showed Chen Feng that he was being too wishful. Bang! Waves of godly power poured into him.
The miniature person was still as calm as ever, absorbing all the godly power that arrived, not leaving anything behind. Regardless of the quality or quantity of the godly power, everything was cleaned up.
Ha! Prison was astonished. He had poured quite a huge amount of godly power in, yet there was still no reaction?
This person called Chen Feng was indeed rather special. Since this was the case, he might as well increase the amount of godly power and see what happened.
He refused to believe that a mere resonator could resist him. Bang! An even more terrifying amount of godly power poured in.
Initially, Chen Feng had still had a tiny amount of hope in his heart that he would be able to become an apostle. Alas, that little amount of hope was crushed as the miniature person absorbed all the godly power without stop. Toward the end, Chen Feng merely watched on in boredom as this unfolded. Not a single bit of godly power was left for him. All was absorbed by this miniature person.
A nascent soul indeed. Prison began to frown. MHM?
At this time, he finally realized how thorny this issue was. However, Chen Feng's words from earlier had put on something of a spot. As such, he had no choice but to continue increasing the intensity of his godly power with a frown on his face, hoping that this fellow would quickly become his apostle.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Finally, Prison started to turn pale.
This Chen Feng's body was like a bottomless pit with no end.
Regardless of the amount of godly power that entered, it was still insufficient to turn him into an apostle. Could it be that, even he, Prison, was not qualified to become this fellow's god? Damn it! Prison finally stopped gloomily. The entirety of Mount Carved City lapsed into silence.
As for the apostles and the others that were watching unhappily, their hearts jolted furiously at this moment. Evidently, they had never expected that Lord Prison would truly fail.
Indeed. Chen Feng's expression dimmed, seemingly not surprised by this at all. Are you not surprised? A god asked. What is there to be surprised about? Chen Feng sighed. Among the gods I encountered previously, one of them was a major god as well. Even he failed. Schwa. Everyone lapsed into silence. However, that lord did tell me of a way out of this predicament. He said that I am too strong. If I want to be an apostle, there are only 2 methods.
The first is to find a god with sufficient godly power to satisfy the requirement for transforming me into an apostle.
With an absolute amount of godly power, such a god could change me. At that time, I might become the strongest apostle in existence.
Slowly, Chen Feng continued, the second method is to look for a god that is completely compatible with me. The moment our resonance reaches a certain level, the apostle's contract will naturally be successfully established.
Compatibility. Everyone sank into silence. The probability of finding such a god. How low was it? That is why I came.
Chen Feng gazed into the distance and continued, my goal is to traverse the world in search of my true god.
At that time, I will give my heart and soul to him. Prison laughed bitterly. Seems like I don't have the chance to obtain your loyalty, then. Everyone could clearly see Chen Feng's potential.
For him to be able to contend against an apostle at the resonance realm, how strong would he be in the future? The moment he became an apostle, his strength would skyrocket.
At that time, what height would he reach? For an expert like this to not be under me.
Suddenly, killing intent emerged in Prison's heart. However, as he saw the countless gazes watching him, he ultimately eliminated such thoughts. Finally, he understood the reason Chen Feng had insisted on establishing the contract here. Chen Feng looked at the other gods.
Are there any lords here interested in giving it a try?
Earlier, when Prison had been attempting to establish the contract, the other gods had arrived. As they heard his question, they all instinctively looked over at Prison.
You guys give it a try as well, Prison said after giving it some thought. Even though he couldn't keep Chen Feng for himself, it would still be good if Chen Feng could be kept in this city. All right, the other gods answered. And thus, a new round of contract establishment began. Shwa! Shwa! Godly power started surging out. With Prison as the example, they all poured out their godly power at full power from the very start, hoping to establish the contract in a single push. Bang! 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 Boundless godly power surged into Chen Feng. Alas, regardless of the amount, not a single one of them succeeded. Once again, Chen Feng's path to comprehending godly power was cut short as the nascent soul reaped all the benefits. Ultimately, only a bunch of pale gods were left behind. Their godly power had all been squeezed clean, yet none of them had met the requirements for making Chen Feng an apostle. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Looks like I will have to continue roaming about. The gods could only keep their silence. What could they say? This fellow had only arrived so he could become an apostle. Now that he had failed to become an apostle, he had no choice but to leave. Prison truly wanted to keep Chen Feng here. Unfortunately, he could not do so. He was sure that the moment he tried to force Chen Feng to stay, people would stop coming to Mount Carved City willingly. Moreover, even the existing apostles of Mount Carved City would object to this. As such, he could only watch on as Chen Feng left. This fellow. Prison stared into the distance. As a major god, even after exhausting all his power, he had still failed to meet Chen Feng's requirements. If so, who could be Chen Feng's true god? An even higher level god? Or perhaps Chen Feng would truly be able to meet a god he was compatible? Prison had no idea. However, here and now, with Chen Feng's departure, a new legend began to spread in these lands. A legend about Chen Feng, his strength, and his true god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, Plan Seen Through. Chapter 773, Plan Seen Through. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Hey, have you heard? A rather popular resonator appeared recently. Ah, yes, I have heard of him. He's called Chen Feng, right? I heard that, because he is too strong, even his god was unable to satisfy the requirement for turning him into an apostle. That is why he has to travel the lands in search of the strongest god. Yeah, I heard that only the strongest of the gods will be able to turn him into an apostle. Is that for real? I'm not sure. However, it is said that a lot of gods are looking for him now. Ah? What for? To prove themselves, I suppose? A lot of major gods have failed. Therefore, a huge number of gods are hoping that they will be the strongest god, the one that succeeds in subduing this Chen Feng. In any case, there aren't any losses even if they fail in their attempts. But if they succeed, their gain will be enormous. Whichever god succeeds will be able to attract an even larger number of resonators to his side, am I right? Moreover, the moment a god succeeds, he's already capable of contending against an apostle while in the resonance realm. How powerful will he be after becoming an apostle? Similar discussions were being repeated everywhere. Just like this, the legends surrounding Chen Feng began to spread. Interestingly, in addition to the major gods, those weak minor gods were looking for him as well. These gods didn't think they were stronger than the major gods. Rather, they were trying their luck to see if they were the compatible one. With so many gods in existence, there ought to be one that was compatible with Chen Feng. What if they themselves happened to be the one? As such, the major gods wanted to prove their prowess, and the minor gods wanted to try their luck and see if they were the compatible one. And thus, without Chen Feng personally seeking them out, the gods appeared before him one after another. Right outside Mount Carved City, a long line had formed, a line of gods waiting to establish a contract with Chen Feng. This sight stunned all life forms. Something like this has actually happened? Too strong. For him to reach this level as a mere resonator, he is truly the first in history. Won't a god make a move against him in anger? With so many major gods watching on attentively, who would dare? True. At this time, unknown to anyone, beyond the blue dome of heaven, on a certain summit where a shrine that all gods looked up to was located, a certain god had also heard of this. The strongest apostle? Chen Feng?
Yi was astonished. He had never expected that this new world he had created would have such an expert. The entire human world had been used away by him to serve as his supply of believers. As such, his power of faith was something no god could compare with, since humanity's billions were monopolized by him alone. And thus he had never bothered much about this new world he had created.
Yet now, such a life form has actually been birthed here? He was filled with a little anticipation. One ought to know that this brand new world was not the world that had been created by the creation god. Rather, this world had been personally created by the sin god. And now, finally, a true expert had been birthed in his world. This filled him with gratification.
Chen Feng, he mumbled in silence.
Suddenly, he said, 0. A figure appeared with a flash.
Here. Go and take a look, Yi said with an amused expression. I want to see clearly exactly how strong this so-called strongest apostle is.
Okay. Instantly, 0 vanished. Chen Feng, Yi muttered.
This name gave him a rather odd feeling.
Was this feeling due to this Chen Feng being the first such existence to have ever appeared on his created world?
Hopefully that was truly the case. At this time, in Mount Card City, Chen Feng was being showered by the godly powers of the various gods. One could even say that this was a baptism of sorts. Due to the huge number of gods that had gathered here, prison had provided a venue for them to try their hand at the contract, so as to not waste any time. After all, he still wished for these gods to leave as soon as possible instead of dallying around here. And thus, within the provided venue, Chen Feng could be seen assuming various poses as he received the various gods' sponsorships.
That posture of his. Tsk tisk.
The huge monkey was endlessly amazed.
Will this truly be fine?
He had never seen anyone that could still stay fine after receiving so much godly power.
I guess so.
By his side, that minor god was filled with anxiousness as well. This was the very first time he had seen so many gods in one place. Naturally, the only reason he even dared to appear here was due to the excessively huge number of gods that had gathered here.
Shwa! Shwa!
Godly power surged out without stop. After one god was done, the next god would step forth immediately. Alas, regardless of whether it was a major or minor god, not a single one of them was able to cause any sort of change in Chen Feng. Every single time, the same disappointed expression could be seen on Chen Feng's face. Disappointment, regret, expectation toward the next god, and a small amount of indifference after the excessive number of failures. Suddenly, Chen Feng had a feeling that with this performance of his, if he was to return to his previous life, he could probably obtain an Oscars award or something. Naturally, his present focus was the growth of the miniature person. Thanks to the enthusiastic gods, his rate of growth had been incredibly rapid, so rapid that he himself dared not believe it.
The initially doll-like miniature person was now completely lifelike.
Each motion or expression of Chen Feng's could now be perfectly synced with this miniature person, and Chen Feng and the miniature person were resembling each other more and more.
Similarly, Chen Feng's combat prowess was rocketing as well.
The initial multiplier of 1.001 had started increasing thanks to the nourishment from the various gods. From 1.002 to 1.008 to 1.02 to 1.05 to 1.1, until, ultimately, when a huge majority of the gods here had tried their hands, this multiplier reached a terrifying number, 10.
This signified that Chen Feng's strength had reached a brand new height. The amplification of his resonance realm was now 10 times 10 times 10.
Suddenly, the world before his eyes appeared even clearer. With every move, he could keenly sense the vitality filling this world. Now he did not even need to spare any of his attention to sync with the miniature person within him. The miniature person was now able to automatically sync with him at all times. As for him, he had reached a certain apex.
Chen Feng's heart trembled. Is this the peak of this fake nascent soul? He could feel that he was now in a rather wondrous state.
In the past, every time he had wanted to display the amplification effect of the miniature person, he'd had to focus on it. Now that was no longer required. I am still a level 10 resonator. As for my combat power, it is around level 1000 resonance. As for a so-called level 1 apostle, their combat power is in fact equivalent to level 100 resonance. Therefore, I am now capable of crushing all apostles.
He was overwhelmed by emotion.
Where in the past he could have defeated only level 1 apostles, now he could ignore a huge number of the apostles in existence.
At present, as Chen Feng sank into contemplation, the area surrounding him lapsed into silence.
Evidently, nobody had expected that the numerous gods that had arrived would fail to bring Chen Feng a breakthrough.
Not a single one of them had succeeded. How has this happened? Is he too strong for these gods?
Suddenly, a certain apostle thought of something. It is also possible that his talent is truly too poor.
Talent.
It was at this point that, for the very first time, everyone started to pursue this line of thought.
After all, gods were too powerful.
As such, generally, they would be able to push one into the apostle realm no matter what.
The only exception was when one's talent was too poor. A certain god had a pensive look. In short, you mean to say that?
That's right. The apostle sneered.
It might not have been odd if only one god failed, but several hundred gods have failed. This caused me to think of an entirely different possibility for all these failures. Could it be that his talent is too poor, resulting in him being incapable of becoming an apostle?
That is why he came out with such a scheme to trick all the gods into helping him enter the apostle realm.
Hua!
Instantly, all the gods seemed to realize something. None of them were idiots. When the so-called legend shrouding Chen Feng was peeled apart, when they started analyzing this matter at the source, they found that this might truly be the case.
This person called Chen Feng. Shua!
Everyone looked over at Chen Feng, killing intent pervading the air.
Gulp!
The minor god that had previously been watching on for fun was suddenly nervous. It was over. Their scheme had been seen through.
That's right.
This was in fact what Chen Feng had planned, or to be more accurate, this was what Chen Feng had told this minor god. He had planned to use this method to become an apostle. At that time, all the resonators of the Herculean apes would belong solely to this minor god.
Moreover, a god capable of pushing Chen Feng into the apostle realm would most certainly be a major god.
At that time, this minor god would be able to establish a connection with a major god with the help of Chen Feng. This would be a good thing for him, so he had agreed to Chen Feng's plan.
Alas, he had never expected that even with so many gods, they would all fail.
Ultimately, at the last moment, this farce of Chen Feng's had been seen through.
This time, things would be getting troublesome.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 774, Nothing Special. Chapter 774, Nothing Special. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Who are you? And who is your god? That apostle asked in a cold tone. With this method, you are trying to make a fool out of all the gods in existence? Only the apostles could analyze this with a clear mind.
The minds of all the gods here had already been muddled by the number one resonator, future strongest apostle, and strongest god that Chen Feng had been harping about. Only the apostles were still able to see clearly and analyze this matter.
All along, this farce had been nothing but a joke. Bang! Killing intent surged out and pervaded the air.
The killing intent emanated by the more than 100 gods here caused even the gods of Mount Carve City to be afraid that this city would accidentally get destroyed by these furious gods. At this moment, all attention was focused on Chen Feng. Regardless of the apostles or gods, they all required an explanation. Due to Chen Feng, more than 100 gods and around 300 to 400 apostles had gathered here. As for the number of resonators, it was countless. They all needed an explanation.
Bang! Terrifying pressure descended.
Such an oppressive mood was sufficient to cause even a minor god to collapse. And yet Chen Feng remained calm. He had already entered an extremely unique state with his completed fake nascent soul. The god's so-called oppressive auras were nothing more special to him than regular auras.
Chen Feng looked at that apostle. Who are you?
Shuyong, apostle of the chill wind god, he proudly said, evidently pleased with his accomplishment of identifying this farce before all the gods and apostles here. He hoped that with the reputation he had brought his god, perhaps his god would obtain even more believers in the future.
What is your strength? Chen Feng asked with a smile.
Level 9 apostle, Shuyong said confidently. After all, his god wasn't one of those newly ascended minor gods. Rather, his god was a true major god. As for him, he was a formidable existence that had existed since the primordial era back then. He had only reached this realm after several millennia of cultivation.
Chen Feng smiled calmly. In short, you are an existence incomparably close to a god?
Poof. Shuyong started radiating arrogance. Even though there was still a large gap between one at the peak of the apostle realm and a god, it would still be correct to consider such an apostle as an existence closest to a god. And in the future, after reaching level 10 apostle, he might even be able to try ascending into godhood to become a subsidiary god of the chill wind god. This was the greatest accomplishment for an apostle.
Very good. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with his answer.
Well then, he stood up and fixed his gaze on Shuyong.
Do battle with me. What?
Shi Yong thought he had heard wrong. As for the observers around them, their eyes went wide as well.
Challenge? What joke was this? Shi Yong was a level 9 apostle.
As the apostle of a major god, as a formidable existence that had cultivated for so many years, even among apostles, this Shi Yong was comparably powerful. As for Chen Feng, he was nevertheless still a mere resonator.
Don't you doubt me? Chen Feng chuckled.
All your doubts are based on the assumption that I am stuck at this realm due to my poor talent, that I am exploiting these gods to help me break through.
However, I am sorry.
I do not require such help.
The only reason I want to enter the apostle realm is so that I can become stronger.
Nevertheless, even without breaking through, I, Chen Feng, am still the strongest of believers, still a legend, even though I am a mere resonator.
I am still the strongest existence below gods. Poor talent?
A look of disdain appeared on Chen Feng's face.
Come have a taste of my strength. Shua! Chen Feng took a single step forward. Bang! Formidable godly power surged out as his aura intensified. He is serious in the challenge.
All of the observers around then were shocked. One ought to know that even though Chen Feng was a legend, his achievement of defeating apostles as a resonator had merely come about from him defeating the weakest of apostles, those novice apostles. He had been able to make his name with that feat due to the huge gap between a resonator and an apostle.
Yet now he was challenging the powerful Shi Yong.
Shi Yong's eyes flashed with killing intent.
You are courting death.
He was truly furious at being challenged by a weak resonator.
Chen Feng merely sneered. He. Do you dare or not? Why not?
Shi Yong was furious. If he were to shrink from such a challenge, he would be too embarrassed to continue living. Come at me then, Chen Feng said without a trace of politeness.
Swish. Abruptly, his body soared. Shi Yong sneered.
Humph! Next, terrifying godly power surged out of him. At their level, there was no need to exchange numerous moves to decide on the victor.
Generally, a single full power exchange would be sufficient. With a single exchange, the weak and the strong would be clear. They are truly doing it. Has this Chen Feng gone crazy? How am I supposed to know? Everyone was filled with doubt. What kind of courage did a resonator need to have to dare challenge a level 9 apostle? The gap between them wasn't merely a gap of realms. Between them, an absolute suppression in terms of godly power existed. The godly powers used by them were at completely different levels due to their difference in realm. With such a difference, how was the fight supposed to proceed?
Apostles generally use a higher-tiered godly power.
True.
Furthermore, this is the godly power of a major god.
I seem to recall Chen Feng's god being an unknown minor god that is pitifully weak. That seems to be the case. How is he supposed to win then? Perhaps he is indeed incapable of victory.
However, putting forth a stunning fight to his death is, after all, better than being killed by the gods due to his trickeries.
I guess so. Everyone sighed.
If Chen Feng were to die in combat in such manner, his fame would surely spread far and wide. As their thoughts reached this point, everyone focused their attention on the sky.
There, Chen Feng's attack was descending.
Even though his attack looked rather extraordinary, it was nevertheless still the power of a level 10 resonator. As for Shi Yong's attack, it truly looked overwhelming. Instantly, the power of a major god bloomed.
With an astonishing aura, he collided with Chen Feng. Bang!
The collision resulted in a terrifying explosion, and a bright red radiance engulfed the entire world.
An alarmed cry sounded. Ha!
Everyone found with astonishment that the expected scene of Shi Yong instantly killing Chen Feng did not appear. Rather, the opposite happened.
Chen Feng's terrifying aura had instantly crushed the entirety of Shi Yong's attack. Pooh!
A mouthful of blood was coughed up.
Immediately, the godly power surrounding Shi Yong collapsed.
That terrifying attack of Chen Feng seemed capable of piercing through the heavens and earth, and it destroyed everything Shi Yong had unleashed before heading toward his forehead. Just like that, the faint red radiance that was Chen Feng's attack halted and hovered right before Shi Yong's forehead. As of this moment, the entire world seemed to have lapsed into silence.
Chen Feng's cold voice echoed about. Level 9 apostle? Nothing special.
Shi Yong stared at Chen Feng, his face unbelieving. Cold sweat poured out of his body without stop. He had never expected that this fellow before him was actually this strong. All the apostles were overwhelmed with shock. Even the gods that had initially been furious were stunned.
A resonator could be so powerful? Plan? Poor talent? Making use of the gods? What a joke. When one was this strong, What was the point of talking about so-called talent?
He had not needed to explain himself. He had not needed to argue the accusation. He had only needed to challenge Shi Yong, and all accusations collapsed with the result of his fight. Just like Chen Feng had said, he was a legend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 775, Supreme Glory. Chapter 775, Supreme Glory. Translator, limest editor, Tenish.
I only wish to be stronger. Chen Feng's words slowly turned into a sigh. As the others around heard this, they felt somewhat ashamed.
True, he only wanted to become stronger.
They shouldn't have assumed that he had poor talent just because they had failed to push him into the apostle realm.
How could his heaven-defying talent be considered poor?
At this time, the minor god who was looking on from a distance was also thoroughly stupefied. He had known that Chen Feng was rather strong. However, he had never expected that Chen Feng was so strong that he could even defeat a veteran apostle with a single punch.
This Chen Feng. The minor god's heart trembled as he thought about this.
He knew that after this battle, Chen Feng's name would be known far and wide.
How strong?
This was what all the apostles there were thinking. Even Shi Yong, a veteran apostle, had failed to receive a single attack from Chen Feng. This fellow was much more terrifying than they had initially imagined. However, a certain apostle suddenly said, "If you can't break through even with this, then there is no hope for you to break through, right?"
Shwa!
Suddenly, everyone was startled from their reverie.
True, if even this many gods couldn't help him break through, what hope did he have? Was Chen Feng strong? Yes. However, this was already his limit.
As for apostles, the apostle realm was a unique stage, as it was the strongest realm below godhood.
Theoretically, an apostle could increase his strength without limit.
So long as the apostle was strong enough, there would be no limit to their growth. The apostle could continue pressing on toward the realm of the gods, pushing on without limit until, one day, they became a god. This was the ultimate dream of nearly every apostle.
As for a resonator?
This would be impossible. Level 10 resonance was the peak of the realm, their limit. Apart from that, only their talent could grant them some extra strength beyond this limit. However, to continuously improve in this manner would be too difficult.
This was probably the furthest Chen Feng would ever reach.
At this thought, for reasons unknown, the apostles present all heaved a sigh of relief.
The future strongest apostle? The number one existence below the gods?
No, that would not happen.
It was quite probable that there weren't any gods capable of helping him break through.
Today, more than 100 major gods had come here. This was a gathering of nearly all of the comparatively powerful gods in existence.
However, not a single one had succeeded. How could this Chen Feng have any sort of future? What a pity.
This was the thought of a lot of the gods there.
If so powerful a resonator were to become an apostle. The gods sighed inwardly.
Right at this moment, a cold voice resounded.
Can I give it a try?
Instinctively, everyone turned around. When they saw the owner of the voice, their expressions changed greatly.
Lord Zero?
They all cried out in alarm. Zero was a major god with formidable strength. Furthermore, he was a subsidiary god of the Sin God.
For him to have appeared here. Could it be that this Chen Feng had even attracted the attention of the Sin God?
The mere thought caused them all to be incomparably shocked.
Chen Feng nodded. Fine. Zero tried inserting his godly power into Chen Feng.
However, it only persisted shortly.
After sensing his godly power vanishing, he stopped. Your power is very weird.
Zero gave it some thought and said, "I'm afraid that no gods are capable of helping you break through."
Hua! Everyone clamored as they heard this. Not a single god could help him?
As a representative of the Sin God, these words were no different than the death penalty.
So what if you are strong? Shi Yong appeared elated.
Even though Chen Feng was stronger, he had no future. He would be forever stuck at this stage. Eventually, he would die of old age.
Pitiful.
Some apostles took joy in this. Toward this excessively stunning counterpart, a lot of them held no small amount of envy.
This is how it should be. Looks like the heavens are still fair.
At the same time he was granted his freakish talent, his future was also severed, haha.
Isn't that right?
These were the thoughts of many of the people there. I know, Chen Feng replied after taking in a deep breath. With this fake Mason soul, it was impossible for him to become an apostle.
Moreover, the nascent soul had seemingly reached its limit. Earlier, when he had been absorbing Zero's godly power, he had been able to clearly sense that the miniature person within him was no longer improving in any way. He had already reached his limit. Physically, he was at the peak of the resonance realm, and inwardly, his fake nascent soul had already reached the Great Circle stage. Chen Feng found that he was indeed stuck at some sort of limit. As such, he had no choice but to ascertain whether he could still improve. He was not willing to stop here. How, exactly, was he supposed to continue improving? Chen Feng sighed inwardly. My plans have crashed with the reality after all. His initial plan had been to trick the gods into supplying him with godly power. Yet now, having reached the limit of the godly power he could absorb, his lies had transformed into reality. He had indeed become as strong as the strongest of apostles. This was initially a lie he had spread. Yet now, he was truly stuck at this level. Is this my retribution for all my lies? His heart ached. Had he tricked way too many gods to the point that his fate was now tricking him as well? Without misfortune and luck by his side, his future was unclear. He could only try progressing with his own effort. However, this was predicated on his path forward not being a dead end. He will be stuck here, the apostles around him said in low voice. After being sure of this, their gazes when looking at Chen Feng were filled with sympathy. All the jealousy and competitiveness vanished like puffs of smoke. What purpose was there in competing against a person without a future? Some prepared to leave. Let us disperse. Let's go. The gods also prepared to leave. Since Chen Feng's future was already fixed, there was no point in staying behind. However, just as they were about to leave, Zero suddenly said, with your present strength, are you interested in taking on the trial of godhood ascension? Bang! This sentence was like the loudest of peals of thunder as it rumbled in the minds of all the gods here. Trial. Godhood ascension? This little fella? This? How is this possible? The apostles cried out in alarm. One ought to know that only the strongest of apostles, those widely known, those experts with reputations reaching far and wide were qualified to take on the trial of godhood ascension, to try to become a supreme god. Regardless of success or failure, the act of participating in a trial of godhood ascension was in itself the greatest glory an apostle could ever have. And now Chen Feng would be participating in such a trial? The apostles collapsed emotionally as they thought of this. A short while ago, they had still been looking down on Chen Feng due to his lack of a future. Never had they expected that this resonator that could not be an apostle would actually reach such height. Suddenly, they felt like they were the jokes rather than Chen Feng. Indeed, Chen Feng could not be an apostle. However, it was never a fixed fact that only apostles could try their hand at godhood ascension. So long as one was sufficiently powerful, any lifeform could try. Chen Feng had proved with his own hands that he was not lacking compared to any of the apostles. This signified that he was only one step away from godhood. He did not need to try to resonate with other gods. The moment he succeeded in his challenge, he would directly skip past the apostle realm and ascend to godhood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, Cannon Fodder. Chapter 776, Cannon Fodder. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Gods were existences beyond all realms. If one were to say that the gap between awakened ones and resonators was a gap of 100 times, and that the gap between resonators and apostles was also 100 times, between apostles and gods, the gap would be so large the word astronomical would be apt to describe it. A god was, after all, a god. Under normal circumstances, if an apostle wanted to try to ascend to godhood, they would have to increase one's strength to level 10, 15, 20, or perhaps something even greater. Only this would make it possible. Naturally, this would merely grant the apostle the qualification to attempt. One ought to know that even though the Sin God had indeed opened the channel of godhood ascension to all, the last apostle that had taken the trial had been a level 36 apostle, which was an extremely terrifying level. Ultimately, that apostle had successfully become a god, transcending the millions upon millions of lifeforms. Godhood ascension was the dream of all apostles. Nevertheless, this was an extremely long path. Therefore, it had never crossed their minds that Chen Feng would be qualified to take on this challenge as well. They had never expected that Chen Feng had already threaded upon the same path they were all threading, and had even reached the end. He has actually reached this height? The minor god was filled with a melancholic feeling. The ultimate destination of every outstanding apostle would definitely be the trial of godhood ascension. However, even if the apostle passed the trial, he would still be tied to his initial god, thus becoming a subsidiary god. The minor god had never expected to obtain such a subsidiary god, as he himself was a minor god, the lowest of gods.
One could say that he wasn't even qualified to be a subsidiary god himself, let alone gain one. When it came to apostles, he only had one.
A subsidiary god?
He had never dared to dream of having one.
Yet now, things were about to become rather fascinating. After 7 days, the godhood trial will be activated on the Bamboo Isles.
Finishing his words, Zero left. His words had instantly caused the atmosphere here, which had been rather still, to become filled with noise.
Activating the godhood trial? So yet another godhood position is going to be challenged?
A storm is about to start on the Bamboo Isles. Lord Zero actually activated a trial specifically for Chen Feng.
Good lord.
Chen Feng is a mere resonator. Therefore, this trial will probably be different than in the past. After all, each trial has different difficulty levels.
In that case, the number of participants.
The mere thought was sufficient to plant fear in them.
In fact, the activation of the godhood trial signified that anyone meeting the requirements would be able to participate in the trial.
In the past, only the strongest of apostles had been able to join such a trial. Regular people had had no hope of getting involved.
Yet now, Chen Feng? A mere resonator?
It was quite likely that a huge number of apostles would participate in this challenge.
The number of participants this time would most definitely surpass all imaginations. Chen Feng frowned. Something seems off.
Initially, he had been quite pleased that this major god had such high expectation for him. However, after gaining more understanding of the so-called godhood trial, his keen senses told him that this was definitely not as simple as it seemed.
After all, it was as the others had said.
Godhood trials were the supreme glory for all capable of participating in them, success or failure.
However, that would also be equivalent to the final battle.
The sole reason that this was the final battle was that, for any single person, that person could only attempt this trial once in his entire life.
The moment one failed, they would forever be unable to become a god.
Moreover, a godhood trial could, in a way, be understood as a tribulation of sorts, a tribulation that everyone else could partake in as well as the selected individual. Anyone could join, yet only a single person would successfully ascend.
Therefore, was this godhood trial one truly activated for his sake?
Or perhaps, as Chen Feng looked at the excited apostles, he suddenly understood. He had unknowingly become a cannon fodder of a certain someone. In a certain location, a certain petite figure was lying down on a bench.
Interesting. Looks like Zero still agreed to our condition, but...
She smiled and patted the shoulder of a certain kneeling figure before her.
Your identity is rather unique. Therefore, it would be rather difficult to get a godhood trial activated for your sake. This trial being activated for Chen Feng will be the perfect opportunity for you.
He is a mere resonator. Therefore, the difficulty of this trial will definitely be rather low. What you need to do is defeat all the apostles, then ascend to godhood, she gently said.
Yes. The kneeling figure loudly answered. In a different location, an old man was filled with doubt. What does Zero's mean by this?
Zero had obviously rejected their request, yet he had activated a trial for Chen Feng.
Why? Could it be that Zero had agreed to the others' request? Well, it doesn't matter.
The old man's gaze was filled with hope. The activation of a trial was too rare an occasion. Even the descendants of the gods would only have a single shot at ascension. In a way, it was their luck to be living in such a unique era where mortals could ascend to godhood. Everyone who was capable could participate in the challenge. That was why every single apostle capable of participating in a trial was incomparably precious to their respective gods. The truth was that the difficulty of each activated trial was directly related to the person taking the trial. This time, with Chen Feng, a mere resonator, being the person taking the trial. All the gods were wild with joy, since the difficulty level would most certainly be lower. Chen Feng himself hadn't the faintest idea just how far-reaching the effects of this trial would be.
Chen Feng, the old man smiled.
Little Jia, this time, remember to give Chen Feng more care.
Yes, answered the middle-aged man called Little Jia. The old man calmly said, since we are snatching his godhood from him, we have to show some sincerity, right?
However, although the difficulty level will be lower this time, there are still a lot of things you have to pay attention to, especially that old witch's lover.
Not long after, the news of the trial spread everywhere.
Countless gods started to get involved. There was nothing they could do about the trials that were activated for the stronger apostles. After all, their descendants might not be able to handle the challenges presented by trials at that level.
However, a trial at this level, a trial based on Chen Feng's level?
Some gods analyzed that Chen Feng's present strength should be equivalent to a level 10 apostle, rather similar to a veteran apostle.
Reaching this height with his identity as a resonator was completely unheard of. However, there was still quite a gap from this level to the level of the strongest of apostles. "This shall be my stage," a certain level 21 apostle said.
"That is not for sure," said a certain level 20 apostle that was not willing to fall behind. This was an incredibly rare chance, a chance that they were not willing to miss.
As for that Chen Feng, what a pity. I suppose he has yet to realize that he has been made into cannon fodder, right? What a pitiful little fella. Even if he can unleash power equivalent to a level 10 apostle, this will still be too difficult for him. Spare his life in this challenge. That can be considered a way of repaying him for activating the trial for all of us. Not a problem. The apostles all reached an agreement. Regardless of who it was that ascended in the end, they would spare Chen Feng's life. They were the descendants of gods and were foreordained to become gods in the future. As far as they were concerned, it was only a matter of time before they were gods. Therefore, even if this was a competition between them, they still needed to maintain their connections with each other. This is roughly what's going on.
The minor god sighed after he explained all this to Chen Feng. When he had first found out that Chen Feng had activated a trial, he had been rather excited as well. However, when he found out the truth behind all this, he was thoroughly stunned.
Those damnable gods' descendants.
Chen Feng smiled happily.
What an interesting trial. Am I right? You can still smile? The minor god's head ached. Those gods' descendants are also apostles. However, their innate bloodlines have ensured that they are all incomparably powerful. All of them are already above level 20 apostles now. I should have thought of this earlier.
Only the joint persuasion of those gods could have convinced Zero to activate the trial for you.
The minor god was vexed. Isn't this good? Chen Feng was as calm as ever.
If I had to rely on myself, I don't know how long it would have taken to actually become the strongest apostle and activate the godhood trial through the regular channel.
But those fellows, the minor god was extremely anxious.
At this point, he was regretting helping Chen Feng.
They do not matter.
Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, "I seem to recall that gods are not allowed to kill each other, and if there are any conflicts, a ruling from the Sin God is to be requested, right?"
"Yes," the minor god answered.
This was something he was extremely clear on. Otherwise, the minor gods would have long died at the hands of those major gods.
"Very good."
Chen Feng gazed in the direction of the bamboo isles, seemingly exceptionally pleased.
"I no longer have anything to worry about."
Next, let us all take a good look at who, exactly, is actually cannon fodder here.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, The Scary Divine Seat. Chapter 777, The Scary Divine Seat. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. You're really going?
The minor god asked as he looked at Chen Feng.
Yes, Chen Feng answered without the slightest hesitation.
He had to figure out for himself what exactly this so-called godhood ascension was. One could say that, for the resonance and apostle realms, the difference was the level of the godly power they could muster.
Chen Feng was currently stuck and was not capable of advancing further.
As such, he had to figure out what godhood meant.
After godhood, how would one's strength continue to increase? And what exactly was it that determined whether one was a god or not? He had to figure that out.
The minor god spoke honestly.
In this battle, you might be nothing but cannon fodder. Chen Feng shook his head. Nevertheless, I still have to try, right? Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "How did you ascend to godhood?" "Me?"
The minor god stayed silent for a long time before saying, "I can't remember.
It feels like, since the day my thoughts come into existence, I have been a god." Chen Feng.
It was no wonder this god was this weak.
Chen Feng instinctively asked, "What is the difference between a god and a normal life form?"
If he could find an answer from this minor god, he would perhaps have more confidence.
The minor god shook his head. "I don't know.
Among the millions upon millions of life forms, their energy makeup and flesh are different. I don't have any understanding of that, and I have no basis from which to draw a conclusion.
As for you..."
The minor god reached out with his hand, trying to cast his senses into Chen Feng's sea of consciousness.
Unsurprisingly, he was unable to sense anything.
The minor god shrugged.
"I still can't sense anything." "Fine."
Chen Feng could only smile bitterly at this. He did not know if having this fake nascent soul good or bad. This nascent soul had provided him with might far surpassing his imagination, enabling him to challenge those of a higher realm. However, at the same time, the nascent soul had also severed his route of advancement. He could no longer become an apostle, become stronger. Perhaps, only godhood ascension would change this.
The minor god paused. Wait. I have some resources here.
They were offerings from my past believers. I initially planned to use them on my apostle to increase his strength. Perhaps these resources can be of use to you.
Chen Feng's eyes shone. Oh.
The minor god handed the resources to Chen Feng. The resources were comprised of numerous bizarre yet powerful fruits, medicinal herbs, and so on. After studying them for a bit, Chen Feng turned all of them into gene reagents. However, even though these items could be used by apostles, even after Chen Feng's gene production, the improvement they provided him was rather feeble. From level 10 resonance, he rose to level 12 resonance. With so many gene reagents, he had only obtained 2 levels.
How pitiful. Chen Feng was disappointed.
He knew that his advancement would be harder and harder. However, one piece of good news for him was thus, as his miniature person had entered the Great Circle stage, even though it was no longer capable of improving, the amplification effect it brought now was the cube of whatever level he was at. For instance, his present amplification effect was 12 times 12 times 12.
Therefore, after converting from resonance to apostle, I am roughly equivalent to a level 17 apostle?
Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't particularly powerful. However, every single bit of growth, however weak it was, would have a qualitative change after the amplification effect. As such, each level he gained brought about a rather astonishing effect. If he could advance by maybe a level or 2. Chen Feng's heart trembled at the thought. Naturally, the gene reagents he had produced had not purely consisted of strength-increasing reagents.
Half of them were actually reagents with various buffing or explosive effects.
This was a battle he had to emerge victorious from. While all this was happening, all the apostles that were planning to participate in the trial were making their respective preparations. Naturally, not a single one of them saw Chen Feng as an opponent. Rather, their sights were set on those comparatively powerful apostles, those gods' descendants. In all the past trials, the trials itself were the hardest part. This time, though, the trial would be the easiest, their competitors would be the actual problem.
A trial activated by resonance will most definitely not be hard.
Therefore, the difficulty of the trial itself can be neglected. Even though Chen Feng's feat of challenging apostles as a resonator is rather astonishing, he is only capable of unleashing combat power equivalent to a level 10 apostle.
He is negligible.
Therefore, our opponents will be the other participants.
Their strength will most definitely not be simple. Understood. Take this with you. Ah. There is no need, right? This is but a single battle. This time, you must ascend. I have a bad premonition, as if something is about to happen sometime soon.
Therefore, before then, you must ascend as soon as possible.
All right.
All the participants were preparing themselves. After 7 days, countless apostles descended upon the Bamboo Isles. Zero also appeared out of thin air. Before the shocked gaze of numerous beings, he used a single hand to rip the sky apart, forcefully ripping half of the world and revealing an astonishing alien world behind the sky.
This time, this is where the trial will be held. Schwa. The sky was ripped apart. Within the alien world that was revealed, a divine seat was faintly discernible. It flickered with a faint glow, showing clearly the tier of the seat being offered. Indeed, it is the lowest tier. Almost immediately, countless apostles charged forth. They were all filled with excitement and expectation. They could not wait to immediately take on the trial. With Chen Feng's identity as a resonator, this trial activated for his sake would most definitely be the lowest rank of all. However, this would also be the easiest trial ever. What were the so-called godhood trials? They were, in fact, challenges toward the origin strength of the god who had previously occupied the position. If it was a high-tiered seat, the trial would employ around 20% of the original god's strength. For apostles, this was extremely terrifying, and almost insurmountable trial. If it was a mid-tier seat, perhaps only around 10% of the original god's strength would be employed. As for a low-tier seat, perhaps only around 5% of the original god's strength would be employed. As for this seat before them, this was the lowest of the low, employing only around 1% of the original god's strength. In other words, the mirror image of the god they had to face in this trial would possess only 1% of the original god's strength, an unspeakably weak amount. Therefore, nearly anyone could succeed in this trial. As such, they had to move as quickly as possible. As for their opponents, those would be the competitors around them, who were all aiming for the godhood. Bang! Bang! Immediately after entering the alien world, the battle erupted.
The apostles started fighting each other, not allowing anyone to get ahead of them. They exhausted everything they had to stop others from advancing while they themselves advanced.
From the start, the battle was an extremely bitter one. Not far away, at the entrance of the alien world, Chen Feng was staring ahead blankly, not entering. The observers started talking about him. What's wrong with him? No idea. I suppose he is shocked at what he's witnessing. Well, that is understandable. After all, he probably never imagined that godhood trials would be so cruel, right? Sigh, what a pity. That's not necessarily a pity.
If he gives up on this, he might be able to preserve his life.
True. There was still some attention being focused on this unique trial taker.
However, unknown to all of them, Chen Feng was truly staring blankly because he was overly shocked.
However, he was not shocked by the apostles. Rather, he was shocked by the alien world. Wasn't this world the Twin Horns world, where the Sin God had previously resided? In short, the so-called divine seat.
Chen Feng's gaze landed on the center of the alien world, landing on that faintly glowing divine seat.
His heart chilled. If his guess was correct, this seat was the seat for the position of the Sin God.
That was because, from his memories, there was only one God in the Twin Horns world.
Wait, no.
That did not seem quite right.
Chen Feng was filled with doubt.
A godhood trial should obviously be a trial for the godhood of a deceased god.
Why would the divine seat of the Sin God be offered here? After all, he was the strongest god of this new era. What exactly have I misunderstood?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 778, The Truth, Challenging Crazily. Chapter 778, The Truth, Challenging Crazily. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Yee. It really is him.
When Chen Feng finally saw the faint mirror image, his heart chilled. Even though the mirror image was somewhat blurry, Yi had left an extremely deep impression on Chen Feng from the one time Chen Feng had seen him.
This was truly him. But how was this possible? Theoretically, it was indeed possible to directly issue a challenge to the divine seat of an existing god. However, the premise for that was a lack of vacancies among the divine seats. Since nearly 80% of the divine seats were unoccupied, why would the Sin God's divine seat appear here as a trial?
This was especially questionable since the activation of this trial had been supervised by Zero himself.
Chen Feng was alarmed. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that his identity had been exposed?
As he thought about this, he no longer felt like entering this alien world.
What exactly was going on?
Unknown to Chen Feng, at the same time, beyond the sky, the Sin God was extremely alarmed as well. The instant Zero had activated the trial, he had clearly felt an intense sense of thought traveling through the void and directly locking onto him. This was quite a wondrous feeling.
This is divine seat trial?
The Sin God was filled with astonishment.
Why was the trial on him, especially since Zero was the one supervising the activation? He looked at Zero. What's going on? Have you found any problems with this Chen Feng fellow?
Nope.
Zero had a blank expression.
The trial was indeed activated by me and has nothing to do with him.
However, I did what I have always done, activate a random divine seat. It is not supposed to be your divine seat.
This random activation was a system where priority was given to vacant divine seats. Only when there were no vacant seats would the trial fall on an existing god's seat.
However, no matter what, the Sin God's divine seat should not have been selected. Sin God shut both his eyes and sensed this unique aura.
Suddenly, he smiled.
Looks like some fellows are getting disobedient now, he muttered to himself.
He could sense some other power at work here.
Looks like someone is borrowing your hand in Chen Feng's trial to provoke me. What? Zero's heart trembled. To provoke Yi, had those fellows gone mad? What about this trial, then? Zero asked.
This trial was quite unique, as due to Chen Feng's level, the trial would only employ 1% of the original god's strength.
However, this was the seat of the Sin God. It is a pity about them, Yi said apathetically. Evidently, when he uttered these words, those people were as good as dead to him. Zero understood what he meant. Yes. Who could it be?
The Sin God gazed at the sky. The entire world was under his control.
Who exactly was it that was provoking him? And what kind of power was being used to be able to affect even this trial? No matter who you are courting death.
At this time, amid the boundless starry sky, that figure was still seated calmly on the throne. However, different from the past, an astonishingly beautiful young lady was by his side this time. She stood by his side, her gaze on that blue planet.
Finally, things are getting interesting.
He was still spinning the ring on his finger, seemingly filled with expectation.
Do you think Chen Feng can emerge victorious? He asked the young lady by his side.
However, he received no response.
TSK. Still not willing to talk to me? Fine. Let me make a guess.
In this trial, Chen Feng will die, he said with a smile.
Schwa.
Suddenly, the young lady's gaze focused on him.
He will truly die, yo.
Slowly, his expression became cold. Chen Feng is but a seed raised by me. After completing his task, it will be time for him to die.
Now is the time for that.
He continued lightly spinning the ring. At this moment, the countless stars seemed to shift together as a bizarre power started to surge toward Chen Feng.
A trial taker can only take on the trial of a god of their era.
Since Chen Feng is a person of the genetic era, he can only challenge the divine seed of a god that existed during the genetic era. All the other gods have been thoroughly killed by the Sin God. His divine seed is the only one from that era that remains. As such, the only trial Chen Feng can activate is the Sin God's divine seat.
Schwa.
He stood up. The huge throne started to glow as the radiance converged and started taking the form of a silhouette. Behind the silhouette was a faint wing of light that ultimately transformed into a sword of light that was held in the silhouette's hand.
Now, it's my turn to make a move.
Go, he said softly.
Schwa.
Instantly, the silhouette vanished after flickering. When the silhouette appeared once again, it was already within the planet, on the Bamboo Isles. With a single step, he stepped into the alien world hosting the trial. This silhouette was actually intending to challenge the trial as well. The young lady's cold voice resounded.
Forming a clone to challenge the trial of the Sin God's divine seat?
So it turns out that this is your actual goal.
Naturally.
He smiled calmly. This trial will only employ 1% of the Sin God's strength.
I am truly quite looking forward to this. The moment he loses his divine seat will also be the moment of his death.
Even without his divine seat, his strength is still unparalleled, the young lady said coldly.
I know.
However, without his spirit seat, he will lose the faith of the millions upon millions of lives of the human world. His strength will drop to its lowest point. Regardless of how strong he is, without the nourishment of faith, I am capable of ensuring his death.
He smiled.
I am quite looking forward to the strength of the Sin God, but
you will not succeed,
the young lady stated calmly. He felt somewhat doubtful.
Oh? Because of the Sin God?
No, the young lady shook her head and focused her gaze on the Bamboo Isles. There, the arrival of the silhouette had attracted everyone's attention. The powerful aura the silhouette was radiating caused everyone to feel fear.
Who is that?
I have never seen him.
How powerful. He is no weaker than a level 40 apostle. How are the others supposed to compete against this? Good Lord, as someone so strong, why is he even here competing against us?
All the apostles howled in grief as they found that this silhouette was truly too powerful. Silhouette, Chen Feng stared at the silhouette that had suddenly appeared, and he gained some sort of understanding as to what was happening. This so-called trial activation had transformed into the prelude to a war between gods. A certain powerful existence was making use of him to issue a challenge to the Sin God. He had transformed into a chess piece. However, Chen Feng was not quite bothered about this.
This was because he knew that after this trial, the true war between gods would erupt.
The Sin God would never allow anyone to provoke him this way. At that time, a massive slaughter would begin. And since that unknown god had dared to start this, he would most certainly not allow the Sin God to easily escape from this trial. Therefore, without a doubt, this trial was of extremely great importance.
This battle.
Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart trembled. At present, he was still too far from the Sin God. Accumulate enough strength that he could pose some sort of challenge to the Sin God would take too long.
However, what if he emerged victorious from this trial? Would that not mean that the millions upon millions of the human world's lives would temporarily belong to him?
Granted, with his strength, even after ascension, he would not be able to protect humanity. Even with temporary ownership over the faith of humanity, he would still be thoroughly defeated by the Sin God.
However, so long as he had control over the human world for even a single instant. Chen Feng's heart started burning with passion.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 779, Challenge Start. Chapter 779, Challenge Start. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. During the past era, when there had been no vacant divine seats, what would have happened if someone succeeded in challenging a trial? The god who had originally occupied the divine seat would be temporarily displaced. After all, if an occupied divine seat was successfully challenged, it proved how weak the god was. And naturally, the god deprived of a divine seat would no longer enjoy the power of faith. He would have to initiate a challenge of his own and succeed at the trial to retake the divine seat to once again enjoy the power of faith. This was how the divine seat trial used to work. However, Chen Feng's trial was an incredibly special one. Due to the unique circumstances and the deliberate doings of certain people, what had appeared this time was the incredibly rare Resonator's divine seat trial. In this trial, only 1% of the original's god strength would be exhibited. Moreover, this trial had been approved by the original god himself, the Sin God. Therefore, the Sin God had completely fallen into this trap set for him. However, even 1% of the strength of this incomparably powerful Sin God was not something a regular person could ever hope to contend with, especially in this situation where, with the exception of Chen Feng, only apostles were taking part in the trial. In short, that fellow was also displaying the strength of an apostle. Chen Feng frowned. He could see that the newcomer was extremely powerful. However, the silhouette was still not necessarily more powerful than the Sin God. Moreover, Chen Feng also had a question. Who exactly was this fellow? Under the Sin God's control, nearly all the gods and apostles were subservient to him. If so, who was this that had dared to challenge the Sin God? There was only one possibility. This challenger was not a person of this era, the era of Sin God. Chen Feng thought of a possibility. A god that awoke during the genetic era? This situation was only possible if this god had awoken during the genetic era and had intelligently hidden his aura and not participated in any battles. However, after the Sin God had recovered, the entire world was transformed by him. As such, his senses should have swept past the entirety of the world. How had this fellow remained hidden from the Sin God? The only answer to that was outer space. Chen Feng gasped in shock at this realization. Suddenly, he recalled how, back then, numerous spaceships had headed to outer space, yet all of them had vanished without a trace. Toward the end, the Genetic Union had indeed deployed some people to investigate this. Alas, they had still been waiting for results when the Sin God recovered and conquered the world. In short, this god had hidden in outer space? Oh. Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart started palpitating. Suddenly, a terrifying power emerged, seemingly trying to erase something. However, after encountering the miniature person within him, the power was noiselessly erased. That power has appeared yet again. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. This time, he had been able to clearly sense the existence of the power. Outer space. So long as one thought about it, that power would emerge to erase that thought? Why? Because of that god? It seemed like he had indeed been made a chess piece. Indeed, he was a chess piece. However, from the moment that God had started involving himself in everything that was happening, which of them was not but a chess piece? Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Now, let us see who shall be laughing in the end. Bang! He strode forth into the alien world. Next, the entire alien world throbbed with godly power, signifying the official start of the trial. Within the alien world, the moment the silhouette appeared, several apostles were killed in succession by him. This shocked the other apostles so badly that they all started getting out of his way. Who is that fellow? No idea. Is he a newcomer like Chen Feng? He is very strong. The apostles that had been killed were all level 15 apostles, yet not a single one of them was able to endure one of his moves. Damn it. All the apostles had unsightly expressions. He is heading directly toward the divine seat. Seems like we are nothing to him. He. Those gods' descendants will not watch on as this divine seat is stolen right before them. Let us go nearer as well. They followed along noiselessly. At this time, in the numerous crooks and corners of this alien world, something similar was happening. Even if the regular apostles had charged into this world the moment it opened, when the truly powerful apostles appeared, they were reduced to nothing but cannon fodder. Pooh. Blood splattered everywhere. One powerful apostle after another revealed themselves. There was a certain apostle with extraordinary strength. The moment he entered this world, he started slaughtering everyone he encountered. Every apostle that dared to provoke him was ripped apart, showcasing his dreadful strength. It's him. I have seen him once before. He is the descendant of a major god, a random apostle cried out in alarm.
At the same time, in a different part of the alien world, a certain apostle had just entered. In his hand was a huge hatchet that was glowing with overflowing colors. A single wave was all it took to kill an apostle. Moreover, with a single wave, even a mountain was cut in two. His strength was evident. Yet another apostle cried out in alarm. I have seen that apostle as well. Good Lord, he is the brother of a certain powerful god. I always thought that he was already a god. Unexpectedly, he has yet to participate in a trial. Since the level of this trial was too low, all the apostles that had previously been unqualified to participate in such a trial were now here. TSK, so this is what a divine seat trial is. Is this your first time? Of course. I am but a mere level 8 apostle. Don't worry. I will most definitely not enter deeply into the world and will only be staying in the outer region. Let us bask in the light of these big shots as they ascend into godhood. I suppose it is sufficient for us to enjoy the soup when the big shots are eating the meat. Such words started appearing from the mouths of some of the apostles. Evidently, a lot of them were only here to join in the fun. A certain level 15 apostle frowned when he saw these apostles. These people are clearly feeling suicidal. It was fine for them to be weak. However, were they not worried that the mere fluctuations of the battles here would injure or even kill them? After all, they were truly too weak. It doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want. And to fish in troubled water, is this not how the world has always been? A friend of the level 15 apostle said. True. He chuckled before lowering his voice. Will you be participating in this trial as well? Me? The friend smiled bitterly. I am but a mere level 12 apostle. Who are you trying to trick? The other apostle said in a low voice. He started egging his friend on. Your combat power is different than your actual level. I can remember clearly how, when you were a level 1 apostle, you were already capable of defeating a level 13 apostle. Now that you are already a level 12 apostle, this trial, there is no harm in trying, right? Perhaps you might even succeed? The friend shook his head. Nope, there is absolutely no chance of me succeeding. Because this is related to the sin god? The apostle appeared rather dispirited. There was nothing they could do about it. A trial like this was unprecedented, and some could already see that this was in some way related to the sin god. However, they had yet to figure out what exactly was going on. Instinctively, they all believed that this was just a trial the sin god had activated so that a certain person he had picked could ascend into godhood. No. Rather, I am not joining because of the trial taker this time. He laughed and continued, Chen Feng is not a person that will ever stay obedient. The other apostle was filled with doubt. Chen Feng? That cannon fodder? Could he truly exert any sort of influence on an event at this level? He could not understand this reasoning. However, as he saw his friend's solemn expression, he instantly had a feeling that there was some profound mystery at work here. Perhaps this friend of his that had always been mysterious had once again obtained some secret information not known to anyone? It seemed like this trial would become interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, The Most Speechless Incident Ever. Chapter 780, The Most Speechless Incident Ever. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The distorted and dusky sky within the alien world appeared exceptionally sinister. Even after entering this world, the sky of the outside world could still be seen through the tear in the sky. From this tear in the sky, they had entered this world. From here, they would have to travel to the other end of this world, going through numerous tribulations before finally arriving at the divine seat, where they could challenge the god's mirror image. And in this particular case, this mirror image had been activated by a trial taker in the resonance realm. This mirror image could only display 1% of the original god's strength. This was an extremely rare chance, even for the comparatively weak ones, even for mere level 10 apostles. So long as they were the first to reach the end of this world, to be the first to challenge the divine seat, they could end the trial and ascend to godhood. This was what a lot of the apostles were thinking about, what a lot of them were trying to do. To charge forth without stop, even when all the other apostles were busy fighting. When a lot of the apostles were trying to reduce their godly power consumption so as to maintain their optimal combat strength, these people were pushing forth with all their might just so that they could be the first to arrive, to be the first to challenge the divine seat. A certain apostle shrouded in blue laughed as he gazed at the crowd behind him. He. A bunch of idiots. Were the gods' descendants powerful? Was that newcomer's silhouette powerful? So what if they were powerful? Not a single one of these powerful ones could surpass him in terms of speed. Swish! Swish! He flashed forth, leaving countless afterimages behind. His speed was so fast that it seemed like he was piercing through space itself.
How fast? Heavens, it is actually him. You know him?
He is the fastest apostle. It is rumored that no matter what he does, he will always be the fastest, forever the fastest person.
Someone like that is not yet a god? No.
It is said that he is only a level 19 apostle. As such, he had been cultivating without stop. In regular circumstances, he will only need to continue cultivating until he surpasses level 30 apostle, and his ascension to godhood will be practically guaranteed.
A level 19 apostle with this speed. Yeah.
This speed is around 4 or 5 times faster than that level 36 apostle that managed to ascend last time. Everyone's heart trembled for one single reason: this person was too fast. They had never seen anyone capable of moving at such a speed.
His speed has even surpassed that silhouette's.
And there is not a single god's descendant here capable of surpassing his speed.
My god. In short, it is quite possible that he will be the one to ascend this time? Naturally.
If this were a regular trial, the difficulty would be so high that even if he arrived first, it would be pointless. However, for this trial, since he will be the first to arrive, he will most certainly be the one to ascend.
Swish! That white streak was so very dazzling in this dusky world. Almost everyone noticed that streaking white.
He had seemingly pierced through the entirety of this world, to traverse directly from one end of this world to the other end.
His speed was unimaginably fast.
Naturally, this did not escape the notice of the silhouette.
However, he merely smiled coldly and continued pushing forth unhurriedly, replenishing his godly power as he used it.
He knew who his true opponent would be, and he was aware of how powerful his true opponent was. As such, he had to maintain his optimal combat power.
Some of the god's descendants noticed this as well. That fast guy is here as well? A certain female apostle beside this god's descendant said, "Should we intercept him?"
As the descendants of gods, their innate talent was most definitely better than other regular apostles. These people who were destined to be gods in the future each had a huge group of followers. "You go, then," the god's descendant said without an ounce of care. "If required, feel free to kill."
Yes.
Every single one of that female apostle's action was exceedingly alluring. She was the apostle most doted on by this god's descendant and the strongest among his apostle followers. After becoming the believer of a certain god, she had obtained the godly power of charm, becoming nigh undefeatable.
So what if that guy was fast?
That so-called fast guy was indeed fast. However, he was weak in all other aspects. She smiled gently.
"Don't worry. With my charm alone, I will make him stop."
And thus, a group of them stopped here, waiting for that fast guy to arrive. They had entered this world before that fast guy and had been in here longer than him. As such, it was unacceptable that the fast guy could catch up to them so soon after entering.
They had to intercept him. Schwa, dot. A white streak could be seen approaching from the distance. That female apostle laughed. Hoof. Hum. Faint godly power rippled out.
Despite her godly power being aimed at that fast guy, the apostles around her could not avoid their hearts fluttering.
Even the god's descendant was somewhat affected. Xiao Rong has become stronger yet again, the god's descendant lamented.
Xiao Rong smiled and said, "Regardless of how strong I get, I am yours."
After all, you are destined to be a god. Oh, you girl. The god's descendant felt someone proud when he heard this.
Just look at how the most alluring of all apostles, this goddess of so many males, was his.
A mere divine seat. He's arriving.
Xiao Rong shifted her attention.
I will stop him.
You guys will deal with everything else. Understood, answered the apostles around her.
Schwa.
Instantly, the white streak charged into the godly power.
Xiao Rong's mood became solemn. Here he comes.
Suddenly, her calm godly power surged as godly power filled with a sense of enticement charged at the fast guy, completely engulfing him.
Almost immediately, he stopped moving.
Instinctively, his gaze was attracted toward the young lady before him as he felt that this young lady looked more and more beautiful, so beautiful that he felt like he was on cloud nine, a sudden urge to charge toward her overcoming him.
Everyone was overjoyed. He stopped. Excellent. The god's descendant nodded imposingly.
Just as he was about to have someone capture that guy, something beyond his expectations suddenly happened. The fast guy, who had already stopped, indeed charged over toward them as if he had been charmed by Xiao Rong.
However, he instantly pounced toward Xiao Rong.
Before anyone else could do anything, with a white flash, he vanished.
Swish! The white flash streaked away. Shortly after, the fast guy was gone. What happened? Everyone was alarmed. That fast guy was so powerful that he could overcome Xiaorong's charm?
One ought to know that even the descendants of gods could not escape the effect of her charm.
Yet a mere fast guy.
They instinctively looked over at Xiaorong curiously, yet what they saw stupefied them all. There, Xiaorong's clothing was torn apart. She looked extremely sorry, and a certain viscous fluid was all over her.
Moreover, a certain fishy smell lingered in the air. You? The god's descendant was so furious that he did not know what to say.
Only now did all the apostles awake from their reverie. After they collect their minds and started processing what had happened, they all hissed in shock.
This?
They all exchanged glances and were able to see the fear in each other's eyes. In short, Lady Xiaorong's charm had indeed worked. That pitifully weak fast guy had indeed taken the bait. However, they had totally neglected a single fact. That fast guy was truly too fast, so fast that he had not even required half a second to take off his pants, put his pants back on, and flee. Before anyone could even react, he had finished the deed and escaped.
Damn it, damn it! The god's descendant was bursting with rage.
Just 1 second earlier, he had still been so proud of having her, the most alluring of all, as his woman. Yet in the next second, not only was he thoroughly defeated, he had even given away his women, and the deed had been done right in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 781 You already tried your best. Chapter 781 You already tried your best. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What are you waiting for? Put your clothes back on, the god's descendant spat. Yes.
Xiaorong hurriedly put her clothes back on.
Alas, a huge portion of her clothes had been torn.
She had no choice but to form a new set of clothes with her godly power.
Even now, she was still stupefied.
During the process of the deed, she had not even been able to react. If not for the disgusting fluid on her, the lingering smell in the air, and the searing ache she was feeling, she wouldn't even know what had happened.
That fast guy.
As she thought of what had happened, she was filled with regret.
Why had she decided to use her charm on him?
What had happened here had been witnessed by a huge number of people.
At present, they all had odd expressions, especially the other god's descendants. Almost immediately after, they told their female followers to conceal themselves. What kind of joke was this? That was too excessive. There was actually such speed in this world?
However, after this incident, they had truly recognized the severity of such a thing. That fast guy was approaching the end extremely quickly speed.
That fellow must be stopped. He is too scary.
At this speed, he will most certainly be the first to arrive. He entered this world later than us, yet he is already at the very front of the race. Apart from some of the god's descendants and their followers that are still ahead of him, there is no longer anyone capable of stopping him.
Will this divine seat be given to him just like this?
This was making all the apostles uncomfortable. They had to stop that fast guy, yet how were they supposed to stop him? This was quite the thorny issue.
There were a few god's descendants with female followers who were gifted with charm or similar abilities.
However, after the previous example, not a single one of them would be willing to do so even if they were beaten to death.
How about control-related abilities?
It was rather unfortunate that none of them could get near enough to use such abilities on the fast guy. The apostles were all concerned.
What to do?
A youth who appeared to be 14 years old stepped out.
How about I give it a try?
He looked scarily young, yet he was without a doubt a level 15 apostle. The eyes of the other apostles shone as they heard what he said.
You have a way to deal with him?
With a smile, the young apostle said, I do have some ideas.
However, I will have to try to know if they will work. Carve out some words for me.
Ha! The other apostles were curious.
What was the point of carving out words?
You all will know soon enough, the young apostle said in an enigmatic manner.
Fine.
The other apostles started to help him. Naturally, the so-called word carving was not carving in a regular sense. Rather, this was the act of carving immense words on the mountains, guaranteeing that the fast guy would be able to see the words being carved.
What are you planning? Everyone was still filled with doubt. Not a single one knew what his plan was.
As all this was happening, the fast guy, who had already traveled far ahead, was feeling extremely refreshed and comfortable. Earlier, when he had been charmed, he had believed that that would be the end of him. That was why he had decided to throw caution to the wind and go enjoy himself with the lady. Unexpectedly, he had been met with a pleasant surprise. So it turns out the power of charm fills the target with the flame of desire.
MHM.
Therefore, so long as the desire is satisfied, one will return to normal. The fast guy was overjoyed at this discovery. He had never expected to solve the riddle of countering charm abilities by complete accident. One ought to know that, as the fastest apostle, what he feared most was falling under another's control. Therefore, he normally did his best to avoid everyone. Now, though, well, in the future, I can be considered to be somewhat immune to charm abilities. Whoever has galls to charm me, I will do her. He was joyfully satisfied. As for whether what he had done was an act of provocation toward those gods' descendants, he had no fear. So long as he could ascend to godhood in this trial, with the rule put in place by the sin god that forbade gods killing each other, they would not be able to do anything to him. At most, they would only be able to restrict the amount of faith he obtained. Even so, so what? Even the lowest of gods was better off than an apostle. Swish! With a flash, he vanished. His target was still the same, the end of this world. However, after only a short while, he saw numerous words being carved on the huge mountain range before him. Even with the speed he was traveling at, he could not ignore the words, as they were directed at him. The cold words could be seen clearly. Do you think you are truly immune to the power of charm? MHM? The fast guy's heart trembled as he saw these words. So some other people were trying to intercept him? Moreover, it seemed like they were going to use the power of charm on him? Poof! What was there to fear? With his speed. The fast guy laughed with a perverted expression on his face. Since you guys insist on inviting the wolf into the group of lambs, do not blame me for what I am about to do. The pleasure he had enjoyed during that half-second deed was still fresh in his memory. However, after a step forward, he saw another row of words. Do you think that only pretty ladies can use the power of charm? Thump. The fast guy's heart thumped violently as he saw these words. All pretty ladies? Evidently, that was not the case. In fact, there were quite a few believers of charm-related godly powers that possessed rather ordinary looks, and there were some that were quite ugly as well. The fast guy clenched his teeth. It does not matter. In any case, after the power of charm took effect on him, whoever he saw, that person would appear unprecedentedly beautiful. This was the essence of the power of charm, a power that would bring one into the land of fantasy uncontrollably. So what if the user of the power was an ugly person? With a clench of his teeth, it would already be over. However, when he reached the next mountain range, he hissed in horror. That was because the words carved here were thus, do you think only females will use the power of charm? Instantly, the fast guy was horrified. It couldn't be, right? No, no way. Among the apostles that were participating in this trial, those equipped with the power of charm should all be female. Furthermore, it was said that the god that presided over the domain of charm was extremely strict when accepting believers. The physical appearance, voice, and body shape of the believers had to be of top quality to be accepted. Therefore, that god would most certainly not select ugly and scary-looking fellows as believers. This had to be the case. Whoever had carved these words, that person had to be trying to deceive him. No, no way. Absolutely impossible. Schwa. As he reached the next mountain range, yet another row of words appeared. Do you think that only those of a single race can use the power of charm? Thump. The fast guy's expression changed drastically. Race? True. Not all races had resembled the gods. Even though the large majority of the apostles resembled gods, some races were rather different. For instance, the giant elephant race, or the spirit snake race. What if the charm user happened to be from one of these races? No, no way. Horror was plastered on the fast guy's face. On the next mountain range, a figure could be seen floating in the air. An oddly shaped figure could be vaguely seen, seemingly waiting for his approach. So long as he approached, he would most definitely be charmed by this figure. However, this was the only path forward. That figure. The fast guy was extremely alarmed. At this point, he was already clear on what exactly it was that was waiting for him. This was most certainly an odd-looking, ugly male apostle of an unknown race with a terrifying body. And this person was also a user of the power of charm. The fast guy did not even have the courage to imagine what would happen if he advanced forth. But, he was already so near to godhood. Did he truly have to stop here? As the fast guy approached, the figure's appearance became clearer and clearer. He could already picture how scary this person was. He had already started imagining how terrible his fate would be upon his arrival.
However, I can do it.
He clenched his teeth and decided to continue charging forth.
I will just close my eyes. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Shwa!
He streaked forth. Indeed, as soon as he entered the effective range, he started to lose consciousness. He could feel the boundless godly power of charm engulfing him. This was exactly as he had guessed. As for the person before him, it was most certainly an extremely ugly one.
Darling, here you are.
Before the fast guy could even focus, an immense force could be felt pulling him into an embrace. After half a second, after the fast guy had left his seed, he fled in horror. Only after he was free of the power of charm was he able to see clearly what exactly he had encountered earlier. That body, and that ugliness, nearly caused him to vomit up everything he had eaten from his birth until now. This feeling was especially pronounced when he recalled the sight of that person lying on the ground with a satisfied expression.
Erg! The fast guy sped forth while he vomited. Far away, the observing apostles were completely stunned.
Instinctively, they all looked at the young apostle. At this moment, that young apostle had a stupefied expression as well.
I thought that he would stop.
As the other apostles heard this, they focused and took a good look at the charm user. The moment they got a good look, they all started to vomit as well.
The fast guy would even do it with this fellow?
The young apostle sighed. I have underestimated his desire for godhood. At present, he held the deepest respect for the fast guy. After all, that person was willing to do that deed even with such a person. The other apostles had a similar feeling as well. This old man has never admired anyone, yet this time, I truly can't stop myself from admiring that fast guy.
Same here. Indeed, nothing is impossible in life.
Someone even patted the young apostle's shoulder and said, "You tried your best."
The young apostle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 782, Mind-numbingly speechless. Chapter 782, Mind-numbingly speechless. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. Regardless of their opinions of the fast guy, regardless of how much they looked down on him, when he could endure doing it with even such a lifeform, they had to feel heartfelt admiration toward him. With one look, everyone knew that this was a person with great perseverance.
Looks like the winner of this divine seat has already been determined. Yeah. There's nothing to be done about it. His willpower is incredibly firm.
Nobody can contend against him in terms of willpower.
I can do it as well. Are you sure? Why not? Isn't it just sleeping with a male of a certain race? What? Ugh. No, don't show me the video.
Why is he so disgusting?
Why else would everyone admire him? Swish. Swish, dot. Almost everyone had already stopped advancing.
They looked toward the end of the world, at that distant place where the divine seat sat. They watched on as the streak of light that was the fast guy pierced through space and headed toward that place. If the fast guy was truly going to be the one to obtain this divine seat, it would be pointless for them to continue fighting. As such, all the apostles stopped and only watched on silently as that dazzling streak issued a challenge to the divine seat. His strength is very weak. He has been speeding through the entire time and has exhausted too much godly power.
Why not stop and take a rest?
I suppose he is afraid of being overtaken. After paying such a heavy price, he has to ascend in this trial. However, it does not matter even if he is exhausted. After all, this is a low-tier trial.
True. Swish. Swish. The streak shone dazzlingly. His speed is even faster now, dot.
I originally thought that he would only be slightly faster than us. Surprisingly, his speed has already reached this level. Nobody is even capable of catching up to his shadow. He's there. Everyone's mood became solemn at this moment.
Bang! That white clump charged toward the divine seat.
He had to emerge victorious in this trial. And thus, with his superb speed, he charged at the divine seat, which had seemingly boundless godly power. He was taking on the trial's final challenge.
The mirror image is going to appear from the divine seat. I wonder how strong the mirror image will be.
It does not matter, as it will only exhibit 1% of the original God's strength.
True. This is simply free for the taking.
All the apostles started to lament this.
Bang! The entire world trembled as the white streak charged onto the divine seat like a meteor.
However, neither the expected fight over the divine seat nor the mirror image of the original God appeared. The only thing they could see was the fast guy mustering all his godly power and colliding with the divine seat. And then, he died from the impact of the collision.
Clang!
The loud clang and the splattering of blood that followed stunned everyone.
Schwa!
The entire world lapsed into silence. The apostles were all stupefied. Even the observing gods were stupefied.
Everyone was stupefied. Dead, from the collision? That's right.
Their eyes had not failed them. Even if that divine seat was so far away, at the other end of the world, they were still able to capture this terrifying sight with their senses. The fast guy had died by way of collision.
He beat himself to death? What in the world is this? This fast bro here is so fast that he killed himself with his speed?
All the apostles blanked for a long time before erupting into a clamor.
What was going on here? Dying from a collision? Has anyone here challenged a divine seat before? They asked doubtfully.
Me, a certain apostle answered, yet his voice was filled with doubt as well. For a divine seat challenge, normally, one only needs to reach the vicinity of the divine seat and issue a challenge.
The mirror image will then appear. The so-called issuing a challenge is a simple act of transmitting one's thoughts to the divine seat.
After all, mirror images are created for the sake of being challenged.
So long as it senses hostility, it will appear to accept the challenge. What happens next depends on the strength of the challenger.
The few divine seat trials I have encountered all progress similarly. There were some who directly attacked the seat in the past.
However, generally, the mirror image appears automatically to receive the attack.
After all, the act of attacking is similar to the act of challenging.
But this situation, I can't make sense of it.
The mirror image was supposed to come out when the fast guy charged at the seat.
But now,
That apostle appeared utterly confused. The other apostles chilled as they heard this.
Could it be that this was a different type of trial? A certain apostle spoke meekly. Do you guys feel that there is a possibility?
Perhaps the fast guy moved so fast that the mirror image couldn't even react to it before he was already dead.
Schwa!
The entire world lapsed into silence. The apostles looked at each other. After thinking about it, when they recalled the two deeds the fast guy had performed on his way to the divine seat, they felt like this was probably what had happened. Since a mirror image was a challenge for the apostles, it signified that a mirror image's strength would be between the realm of a god and an apostle, not something an apostle could never defeat. And this time, the mirror image would most definitely be incredibly weak, since Chen Feng was the one who had unlocked this trial. With such a weak mirror image, it was quite likely that it had indeed failed to react to the fast guy's approach in time.
As the apostles thought of this possibility, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is truly dying by collision. This could actually happen. What more could they say?
Within the divine seat, Yi, who had been about to make a move, was also stupefied.
That's right. Yi had already prepared to make a move.
Even though he had no intention of revealing himself before that culprit and that silhouette revealed themselves, he had no intention of letting these apostles off. That was why he had been prepared to make a move against the fast guy. Alas, he had not seen this coming.
It wasn't that he hadn't been able to react in time.
Rather, he had been planning to kill that fast guy after he broke the divine seat. Unexpectedly, the illustrious apostle had actually killed himself with the collision. Perhaps this was because of the exhaustion of his godly power, or perhaps it was because of the individual's direct personality. Nevertheless, this truly caused him to be speechless.
Yi sighed deeply. Is this what the apostles that my era has created are like?
One ought to know that back then, in the era of the creation god, the world had been filled with geniuses. In this trial, he had initially been scared that too many apostles would die, affecting his plan. Now that he looked at it, he had truly been overthinking it.
A bunch of idiots. Yi inhaled deeply.
Ha ha. This bro here just killed himself trying to show off. In short, the divine seat is still up for grabs. Suddenly, the gazes of all the apostles burned with passion. Even though that bro's death had been rather tragic, thanks to that, the divine seat was still there, waving its hand at them.
With this alien world, which had calmed down, bustled yet again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous figures started heading toward the divine seat.
However, their speeds were not even 1/10 of the fast guy's speed. Therefore, battles between apostles erupted yet again. All the apostles were charging crazily at the end of the world.
Some of the gods' descendants sneered. He.
These pathetic apostles had yet to realize where they stood. No matter how weak this god's mirror image was, it was not something they could hope to lay their hands on. They were ultimately nothing but cannon fodder. Naturally, not even these gods' descendants realized that, all along, the Sin god's gaze had been focused on the slowly approaching silhouette.
This trap that had been activated with Chen Feng is the bait. Who exactly was this silhouette?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 783, The God's Descendant Makes His Move. Chapter 783, The God's Descendant Makes His Move. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Within the alien world, the silhouette was still unhurriedly approaching the divine seat. As he was trying to preserve his strength, he was moving slowly.
Or perhaps his subconscious mind did not want to arrive too quickly, preferring to move slowly.
If he moved slowly, other apostles would overtake him and challenge the divine seat before him. He wanted the others to exhaust Ye's strength.
It would be even better if he was defeated.
It did not matter to him who ascended to godhood here. That was because he only had one goal, pulling Ye down from the high and above position he currently occupied.
He traversed slowly, yet when the other apostles saw him, not a single person dared to make a move against him. After all, the aura he was emanating was too powerful.
That, coupled with the slow speed at which he moved, made him an undesirable target. They might as well use the energy to charge forth rather than waste it tangling with him.
Evidently, this silhouette was not the only person thinking this way.
In a certain location, a certain figure was also moving forth unhurriedly. His speed was even slower than the silhouette's, and he did not emanate a flashy or terrifying aura. Just like that, he slowly advanced in a subdued manner. Without a doubt, this person was Chen Feng. He was also the only person here that knew the truth, apart from the silhouette. He knew who the actual enemy was, and he was aware who the god being challenged in this trial was. As such, he was not in a hurry. With this being the divine seat of Yi, nobody will be able to succeed, Chen Feng mused.
After all, this was the Sin god.
Apart from that silhouette, who was already prepared to face Yi, Chen Feng had zero confidence in anyone. However, the others were still good for one thing, exhausting Ye's strength. Ye's mirror image here only had 1% of Ye's godly power. Regardless of how powerful this mirror image was, there would still be a limit to his godly power. If these apostles challenged him without stop, Chen Feng stood a chance to profit from this. The only person he needed to pay attention to was that silhouette, the person representing the culprit that had caused the activation of this trial. Since he had dared to come, his strength was most definitely not any weaker than the Sin god's mirror image. Of course, Chen Feng was also paying attention to other apostles with unique abilities like the fast guy from earlier. That fast guy's appearance had been some unexpected. However, if too many of these unexpected people appeared, something unexpected would truly happen.
I suppose there won't be too many such apostles? Chen Feng guessed.
After all, apostles did not use their own godly power. Rather, they used the power of whatever god they believed in.
This was completely unlike the genetic abilities of the genetic era. Therefore, there shouldn't be many of those surprising abilities, right?
Nevertheless, the incident where the fast guy had encountered the ugly male earlier was still fresh in his mind.
If he were the one to encounter such a person. Chen Feng gasped in horror.
That fast guy had had the courage a true man should have. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was sure that he would not have such courage. In his memories, a person this ugly had probably reached Kong Bai's level of ugliness.
Within the alien world, a certain white streak was traveling.
After the fast guy, yet another guy with terrifying speed had appeared. Learning from the fast guy's example, he moved in a low-profile manner, not trying to be the first to arrive. He was sure that he would not commit a mistake as idiotic as the fast guys.
However, he had still been noticed by a lot of people. Some of the apostles frowned. Yet another one? Someone sneered. This person is fast.
However, he is far slower than the fast guy.
If he arrives before everyone else. Oof. Since when have godhood trials become mere competitions of speed?
I remember that even if an apostle succeeds in the challenge, the other apostles can still challenge him.
Whoever succeeds in the challenge is able to become a god. How is it that easy?
The moment one succeeds in the challenge, they will receive a burst of power from the divine seat.
This mirror image is extremely weak at only 1% strength.
Therefore, it is possible for us to succeed in the challenge. However, if the mirror image is replaced with an apostle who has succeeded in the challenge, coupled with the burst of power he gains.
Do you have any idea how difficult the challenge will be then?
Some of the apostles smiled bitterly as they thought about this. In fact, this was quite simple to understand. If a challenger was able to succeed, the challenger was definitely a powerful individual. For instance, if the combat power of the mirror image was rated at 100, a challenger had to have combat power surpassing 100 to succeed in the challenge. After his success, he would receive a burst of power, increasing his godly power greatly. As such, what the next challenger would have to face could very well be a combat power of 200. And if the divine seat was successfully occupied by a second challenger, the difficulty would further increase, as the second challenger was evidently much stronger. Therefore, the easiest challenge was normally the first challenge. As for this trial activated by Chen Feng, it was a rather scary one. Due to the trial's mirror image being too weak, the mirror image probably only had a combat power of 10. Therefore, the first person to arrive would have a significant advantage over the others. They would be the most likely to ascend in this trial. This was what resulted in this unique situation where this trial had transformed into a competition of speed.
This won't do.
Some of the gods' descendants started frowning. They would not allow a godhood trial to turn into nothing but a race.
Some of them couldn't hold back any longer and started taking action. Bang!
Terrifying godly power engulfed the entire alien world, instantly slowing down the speed of that person. For a moment, flight was completely prohibited in this world. He had now been suppressed due to his speed being too fast.
Poof!
Because the fast guy was the first to use speed, we were caught by surprise.
Now someone is actually trying to imitate him? Some of the gods' descendants sneered.
Naturally, there were some words left unspoken by them. What remained unspoken was that the fast guy had truly been too fast, to the point that they hadn't even been able to react in time.
However, how could they allow others to do the same? Scram.
Numerous astonishing restrictions descended upon this world, causing all who tried to get ahead through speed to be forcefully stopped.
A certain god's descendant looked at an apostle beside him as he asked, "Can you keep this up?"
The person who had done all this was a follower of his. For him to forbid flight and speed, his exhaustion of godly power was certainly rather high.
That apostle smiled. No harm.
In any case, I am not going to participate in the challenge anyway.
The god's descendant nodded slightly. It has been hard on you.
Suddenly, in a low voice, the apostle said, "They are already there.
If you wish to." The god's descendant nodded without a change in expression.
The followers he had brought this time were all rather mature. None of them were focused on pure combat roles. All of them were here with support roles so as to help him be the first to challenge the divine seat.
The fast guy from earlier had been an accident.
Now it would be his turn to issue a challenge.
Swish! Swish!
Within the dusky world, with the restrictions put in place, nobody was able to travel via spatial abilities. However, nobody realized that, on the ground, in a place no one could see, a certain rat was moving on at an astonishing speed, undetected by anyone. In fact, this rat had been the first to enter this world. Even when the fast guy had appeared, this rat had never stopped moving. At present, it had finally reached the divine seat.
Suddenly, the rat squeaked. Hum. A bizarre fluctuation rippled out, alarming countless people. All the apostles looked in the direction the fluctuation was coming from. Instantly, the rat vanished amid the dazzling radiance it had emitted. Next, a familiar figure appeared.
This was precisely the very god's descendant that had restricted everyone's speed a short while ago.
Damn it!
That rat exchanged position with him. It is actually the godly power of shift. I seem to recall that all the followers he brought along this time specialize in such abilities.
Everyone's expression sank.
One ought to know that most of the followers of the god's descendants were only here to help the god's descendants obtain the divine seat. As such, they all possessed rather respectable combat power. Unexpectedly, this god's descendant had followed in the footsteps of the fast guy, relying on speed to arrive before the others. I am here to issue a challenge.
Bang! The instant the god's descendant arrived, he attacked the divine seat.
A terrifying power bloomed, the power of a level 20 apostle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 784, Horrifying Sight. Chapter 784, Horrifying Sight. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. How hateful. Someone got ahead of me yet again. Everyone felt regretful.
It hadn't been that long since the fast guy incident, yet the divine seat was once again being challenged. It seemed like this divine seat would not have anything to do with them, the common apostles.
It is actually this fellow. Some of the god's descendants recognized this person. Among the god's descendants, this person was a comparatively weaker one.
Unexpectedly, he had actually gotten ahead of everyone using such a unique method.
That god's descendant howled with wild laughter. "Aha, Daddy is here!" Bang! A loud boom erupted from the divine seat that was attacked.
For the first time, a mirror image appeared from the divine seat.
It's starting. The mirror image has finally appeared. TSK, wouldn't it have been nice if this guy had died from running into the divine seat like the fast guy?
As the others heard this, they rolled their eyes.
How was that even possible? Apart from the fast guy, who could be so idiotic? Bang, dot. The god's descendant shone resplendently as he unleashed his greatest might.
As everyone saw this, they sighed, as it seemed like this divine seat would temporarily fall under the control of this person.
Alas, when that radiance faded, the entire world suddenly lapsed into silence.
When the god's descendant attacked with formidable godly power, the mirror image merely waved his hand, and the god's descendant instantly froze and was suspended in midair.
What's going on? Holy shit, this. Everyone's eyes went wide. The mirror image had actually blocked the attack?
No, that was not just blocking.
From the looks of it. Schwa.
Before anyone had recovered from their shock, the mirror image waved his hand a second time.
Pooh. Blood splattered everywhere. Just like that, the powerful god's descendant was ripped apart. This. Bang. Everyone's scalp went numb. Dead? Just like that? In such a manner? That mirror image had only waved his hand, right?
As they thought about this, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. All the apostles that were rushing over at top speed immediately stopped.
Schwa. The entire world lapsed into silence, a terrifying silence. Everyone was greatly alarmed at what they had seen. How could this? Didn't this mirror image only have 1% of the original god's strength? Was this not the mirror image of a deceased god? Why was this mirror image so strong? And why was this mirror image so ruthless? What exactly was going on here? Nobody could provide an answer.
Even the apostles that had rich experience in godhood trials were dripping wet with cold sweat, as this was their very first time seeing such a horrifying scene.
What, exactly, was going on here?
At the distant end of the world, the mirror image could be seen returning into the divine seat. He had merely come out to wave his hand about before returning.
Nobody had any idea what was going on.
That mirror image seemed rather familiar, yet when they tried paying close attention to him, he seemed so unfamiliar.
How can this? Someone asked with a hoarse voice, yet nobody bothered to answer. Interesting.
Despite what had happened, the silhouette instead laughed. Worthy of being the sin god indeed. He only needed to use such a method once to scare and warn everyone else. This would be sufficient to cause the other participants to lose their confidence.
With the number of challengers reduced, he wouldn't have to exhaust as much godly power. With this, would these apostles start to give up? It was as expected.
At this moment, a huge number of apostles started to lose their confidence.
What kind of joke was that?
A huge number of them were aware that their chance of actually ascending to godhood was incredibly low. Most of them were only here to join in on the fun, to have a chance to approach a divine seat or somewhat increase their strength.
That was all they wished for. Moreover, most of them were also here to try their luck. What if they just happened to be lucky enough to be the one to ascend? Yet now, when failure equaled death, they no longer had any motivation to even give the challenge a try. Moreover, they even started retreating backward.
The mirror image being able to kill a level 20 apostle with a wave of his hand was truly outside of their expectations.
Two particular god's descendants directly gave up. This god is too strong. I forfeit. Indeed.
The silhouette wasn't the least surprised by this. It seemed like he had to make a move personally after all. If possible, he truly wished to keep his identity concealed. Just as he decided that he had no choice but to make a move, a voice suddenly rang out.
I seem to recall that there is a limitation to the amount of godly power a mirror image can have, right?
At this sentence, everyone seemed to awake from their reverie at the same time.
True, the godly power was limited.
Regardless of how powerful the mirror image was, so long as the godly power was exhausted.
Do not forget. This trial was activated for Chen Feng.
Regardless of how strong the mirror image is, only 1% of the god's godly power is available to him, that apostle said unhurriedly. Finally, everyone recovered from their shock.
True. However strong it was, there had to be a limit. With so many apostles here, what was there to fear? If one wouldn't do, they would use 10 or even 100. So long as this mirror image's godly power was exhausted, wouldn't he be completely helpless? Well then, who shall be the first to go? Everyone looked at each other. Not a single one of them was willing to answer this question.
The first to make their move would inevitably be the first to die. Regardless of how weak this mirror image was, it would probably be able to last more than 10 rounds against the barrage of apostles. At that time, luck would play a role in deciding who survived. At the very least, this was what the apostles here believed. That apostle spoke calmly.
It is quite simple. Who says that the first to make a move has to be in danger?
I know that a lot of the apostles here have no intention of actually ascending into godhood.
In that case, how about allowing these apostles to go first? Around 100 of them will be sufficient. Moreover, if this mirror image is truly too weak, one of the weaker apostles might have the good fortune of ascending to godhood. What do you guys think of this plan? Everyone's eyes shone. That was indeed true.
Under normal circumstances, these weak apostles would have no hope of succeeding in such a trial. If this plan was followed, though. Therefore, those willing to be part of the first wave of attackers, please step out. As for the rest, I will assume that you are declaring that you are interested in competing for this godhood. These people will be classified as the enemies of those vying for this particular godhood. That apostle smiled toyingly as he finished his sentence. The word enemies seemingly had a profound meaning attached to it. With this, the apostles that had been thinking of staying back to take advantage of the chaos had no choice but to stand out and offer themselves. With this, only the god's descendants and the comparatively powerful apostles were left behind. In this situation, if the weaker apostles dared to stay behind, they would truly die.
Very good. What comes next will be extremely simple.
Those in the first wave, we shall silently approach the divine seat together.
Next, attack together.
Naturally, remember to spread around so as to not get caught in a single attack. If you guys can kill that mirror image immediately, a god shall be born among you guys, that apostle said with a smile.
That's right. Nearly everyone expressed their approval.
With this, the first wave attackers were given some hope and turned into cannon fodder.
Remember. Enough of this mirror image's godly power must be exhausted before he can actually be defeated.
Therefore, do your best, that apostle said with a smile.
Suddenly, one of the god's descendants looked at him and asked, "What is your name? If I am able to ascend here, I shall accept you as my follower." Chen, that apostle answered with a smile. "I shall await your ascension.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 785, Clearing with High Efficiency. Chapter 785, Clearing with High Efficiency. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen had a very good plan.
At the very least, it seemed like a really good plan, as it gave everyone some sort of hope at godhood ascension. Even the first wave of attackers, who were essentially cannon fodder, had a shot at ascension. This was what De Long believed. He was one of the 100 apostles in the first wave. Under normal circumstances, a normal apostle like him would have no hope of ascending, not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Yet this time, he had a 1 in 100 chance to succeed. Therefore, he had to give it a shot. As the apostle of an unknown minor god, he had to rely on himself for his future. After all, his own god was already in a rather precarious position and would not be able to do much to help him. As such, he wanted to ascend. He looked at the apostles around him and found that quite a few of them had similar thoughts. A 1% chance. This was the nearest they had ever been to godhood. As for what that would happen after ascending, the challenge that would come from the stronger apostles, they were all of the opinion that after ascending, with the boost in godly power they would receive, they would be able to hold on to their divine seat. As such, this was an opportunity they had to fight for. As such, when attacking the divine seat, they unleashed all their might. "Divine seat, here comes Daddy!" De Long roared as he attacked the divine seat. At the same time, the other 100 apostles erupted. Numerous terrifying attacks surged toward the divine seat like a furious river. Instantly, the entire world was illuminated by a terrifying radiance. Bang! Bang! The earth shook as the dazzling radiance obstructed everyone's vision. Has it opened? De Long was filled with expectation. They all knew their own strength. After all, there were 100 of them here. Regardless of how strong they were or were not, the godly power unleashed by all 100 of them should be sufficient to defeat a mirror image. Therefore, the only thing they were paying attention to was who would obtain the divine seat. They all wondered, who would be the person whose attack just happened to be the one to finish the divine seat off? Bang! With their own eyes, they watched on as the divine seat failed to endure their attack and immediately collapsed. Success! All the apostles were overjoyed. From the divine seat, a mirror image appeared. It appeared so very frail.
Hua! Terrifying godly power swept out.
Just as everyone was waiting for the mirror image to be flooded by godly power, the mirror image lightly raised his hand. And then he lazily waved his hand, causing all the godly power heading toward him to immediately turn around.
Bang!
At this instant, all the godly power sent forth was sent back at the 100 apostles.
Not good. Their expressions fell.
Alas, before they could flee, they were completely submerged in the wave of godly power.
Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere.
The apostles were flung away, all of them suffering grave injuries. How is this possible? De Long gazed at the mirror image, full of disbelief. He could feel that the mirror image had indeed exhausted a huge amount of his power when their attacks had reached the divine seat earlier. When the mirror image had appeared in the open, he had appeared completely powerless.
Yet that attack. What was it? Some sort of ability? How could a mere mirror image be so powerful? De Long was at a loss.
One ought to know that this mirror image had only 1% of the original God's strength.
How could he? With this level of strength, if this mirror image was at its full power, wouldn't he be as strong as the Sin God? Hold on. Sin God?
De Long looked at the mirror image, feeling like it looked extremely familiar, like it greatly resembled a certain terrifying existence.
Could it be? Pooh!
A mouthful of blood was coughed up as De Long lost consciousness.
Schwa!
The world lapsed back into silence. A huge number of apostles were already unconscious. The mirror image, which had always been hidden within the divine seat, was finally exposed to everyone.
His powerful godly power and skillful abilities surpassed everyone's expectation. Despite that, it was clear that this mirror image did not have much godly power left. Otherwise, why were the 100 bugs that had dared provoke him still alive? Because he was kind? That was evidently not the case. Rather, the amount of godly power he had was truly pitifully low. Nobody bothered with the unconscious or dead apostles. At this moment, the gods' descendants all looked at the mirror image with greed in their eyes.
At this moment, that majestic-looking mirror image was nothing but a lamb waiting for slaughter in their eyes.
Look at how that mirror image was swaying about there. This was a mirror image that could die at any moment. What if?
They all believed that during the first wave, the participants had each had a 1% chance of succeeding. Now, they had a 10% chance at succeeding. A certain god's descendant howled with laughter and stepped out.
Let me do it. Bang! His godly power surged out as he charged at that mirror image. However, with a loud boom, his attack was blocked.
Next, the mirror image's hand glowed with a black radiance, and with a wave of his hand, he killed the god's descendant.
Dead? The other god's descendants were alarmed at this sight. Truly dead?
Fear started seeping into their eyes. Suddenly, Chen said, "He won't be able to hold on much longer." If he had only defeated the god's descendant, it would not hold much significance. But his act of killing is obviously a warning to scare others off from attacking, proving how weak he currently is.
Look properly, everyone. Look at the mirror image. After killing the god's descendant, that mirror image indeed appeared even more translucent. He was indeed forcefully holding on. This mirror image was probably at his weakest point. Chen shook his head. He will fall at any time. However, how much longer he can hold on still remains a question.
The other god's descendants exchanged glances in hesitation.
Should they charge forth? If they did, they might die. However, if they did not, they might miss this rare chance to become a god.
None of them knew exactly when would this mirror image fall for real.
Nevertheless, there was still risk associated with this.
Therefore, the apostles that lacked ambition gave up, leaving only the ambitious ones greedily looking at the mirror image.
Should they go? Everyone was hesitating. Chen smiled. Why don't we use the same method? Attack together. It is impossible for this fellow to be able to kill everyone. Look at the first wave of attackers.
They merely suffered heavy injuries.
For the powerful god's descendants, it will definitely be impossible for him to kill anyone if we force him to separate his godly power to deal with multiple attacks. With this, everyone will have a chance to succeed.
As for who will be the final victor, that will have to depend on luck, Chen expressionlessly said. Nearly all the god's descendants were tempted when they heard him. This indeed seemed like it could work. After all, without risk, there wouldn't be any reward. They were all god's descendants. How could they be defeated like this? and thus, Chen Hai's proposal was immediately accepted. This time, the situation was different from the first wave. The first wave of attackers had been cannon fodder in the truest sense.
These gods' descendants were simply unable to restrain themselves from the temptation of godhood. Rather than use their lives as a gamble, they would rather reduce the success rate by attacking together, as this would guarantee their safety. Let's do it. They gathered together and prepared to make their move. There were 10 of them in this group, each with a 10% chance to succeed. Bang!
Instantly, boundless godly power erupted.
A dazzling radiance bloomed. Here it starts.
Chen Hai focused his gaze and watched on silently.
With this, you will no longer have any competition.
With this, the godly power of this mirror image should be truly exhausted. As for the possibility of this mirror image suffering defeat right here, Chen Hai was of the opinion that it was impossible.
After all, this was Yi.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 786, Mere Idiotic Chess Pieces, right? Chapter 786, Mere Idiotic Chess Pieces, right? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What's going on?
When Chen Feng arrived, this bizarre sight was what he saw. Nearly all the apostles were down. The weaker apostles were unconscious, whereas the gods' descendants were covered in injuries. Even the mirror image seemed to be on the verge of collapse.
Oh, there was a dude looking at him. Chen Hai?
Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. Even though they hadn't met for a long time, he could still recognize Chen Hai with a single look.
Chen Hai smiled. It has been a while.
This, Chen Feng pointed around. He believed that this had something to do with Chen Hai.
Could it be that this fellow was already so strong that he could defeat all the apostles in the mirror image all by himself? Chen Hai smiled. My present to you.
As for what comes next, you will have to rely on yourself.
All right. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, and his gaze focused on the mirror image.
Yi seemed like he couldn't hold on much longer.
Could he challenge this Yi?
Chen Feng calmed his mind and started walking toward Yi, one step at a time.
Now? Chen Hai asked. Wait. Chen Feng proceeded slowly. 1 step, 2 steps. Chen Feng was seemingly waiting for something.
Only when that familiar aura grew nearer and a nervous expression appeared on the mirror image's face did Chen Feng truly stand before the mirror image and issue a challenge.
He.
Yi did not find this surprising. However, at present, he truly couldn't hold on much longer. Initially, he had planned to kill one to scare everyone off. Evidently, Yi himself had not expected that his act of killing to instead make these apostles go crazy and work together against him.
Since when had the apostles been so united? He had no answer to that question.
At present, he was just a badly damaged mirror image. This was his final stand. The him from yesterday that had still been so high and mighty could never have guessed that the rule he had set up would be used against him, that his divine seat would be used for the trial activated for Chen Feng. He wasn't the least bit prepared for this. Thus, the only thing he could do to preserve his divine seat was descend upon this mirror image and fight. The moment he was defeated, his divine seat would be taken from him. Even though he was incomparably powerful in person and the divine seat only contributed a small portion of his actual strength, he still had to worry about the supply of faith.
If he lost his divine seat, he would lose control over the human world as well.
This was what he feared most. At this thought, he looked into the distance. He could sense someone slowly walking toward him. It was the silhouette, the culprit that had used Chen Feng to turn this into a trial for his divine seat.
He had arrived. This opponent was quite thorny.
This was the opponent that had made use of Chen Feng to activate the trial, somehow transforming the trial into one for Ye's own divine seat. Next, he had managed to get all the apostles to work together to attack him and exhaust all his godly power, and now he had arrived to finish the job. Every single step had been thoroughly planned out, completely trapping the Sin God.
Who is this person? Wondered Yi.
He recognized all of the gods here, yet this silhouette was completely unfamiliar to him.
The silhouette's aura and body.
Ye's gaze penetrated the silhouette, directly reaching the void as he wondered who this person was. Even during the primordial era, there did not seem to have been such a person. Regardless of whether it was the era of the creation god or the present era of the Sin God, such a person had never existed.
This aura was too unfamiliar. However, it no longer mattered. Yi stood up, shrouded by a formidable aura. He truly had very little godly power left in this mirror image.
As such, it would be virtually impossible for him to be able to contend against this opponent, one who was no weaker than him and who had spent countless years preparing to trap him in this scheme. Yi was sure that this silhouette possessed terrifying strength. Based on his estimation, even were this mirror image at its peak, he would only have a 50% chance of emerging victorious. Since this silhouette dared to come, it was certain that he had thoroughly prepared to deal with Yi. This time, Yi had truly fallen into a trap.
And what would come next after he lost his divine seat? What was the opponent's goal? Yi had no idea. One ought to know that even without the divine seat, Yi was still incredibly powerful. He could retake his divine seat any time he wanted by initiating a trial.
As such, the period where he was without a divine seat would definitely be short.
So what exactly was the opponent's goal? Or perhaps the opponent did not intend for Yi to survive the period where he was without a divine seat? Yi pondered deeply, time seeming to have stopped moving. After losing his divine seat, he would probably still be weakened by about 20% or 30%. As for his opponent?
The moment this opponent obtained this divine seat, his strength would increase greatly. Perhaps it would also be boosted by 20% or 30%. With this, the strength difference between the two would be an incredibly scary one. If his opponent was somewhat weaker than him, after obtaining the divine seat, a huge gap would appear between their strength levels. Next, that fellow would probably make a move for real toward the Sin God. This opponent's goal could very well be to kill the Sin God. Yi was inherently an intelligent person. As such, he was able to get to the truth almost instantly. This was probably the opponent's true goal. As for him, he had no way of stopping this and could only watch on helplessly as the opponent succeeded in his plan. What a terrifying enemy, to be in the planning phase for several decades just so he could ensure that Yi would step into this fatal trap. However, even if he couldn't stop this, he could at least reduce his losses, right? Suddenly, Yi laughed. At this time, not far away, a shiny silhouette was slowly approaching him. He had arrived, terrifying energy swirling around him, with a strength capable of eliminating everything. It was just as Yi had guessed. Since this silhouette had decided to make a move, he had already prepared everything thoroughly. At present, this weakened Yi was simply a lamb waiting for the slaughter. The plan had progressed much smoother than he had expected, and Feng was even more idiotic than he had guessed. As this silhouette looked at Yi and Feng, a sudden lonesome feeling, that of those at the top, emerged in his heart. So it turned out that these two were nothing special after all. Regardless of whether it was Yi or Feng, both were weaker and more idiotic than he had imagined. Even though he had indeed caught them by surprise as an observer with his sudden appearance, the way these two had handled this had indeed disappointed him somewhat. After all, he had indeed prepared all his trump cards, and his combat power was much greater than it appeared to be. The only reason he had prepared all this was to deal with anything unexpected that might crop up. Alas, everything had progressed smoothly. All the apostles had been defeated, and Feng had issued a challenge to Yi. These idiotic chess pieces had indeed fought among themselves. Their idiocy was without cure.
The silhouette shook his head as he lamented. Schwa! Schwa!
He strode forth with steady steps. In a short while, he reached the vicinity of the mirror image. There, Feng was issuing a challenge toward the mirror image. This was the first sight he saw upon his arrival here. What a perfect start!
Even though he was confident, he was sure that it wouldn't be easy to defeat Yi.
As the Sin God, he most certainly had his own trump cards. As such, having this Feng test the waters would be perfect. Suddenly, he recalled what the young lady had told him before this.
The plan would not succeed? Due to Feng? What a joke! Little girl, look. Everything has progressed flawlessly. Feng? Nothing but a joke.
Before him, a radiance erupted. Feng had already started attacking, and Yi, as the challenged god, was making his move. He had indeed erupted with a might nobody had expected, an incredibly shocking might. This might was sufficient to cause apprehension even in the heart of the silhouette. The silhouette mused that this might pose even him some sort of inconvenience. Worthy of being Yi, worthy of being the Sin God indeed. Fortunately, Feng was taking this attack on his behalf.
Bang! Feng's and Ye's attacks met.
Somewhat surprisingly, their attacks merely brushed past each other and did not collide at all.
The silhouette was somewhat surprised. No collision? Did they both miss their target? That should not be possible. Oh, perhaps they are both ignoring the incoming attack so as to ensure that their attacks will hit each other? Indeed, they are already putting their lives on the line. How interesting, are you guys competing to see who will die first?
The silhouette looked over and confirmed that Chen Feng's attack had indeed hit the Sin God's body. Instantly, the mirror image was near collapse. As for the Sin God's final attack, it was heading toward Chen Feng as well.
Tsk tisk. The silhouette watched on, amused.
His amused feeling lasted until the moment when, suddenly, Ye's attack brushed past Chen Feng's body.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 787 Yi, are you sick? Chapter 787 Yi, are you sick? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Missed? The silhouette's expression became stern. Yet another miss? How is that possible?
Oh, right, Chen Feng must have dodged the attack.
How interesting.
The silhouette's expression became solemn as he surprisingly found that this Chen Feng kid actually had a trump card hidden away. It seemed like this silhouette would have to challenge Chen Feng for the godhood soon. However, the silhouette immediately relaxed afterward, as Chen Feng was not a problem as far as he was concerned.
This divine seat would still ultimately be his. This was the silhouette's honest opinion. Yet in the next moment, the silhouette's face fell.
That was because the Sin God's final attack, which possessed incomparable might, suddenly sped up and, with shocking speed, went past Chen Feng and directly headed toward him.
The silhouette was stupefied. What in the world? Were you guys not engaged in a challenge? Why would Yi not attack Chen Feng and instead attack the silhouette with all his might? The silhouette was thoroughly stupefied. However, he was nevertheless a powerful existence. Despite the sudden attack, he was able to react in time. Instantly, he erected a defense. Alas, Ye's attack was truly too fast. After all, this was a trump card that Ye's mirror image had unleashed with all his might. Therefore, how would the silhouette be able to defend himself in time when he had only realized that the attack was aimed at him at the last moment? Bang! The terrifying attack exploded with a boundless divine luster that submerged the silhouette. Damn it! The silhouette was furious. He had not expected this to happen. Nor had he expected that he would be defeated by Ye's final attack before Ye's mirror image perished. What the hell? Before the silhouette's destruction, he instinctively looked over at the Sin God. What he saw was a profound smile. That damnable Sin God! Damnable Yi! How would the silhouette still not understand? That bastard Yi was aware that he would not survive. As such, he had decided to grant Chen Feng the divine seat instead. Bang! The silhouette exploded. It was completely destroyed. In outer space, that man's always shut eyes suddenly opened. His killing intent surged. Damnable Yi! He howled in rage. The death of his clone had caused his strength to be somewhat weakened as well. Beside him, a young lady poured him a cup of tea, a smile on her face. Humph, he looked over at the young lady and snorted, as he knew that she was mocking him. I have underestimated Yi. He took in a deep breath and spoke. The Sin God is still the Sin God. However, even though there has been a slight mishap in the plan, the general direction is still correct. The only change is the survival of Chen Feng. What a lucky guy, he declared, his voice sonorous. He was truly surprised that Chen Feng was still so lucky even without the godly power of luck. Surprisingly, Chen Feng had benefited from the struggle between him and Yi. However, it did not matter. Chen Feng was ultimately a chess piece, an extremely weak chess piece. At present, his actual opponent was still Yi, and a Yi without his divine seat at that. Even though he had not successfully obtained the divine seat and the faith of all of humanity, and his strength was declining due to his clone's destruction, it did not put much of a dent in his plan. After all, Yi had been weakened even more than him. He stood up and sneered. Do you think you can avoid this disaster with this? Do you think that I can't deal with you without ascending into godhood? He. I will no longer look down on you. Evidently, he was prepared to make another move on Yi. By his side, the young lady merely smiled a rather enigmatic smile. Luck? Was it truly luck? At this time, within the alien world, after the death of the silhouette, Ye's mirror image finally crumbled. Ah? Chen Feng put on a blank expression. Clearly, he was completely at a loss. Ha! Yi smiled lightly before his mirror image dissipated completely. Somewhere else, as Ye's mirror image dissipated, his consciousness returned to his main body. Instantly, his shrine started to collapse, and at the same time, the human world within his eye came out and regained its freedom. However, Yi did not pay any attention to this. He knew that without his divine seat, that fellow would be here soon. As for the human world? Well, he would let Chen Feng take care of it in his stead for now.
After all, Chen Feng would most certainly take care of the humans properly so as to obtain more believers. When the time came that Yi returned, an even better version of the human world would be there waiting for him, a world with even more believers. Naturally, all of this required that he defeat the damnable person.
That silhouette. Ye's expression became solemn as he thought about his opponent. He was aware that a bitter battle was about to come. That mysterious silhouette, that person he had never seen in any era. Who exactly are you? A seed left behind by the creation god? I doubt it. You do not have his aura. Who can you be, then? Slowly, Ye's gaze became cold.
In fact, he only needed to select a random god to challenge and he would ascend to godhood once again. However, he did not, as he was aware that he would not be given such a chance. The moment he issued a challenge, his opponent would most certainly appear. Therefore, before he went about regaining his godhood, he had to first deal with that fellow.
I will be waiting for you, Yi said with a cold gaze.
He was already prepared to have a decisive battle with that silhouette. He was sure that the silhouette had to be on its way here. Unknown to both Yi and that silhouette, when their consciousnesses left the alien world, Chen Feng's expression changed from its previous blank state to a state of utmost calm.
It seemed like his gamble had paid off.
Yi indeed won't allow his opponent to benefit from this, Qinhai said.
True. If it's me, I would do the same. Chen Feng smiled. After all, compared to Chen Feng the foolish chess piece, that scheming silhouette is the actual enemy, right?
As the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman caught them both. This was quite a simple plan. In the eyes of that silhouette, the idiotic chess pieces would fight each other. That is, Chen Feng and Yi would tear each other apart. The silhouette had expected to be the fisherman reaping the profit. After all, he was the third party here, the one who had always remained an observer. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that from the moment he had entered this world, he had become a chess piece as well. And thus, without realizing it, he had been manipulated. In the first wave, the apostles had exhausted Ye's godly power. In the second wave, the apostles had continued to exhaust Ye's godly power. All seemed to have been developing in a direction advantageous to the silhouette. The pride he had been feeling had caused him to forget himself. Indeed, everything had progressed smoothly, to the point that the situation had seemed irreversible. Regardless of whether it was Chen Feng, Qinhai, or any other person, none should have been able to reverse the situation. That was because the silhouette was way too powerful. However, thanks to how smoothly the plan had progressed, thanks to how idiotic Chen Feng and the other chess pieces had been, Yi had been greatly triggered, resulting in that resolute counterattack. Ultimately, both Yi and the silhouette had perished together. Chen Feng's initial plan had been to think of something to ensure they both maintained similar levels of strength. With that, there would be a chance for Yi and the mirror image to die together. This was also what a lot of people had been wishing would happen. After all, only when the enemies were equally matched would they be able to fish in the murky water. However, after seeing Qinhai, Chen Feng had immediately altered his plan and followed Qinhai's plan.
Ultimately, the plan was a success.
As they thought about this, Chen Feng and Qinhai exchanged glances and laughed. At times, a look into someone's eyes was sufficient to convey the required message.
And now,
Chen Feng stood up as a faint radiance started swirling around him. This was the prelude to his ascension to godhood. He had initially thought that he would only ascend after many years.
Unexpectedly, he had succeeded today.
This unexpected incident with the Sin God had allowed Chen Feng to directly ascend. Moreover, he was ascending to the divine seat of the Sin God.
Bang!
The swirling radiance became clearer and clearer as boundless godly power started to seep into him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 788, Godhood Ascension. Chapter 788, Godhood Ascension. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. A dazzling radiance appeared from the distant horizon.
Before Chen Feng's eyes was nothing but boundless whiteness. The incident involving Yi and the silhouette had all been forgotten. At present, the only thing in Chen Feng's mind was ascension.
Bang! Godly power surged out, blasting all the apostles away.
As for the apostles that had lost consciousness, they woke up at this instant.
Is it over?
They looked at the sky. Within the alien world, only a beam of light could be seen.
Yes, it's over. Has one of us ascended?
Some of the apostles appeared to still be at a loss. In their memories, after the final attack earlier, they had lost consciousness.
No, it's Chen Feng. What? Those apostles gasped in alarm. Chen Feng? It was actually him? Not far away, godly power surged and shone upon the entire alien world. Bang! Bang! The divine radiance descended.
On Chen Feng's forehead, divine radiance converged, seemingly trying to form a godly power unique to him.
Ultimately, a faint imprint appeared on Chen Feng's forehead. This godly imprint was unique to Chen Feng.
From here on, this would be Chen Feng's imprint.
The imprint flickered. So this is a godly imprint? Chen Feng did not think about it too much.
His ascension would bring about too many changes. However, he did not have time to think about all the changes. The first thing he did was place his attention on the ex-believers of the Sin God.
Shwa!
With his very own eyes, he watched as the human world was slowly restored into the outside world.
Humanity had returned. Chen Feng understood clearly. The entirety of the human world used to be his believers.
As such, he was able to deal with them as he wished. And now, he no longer has his divine seat and can no longer maintain a connection with the human world. As such, the human world has been restored. However, he was also sure that the Sin God would not lack a divine seat for long. The moment he challenged a random god and obtained a divine seat, he would once again be able to gather faith. At that time, the human world would once again be submerged in suffering. As such, Chen Feng had to deal with this as soon as possible. He stood up and gazed at the human world. Faint godly power surged out and rained down on the human world.
Bang! 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 Dot!
Everything in the human world that had been transformed into a bead started overlapping with the real world.
Slowly, the human world became real. Humanity had returned to this era for real.
Suddenly, at this moment, the human world, which had already grown used to the dusky sky, seemingly awakened. These years, the sky had been shrouded by eternal darkness. The will of the Sin God had been continuously broadcast throughout the world. Even though the humans knew what kind of person the Sin God was, the act of sin had still spread without stop in this world, sinking the entire human world into chaos.
After conquering the entire human world, the Sin God hadn't had any intention of turning it into a utopia.
Rather, his sole intention had been to turn the world into a never-ending supply of faith.
And what type of faith was required by the Sin God? The faith of sin.
As such, the requirements of the Sin God were rather simple. First, the population of the world had to be sufficient. That was why the entire human world had been plunged into an eternally lustful state. Second, he required sin. Thus, the human world had become a lawless world. This was the perfect world for the Sin God. Therefore, during this period, a lot of people lived lives worse than death.
Moreover, this was even under the secret protection of the Misfortune Goddess and the Luck Goddess.
Without their protection, the world would have long ago gone down a path of no return. With these two goddesses, hope had been preserved among humanity.
Hope toward the genetic era.
Regardless of how long it had been since this era passed, regardless of how widespread sin had been, the miracles concerning Chen Feng were still being spread without stop, filling humanity with hope and expectation that he would return. Year after year passed, until finally, today arrived. Just when humanity was about to give up hope, the darkness vanished and the shadow of the Sin God, the darkness representing his godly power, was instantly expelled. In the sky, only a majestic radiance was left.
Immediately, the earth started trembling.
The humans that had been living within the bead for quite a while were suddenly returned to the real world. The air and the energy of the world could be clearly sensed. This air was not filled with the godly power of sin. Rather, this was the true natural energy of the world. They had returned. As for that resplendent silhouette of light in the sky above, he was incredibly familiar to the humans.
Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Numerous howls resounded as they vented the surging feeling within their hearts. Returned. They had finally returned. After 12 years, the human world had finally returned.
These 12 years had been hard on humanity. During these years, thanks to the special care of the Sin God, only his believers had been able to increase in strength. As such, nearly all the resonators were his fanatical believers. As for the genetic union, the strongest of them were merely awakened ones. In these 12 years, the genetic union, who had before held absolute authority, had slowly been beaten into submission by the believers of the Sin God. Moreover, the believers of the Sin God were increasing in number without stop. This was what the Sin God had intended. Only with this would those people willingly submit, becoming his believers. If Chen Feng had been a bit slower, a large-scale conversion would have begun, and the moment the seed of sin was planted in them, it would no longer have been a matter of belief. At that time, the human world would truly have become a cradle of sin. If Chen Feng had arrived after that, it would have been too late to save humanity. It had been extremely hard on the humans.
Fortunately, Chen Feng had returned.
When the genetic union was facing an imminent collapse, when the human world was about to fully fall, he appeared.
This kid.
The deputy president clenched his fists tightly. He had known that Chen Feng would not die. He had known that this kid would most certainly return. Indeed, Chen Feng had returned, and as an almighty god. At this moment, everyone gazed at the silhouette of Chen Feng in the sky, reverence in their eyes. At this moment, numerous divine senses swept past. It is actually Chen Feng, one of the gods said in surprise. These gods had all heard of this so-called number one figure below the apostle realm. This was especially true, since subsequently, he had even upgraded to become the number one figure below the realm of the gods. All along, they had been viewing this Chen Feng as an apostle. As for this divine seat trial, it had, in fact, been activated at the urging of numerous gods.
Chen Feng's name had just been used as an excuse so that their descendants could ascend. Beyond all their expectations, Chen Feng had been the one to ascend. This was truly inconceivable. A certain god laughed. Looks like those gods' descendants will be stamping their feet in anger at this result.
True. But then, this Chen Feng has just ascended, yet he already has numerous veteran gods as his enemies.
The gains do not seem to make up for the losses, right?
Yeah.
After all, even though he is now a god, he is just a minor god. Do you guys think that those gods will take revenge on behalf of their descendants? That is inevitable.
Even though gods are not allowed to kill each other, he will not be able to avoid being taught a lesson. Even though Chen Feng is now a god, he will not have an easy time anytime soon.
Even so, that is still better than staying an apostle, right?
True. So long as he survives this period of suppression, he will ultimately still be a god, a being above so many life forms. The numerous gods were conversing. They weren't particularly bothered about this new god called Chen Feng. After all, they were sure that this god was the weakest god in history.
First, Chen Feng's foundations were too weak, resulting in the tier of the divine seat he had activated being too low.
Second, he would suffer the suppression of some powerful gods, resulting in a lack of believers. One ought to know that even the minor god who had transformed Chen Feng into a resonator was but a pitiful god that could only gather a miserable amount of believers among the territories of the major gods.
How could this Chen Feng, who had offended so many gods, do any better?
And thus, they were sure that Chen Feng would not have any believers.
With his circumstances, who would be willing to follow him? A god said with a laugh.
As for the backers of those gods' descendants that had failed in the trial, they had all issued orders to block Chen Feng's source of faith.
It seemed like Chen Feng would temporarily be without any faith at all.
He would be nothing but a lonely god. I will let you deal with him, a certain god said to his child. This child was precisely one of the god's descendants that had lost consciousness during the trial.
Since you guys suffered defeat at his hands, I shall let you be the one to deal with him. Without believers, his strength will not grow.
He will be forever stuck at this level. When you guys ascend into godhood, you can go challenge him. Chen Feng is ultimately nothing but a stepping stone for you people, that god said unhurriedly.
Yes.
The god's descendant was filled with fighting spirit as he heard these words.
True, what was a mere defeat? When he ascended, he would defeat Chen Feng. Most of the backers of the god's descendants had similar opinions. So what if he was now a god? Cannon fodder would forever be cannon fodder.
These bastards. The minor god was furious when he found out about all this. Back then, this was how he had struggled, slowly surviving until today. Back then, a certain god's descendant had tried to benefit from his perceived weakness and snatch his divine seat.
Ultimately, he had defeated that god's descendant and ascended.
Alas, he had also offended that god's descendant, resulting in him being suppressed, causing him to struggle badly even as a god. Ultimately, when that god's descendant had ascended, that person had returned to defeat him.
Only after that had this minor god been let off.
And he had only been let off was because gods were not allowed to kill each other. He could remember clearly how only after he had been defeated, only after his face had been slapped, had that person left. Only after that incident had he been able to gather a few believers. As for Chen Feng, he was in the exact same situation as this minor god had been in the past. The only difference was that the minor god's enemy back then had only been a single god's descendant, yet this Chen Feng had offended more than 10 of them.
Heavens, how was Chen Feng supposed to grow this way? For a god, a lack of believers signified a lack of prospects. This was something everyone realized.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 789 Wondrous World. Chapter 789 Wondrous World. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. He is now a god. The guy on throne frowned. A minor change had occurred in his plan. However, his plan's general direction remained unchanged. In his original plan, he would have been the one to ascend. He would have been the one to defeat all opposition and kill Yi, then release the human world, becoming a god like the creation god of the past. Yet now, this position had been taken by Chen Feng instead. Naturally, Chen Feng was too weak. With his strength, even after ascension, he would still be a weakling. He wouldn't be able to do anything. At the very least, Chen Feng wouldn't have much effect on the guy on the throne's plan. As for the matter of believers, it would be quite simple to make those humans his believers. The guy on throne pondered the matter but did not seem too bothered. Well, I shall let you have fun for a few days. Even if Chen Feng is able to transform all of humanity, I still have a way to make them all my believers. Therefore, after thinking it through, he decided that his attention should still be focused on Yi. At present, his priority should be Yi, the one with frightening strength. Chen Feng has ascended. The Sin God had also sensed Chen Feng's aura. Chen Feng's ascension came as no surprise to him, as he was the one who had personally handed the divine seat to Chen Feng. After all, handing it to Chen Feng was much better than letting that culprit have it. In any case, he had indeed felt a threat of some sort from that culprit. With Chen Feng's ascension, his believers in the human world would naturally be affected. However, it shouldn't be too major an effect. After all, the human population was extremely large. Moreover, the faith that these intelligent lifeforms could provide was much greater in amount than that of the beasts. After a full 12 years of hard work, he had only been able to convert a small portion of humanity into his believers. As for Chen Feng, he would only have a few days' worth of time to do as he wished with that world. Yi believed that he would only need to spend a day or two dealing with that culprit before he could retake the human world. With only a few days, Chen Feng would not be able to accomplish much. How many believers could he gain in such a short period? The population of the human world surpassed 100 million. The Sin God wasn't the least bit worried about what Chen Feng could do to a world with such a huge population. How many believers could Chen Feng gather in a few short days? It wouldn't be many. Even if Chen Feng was allowed free rein, he wouldn't be able to accomplish much. This was common sense among gods. As such, this was what both the guy on the throne and Yi thought. Unknown to them, the instant Chen Feng appeared, the two godly powers that had been concealed within the human world became active. These two godly powers, which had been spread throughout the world, slowly returned, gradually flowing back into Chen Feng's body. These two were precisely luck and misfortune. Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. You two have arrived. Spirit's bright, wide eyes were filled with joy. They had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Spirit smiled gracefully. I have accumulated quite a bit of godly power. Same here. Misfortune's words were as concise as ever. Very good. Well then, let us begin. Chen Feng stretched out both his hands. Bang! Boundless godly power rippled out. This was his very own godly power, the godly power of luck and of misfortune. And thus the entire world started to transform. I have returned. Humanity has returned. However, this is the era of the gods. The Sin God has yet to be defeated. There will be a day when he returns once again to challenge me, to make a move against you all. Therefore, I require your help, Chen Feng said in a sonorous tone. Together, before the Sin God returns, let us become stronger. His every word reverberated throughout the entire human world. The power of luck and misfortune rippled out noiselessly. Nearly everyone in the world heard his words. When they heard his words, seemingly under the effect of a certain power, they all happened to think of a certain issue, that this world indeed required an even stronger guardian. Evidently, Chen Feng needed to be stronger as well. They, the believers, would be able to allow Chen Feng to become even stronger. At this thought, some of them even became excited. Bang! Suddenly, numerous pillars of light shot into the sky. The radiance that was supposed to head toward the Sin God headed toward Chen Feng. Numerous weak powers of faith converged together, becoming a huge roaring ocean. 100. 1,000. 10,000. 100,000. A million. Bang! Bang! Faith converged, forming a torrential river of faith. This river of faith belonged to Chen Feng alone. It was a link between him and his believers. Slowly, this channel reached an extremely terrifying level. The boundless godly power traveled without stop,
and like a Milky Way that had descended from the sky, it all poured into Chen Feng's forehead, entering the imprint there.
Hum. Hum.
His imprint shone with a resplendent radiance.
How is this possible?
All the apostles were stupefied. Chen Feng had just recently become a god.
How could he possess this many believers?
Even the gods were stunned. That surging godly power had surpassed even a huge number of the major gods.
It was so terrifying that it could cause one's heart to flutter.
With such godly power, Chen Feng was growing at a rapid speed. The numerous life forms were completely stunned. They had no idea where Chen Feng had obtained these believers. This lasted until some gods finally noticed the recently appeared world.
This world seems to have just appeared? What's going on? What world is this? This seems to be the source of Chen Feng's faith. Since he can do it, we can get believers from this world as well. Let me give it a try. Count me in as well. And thus, countless gods entered the human world.
Surprisingly, they were indeed able to obtain quite a large number of believers. After all, for the humans, these gods were true deities.
So what if they believed in one? With the arrival of these gods, apart from Chen Feng, the sinners that used to be the sin gods' believers found new avenues of belief.
And thus, more and more gods entered this world.
As for Yi, he was busy preparing for his battle with that silhouette, completely oblivious to the fact that his believers were being split among the various gods. All the gods exclaimed in admiration. All these life forms are actually godless.
Heavens, the speed at which we can gather believers is so fast that it's inconceivable.
What kind of world is this?
This was but the beginning of what was to come. What surprised them more was the fact that the believers attracted to Chen Feng seemed to be those at the lower rungs of society. These were the comparatively weaker ones, the strongest of which were only awakened ones.
Naturally, these awakened ones had now resonated with Chen Feng's godly power and become resonators.
Yet in this world, the original powerful resonators all seem to have ignored Chen Feng.
Ha ha.
These resonators have probably chosen not to believe in Chen Feng because he is too weak.
That is certain.
After all, these resonators are all at around level 9 or 10.
They are nearing their breakthrough. Almost every one of them is a future apostle. How could they select someone like Chen Feng? Ha, they are mine. Mine too. The gods started proudly fighting over these strongest resonators.
In fact, there were quite a lot of these powerful resonators in this world. It seemed like these people had originally been with their respective gods, otherwise, they wouldn't be resonators in the first place.
However, after these gods entered the world, they found that these resonators were all currently godless. They are godless. This is excellent.
All the gods were enraptured. In their world, even though the resonators of minor gods could be transferred to other gods, they still required the god in question's agreement. As such, a culture of extortion had come into being. Yet here, these level 9 and 10 resonators, so near the apostle realm, were godless.
This was like a feast for the gods. Are their original gods dead? Who cares? Perhaps these life forms are attached to the original god that occupied the divine seat?
Since Chen Feng has obtained the seat, this world has thus reappeared.
Quite likely. That must be the case. Sigh.
If I had known this earlier, I would have gotten my son to give his best shot at obtaining this divine seat.
What's the point of that?
Look at how Chen Feng obtained the divine seat. Yet this world has still been open for everyone to fight for. For all the gods, this world is filled with riches.
True.
The gods were all overjoyed as they gathered believers without stop, making the humans their believers. Naturally, they were unaware that the believers they had obtained were in fact a minority in this world.
The largest portion was tightly under Chen Feng's control.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 790, The Struggle Over Believers. Chapter 790, The Struggle Over Believers. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Godly power continued pouring into Chen Feng.
Slowly, the imprint on Chen Feng's forehead stabilized, and ultimately, the divine seat was fixed in place. Just as expected, this divine seat was fixed at a position normally occupied by the lowest tier of gods.
Shwa!
Instantly, the divine radiance that filled the sky vanished.
Is it over? I guess so. Chen Feng's divine seat seems to be the lowest tier. Therefore, he is still a minor god. Yeah.
However, that terrifying faith is still rather astonishing. It seems to have originated from those life forms that suddenly appeared.
Nearly every god has gone there to gather more believers. Is this good or bad? No idea.
The few gods that were conversing suddenly sank into silence. The sudden growth of Chen Feng's believers had indeed shocked many gods. However, when they had found out the truth, they had all poured into the human world to get their own believers as well.
If even this lowest tier god Chen Feng could get so many believers from that world, what about the other gods? Those major gods? The number of life forms in that newly appeared world was truly incredibly astonishing.
Evidently, none of them were aware that these life forms had been concealed by the Sin God or that these were the life forms that had originally inhabited this world. The gods were all busy gathering new believers, hoping that the entire human population, numbering in the hundreds of millions, would become their believers.
And thus, the minor gods arrived.
The major gods arrived as well. A huge number of gods arrived, and all of them entered the human world.
Gather, gather, and gather. All of them were busy spreading their godly power, invading the human world.
Many completely different godly powers began to pervade this world. A person would be able to see a random clump of godly power just by leaving their house. Or perhaps one could be having a meal and suddenly see a clump of godly power. Even when sleeping or having an intimate relationship, or whatever other activities, one could stumble upon some godly power.
Gods seem to be everywhere. Oh, you can't believe in this god? It doesn't matter.
There are numerous other gods available for the picking. Feel free to choose among the countless gods and countless godly powers.
There ought to be one that fits. And thus, humans compromised by selecting a god to believe in.
At the very least, after believing in a god, the gods would stop bombarding them with never-ending invitations like the most malicious of advertisements. With this, the humans slowly started believing in their respective deities. After the appearance of the humans, even the pitiful gods that used to only have a grand total of 3 or 4 believers now had hundreds or even thousands. For the gods, this was a grand occasion. Since there were truly too many humans around, there were virtually no fights between gods.
There was no need for that.
Rather than waste their effort fighting, they might as well use the effort to court more believers. As far as these gods were concerned, the godless humans were like a huge pile of treasure. As such, for many days after, all of the gods were busily gathering believers.
Father, that Chen Feng, a certain god's descendant, asked cautiously.
I will deal with him later, the god answered half-heartedly, as he was busy searching for human believers.
Chen Feng? Who had time to be bothered about him? But? Piss off. Why are there so many buts?
We will allow him to run free for a few more days.
The big picture is much more important.
You, don't go out and create trouble for me. Regardless of how weak Chen Feng is, he is still a god.
Fine. The god's descendant could only accept this while feeling wronged.
He truly wanted to go and get his revenge on Chen Feng.
However, it was as his father said.
Regardless of how weak Chen Feng was, a god was still a god. Without his father's help, he wouldn't be able to do much. He would probably die without even knowing how he had died if he dared to seek out Chen Feng alone.
The same thing was happening to all the gods' descendants.
And thus, this dangerous initial period of time after Chen Feng's ascension transformed into a precious time of growth for him. In the human world, everyone was busy increasing their strength. They had been stuck at this level for way too long. In the past, due to the creation god seal, humans had been unable to enter the awakened realm. Even more unfortunately, they had all been thrown into the bead world by the Sin God shortly after the seal was lifted. Thus, when they finally returned to the real world, the boundless energy pervading the air brought them endless joy. The ex-believers of the Sin God, who were now ex-resonators, were the first batch of humans to be cleanly split apart by the gods. That was because these humans all seemed rather powerful, causing the gods to believe that these were the most outstanding humans. These gods were completely clueless as to what type of believers they had gathered. As for the rest of humanity, they were currently undergoing a breakthrough of the largest scale ever in human history.
How were they doing it?
Thanks to Chen Feng, thanks to gene reagents, and thanks to the Beyond-a-Class gene reagents. During the past 12 years, the entirety of humanity had reached beyond a class. After all, they wouldn't have been able to contend against the Sin God's resonators with quantity alone.
And now these people were starting to break through.
This time, not a single god was concerned about the exhaustion of their godly power when it came to creating contracts for their new believers. Similarly, not a single god would allow another god to use the contracts they had created, as the contract might never be returned. After all, gods were not allowed to kill each other. In the past, if a minor god was disobedient, they would be punished by having their source of faith restricted.
But now, with the many humans providing sufficient faith for every god, who would care? Restriction of faith? Sure. It did not matter.
There were way too many humans around for this to matter. The most one could do to these minor gods was beat them up, nothing more. And thus, at a time like this, not a single god delegated the task of establishing contracts with new believers to their subsidiary gods. With their own hands, they established a contract with every single new believer they obtained.
With their very own hands, they transformed these new believers into resonators.
The sky above the human world seemed to be eternally lit by the radiance of contracts. Level 1 resonance, Level 2 resonance, Level 8 resonance, Level 10 resonance, and so on. Every human at the peak of the awakened realm was growing crazily. The comparatively newer awakened ones tended to stop growing at Level 1 resonance, whereas the veteran genetic warriors already at the peak of the awakened realm, those who had accumulated their strength for 12 years, were able to instantly reach Level 10 resonance. The instant a contract was established, their comprehension of godly power immediately reached a certain peak.
Growth. Growth. And growth.
All the humans were happy, and all the gods were incomparably excited. Everyone watched on as their believers grew in number at a terrifying rate. Almost all the gods had had their faith multiplied several times over. Among these humans, there were also some who were able to directly enter the apostle realm due to being sufficiently strong.
Ha ha. This is awesome.
The gain of this single day is comparable to what I gained over the past 10 years.
So this is the human world? This is such a big world. How did it stay hidden in the past?
The gods were all endlessly amazed. One ought to know that even with their formidable strength, they had never noticed the existence of this world. Unknown to all of them, in a certain corner of the world, an extremely beautiful goddess stood. She appeared extremely delicate and was silently watching on as everything happened. If Feng were here, he would most certainly recognize her as the forest goddess. She had not bothered trying to stop the gods, nor had she bothered to approach them.
Millions upon millions of life forms for the taking? He. How idiotic, she muttered. Do you guys realize that you have obtained the believers of the Sin God?
This is especially true for that first batch, the strongest resonators.
Are you all aware that they were actually the apostle candidates he cultivated with the utmost care?
In order to totally transform all of humanity into his believers, the Sin God had selected a group of believers that excelled at beguilement. He had then cultivated them from the awakened realm all the way to the peak resonance realm. He had been on the verge of transforming them all into apostles. In fact, he had already prepared the ceremony to transform them all to apostles at the same time. However, he had been waiting until he had more of them. At that time, when he unleashed several 100,000 apostles, all of humanity would have been converted into his believers. This was quite a scary idea. This was what Yi had originally been planning. Unfortunately, due to that trial, this plan had been put on hold. As for these gods, they had all taken Yi as believers for themselves. Not only that, they had also transformed all these resonators into apostles, which was an irreversible act.
The moment Yi returned. Ah. She laughed lightly. A bunch of idiots.
In her mind, the end of these fools was already fixed.
After all, that was Yi, the Sin God.
Regardless of how powerful that silhouette was, Yi would not die. Even the creation god had failed to eliminate Yi back then, let alone this so-called silhouette.
When Yi eventually returned, something interesting would most certainly happen.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 791 Equal Distribution. Chapter 791 Equal Distribution. Translator, Limest Editor, 10ish.
Ha, I just got another 10 apostles.
Same here. The major gods were all overjoyed.
Different from the minor gods like Chen Feng, who were busy taking in awakened ones that could be transformed into resonators, the major gods were taking in the truly powerful believers.
So what if those minor gods could gather a huge number of believers?
A single apostle was equivalent to 100 normal believers. Naturally, the major gods did not know that this was the human world, the world that Chen Feng had once belonged to. Of the millions of lifeforms here, nearly half of them had become his believers the moment they saw him, the moment he rescued them, with no hesitation whatsoever. These were the firmest of Chen Feng's believers. Thus, Chen Feng had no need to fight over believers with these gods. He only needed to focus on integrating into his divine system the half of the lifeforms of this planet that had decided to believe in him.
That alone would be sufficient. Shwa! Shwa! Chen Feng's hands grabbed at empty air.
Clump after clump of the terrifying power of faith appeared without stop and entered Chen Feng's body. This was the greatest power of faith to have ever appeared, an amount of faith nobody could surpass, even the Sin God of the past. After all, this was the faith supplied by half of the human world's lifeforms.
Ah!
Chen Feng sensed the power within him.
Was he a minor god?
Yes, he was. He was the lowest of gods, but due to the faith he was gathering, the speed he was growing, it was unsurpassable. His strength was growing crazily.
Bang! Bang!
With each surge of godly power, Chen Feng could feel a tremendous growth in his strength.
So powerful and inconceivable. Bang! He shut his eyes, entering a brand new world.
This world belonged to him alone. In this world, faith poured in without stop. After entering this world, it split into 3 parts. One part was used for Chen Feng's growth, and the other 2 parts were transmitted to Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess. The Misfortune Goddess's consciousness seemed to be on the verge of awakening.
Is she going to awaken soon? Chen Feng wore a pensive look.
Under normal circumstances, he alone would enjoy all the faith. Now, though, due to the fact that the Luck Goddess and Misfortune Goddess were residing within him, part of the faith was being shared with them.
However, it did not matter.
Since these goddesses had already returned to him, their growth would be equivalent to his growth.
At the very least. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Boundless godly power surged out. In addition to his godly power, he still retained his control over the godly powers of misfortune and luck. Indeed, these 2 were now tied to him. Bang!
Faith poured into him crazily. Chen Feng and the 2 goddesses started growing at a rapid pace. The God realm was the final realm one could reach. Based on Chen Feng's understanding, the so-called God realm was split into several stages. The first stage was the minor god, the stage he was presently in, the lowest of all gods. Next were the elementary gods, then the journeyman gods, the major gods, and finally, the most powerful of the gods comparable to existences like the creation god. The gods of each subsequent stage were more powerful than the gods of the previous stage. As for the method of increasing one's stage, it was quite simple: faith. The more believers one had, the more faith one would have. With this, the growth of one's godly power would increase as well.
Only by obtaining believers without stop could one grow.
That was why the minor gods could only struggle for survival amid the major gods and slowly grow. Only after a long time would they have a chance to advance into an elementary god.
Next, they would have to continue to slowly grow. This was how gods grew. The path between minor godhood and major godhood was a long one. As for Chen Feng, he looked at the faith that was frantically surging in. This was an amount of faith that even the sin god would envy. Even though it was actually only 1/3 of this amount, as the other 2 parts were being shared with the Misfortune Goddess and the Luck Goddess, this amount was already sufficient to pump Chen Feng full of godly power. In a short 7 days, Chen Feng had already reached the peak of the minor god stage. Bang! He entered the elementary god stage.
Nearly all the gods were alarmed.
Upgrade?
Their eyes went wide with disbelief.
7 days. In only 7 days, Chen Feng had entered the elementary god stage? How was this possible?
One ought to know that in the past, they had spent a very long time to reach that stage.
Is it because of this world's believers? The gods' eyes became bloodshot as they looked at the human world.
They knew that the believers of this world were all rather intelligent. As such, the faith they provided should be rather powerful as well. However, they had never expected it to be this powerful enough for Chen Feng to reach the elementary stage in 7 short days.
Since even Chen Feng can advance so quickly, what about us?
The other minor gods were getting excited. Including the minor god that had brought Chen Feng into the resonance realm, all the minor gods started frantically spreading their godly power through the human world in the hopes of gaining more recognition from the population there.
Chen Feng's breakthrough had given a lot of gods hope.
This was especially true for the gods that had been stuck for way too long. Naturally, none of them were aware that, during these 7 days, although they had all started from scratch in their search for believers, the instant Chen Feng had rescued the human world, he had obtained a huge number of believers. From the start, Chen Feng's speed of growth had been the fastest of all.
Bang! Bang!
His godly power surging, Chen Feng continued growing. Under the nourishment of that terrifying amount of godly power, Chen Feng continued his rapid growth. In a short 10 days, he reached the peak of the elementary stage.
That's right.
He was on the verge of yet another breakthrough. If he continued, he would without a doubt become a journeyman god.
And yet he stopped.
He looked at his stage while in contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to put his breakthrough on hold. The moment he proceeded and broke through, he would put all the gods on high alert. It wouldn't matter if he only broke through a single stage. At most, he would gain some attention. However, if he continued and broke through 2 stages in a row while all others God had yet to break through even once, they would probably start taking this seriously. The various gods that were all busy gathering believers simply had no idea just how many believers Chen Feng had. I will stop for now, Chen Feng decided. Ultimately, he sent all the godly power to the two goddesses instead.
Bang! Spirit's strength increased without stop.
She had been a major god in the first place. Even though the luck goddess's actual consciousness was already dead, the divine seat was still occupied by her.
She had merely lost all strength after inheriting the divine seat. Now, her godly power was recovering.
From minor god, she reached elementary god, then journeyman god, at a speed even faster than Chen Feng's own. When Chen Feng had been hesitating over his breakthrough earlier, she had already broken through into the journeyman stage. Yet this was just the beginning. The misfortune goddess's consciousness was awakening at a rapid pace as well. The misfortune goddess, whose strength had originally been stuck at the level of an awakened one, had under the nourishment of Chen Feng's massive supply of faith, finally awakened. The translucent silhouette representing her now appeared lifelike.
Hum. The petite silhouette transformed into a physical body.
Somewhat regretfully for Chen Feng, the instant she formed her body, her clothes were formed as well.
Cough.
Worthy of being a goddess indeed.
Bang! Godly power spread out as the misfortune goddess fully awakened.
As for the stage of her divine seat, it was a major god the moment she awakened. Naturally, she was similar to spirit, even though her divine seat was that of a major god, her actual body contained a pitiful amount of godly power. Chen Feng waved his hand, instantly increasing the amount of faith flowing to her. She was directly pushed to the journeyman god stage, at which point Chen Feng adjusted the flow of faith so that both goddesses were receiving an equal amount. With this, the strength of both goddesses would be balanced.
Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this.
As the master of this illusory world, which hosted both the goddesses, he felt like it was necessary to maintain a certain amount of balance. He was of the impression that he was giving them both equal treatment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 792 Piss Off. Chapter 792 Piss Off. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
The power of faith was still surging in. Even though both goddesses were able to easily reach the journeyman stage, the amount of godly power required to reach the major stage was truly too terrifying. As such, even with the quantity of believers Chen Feng had, they were still stuck. But this was reasonable.
Regardless of the amount of faith one had, could the amount of godly power required for a journeyman god to become a major god be low?
After all, in a way, major gods were already considered the strongest existences. Apart from existences like the creation god and the sin god, major gods were the top of the food chain.
Hum.
Godly power accumulated without stop. The radiance surrounding Chen Feng dimmed as this radiance signifying a breakthrough finally faded. It was only at this point that the gods that had been paying attention to Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief.
I thought that he might even become a journeyman god. Seems like we have been thinking too much.
Well, we were given quite a fright by his previous advancement speed, after all. Looks like the amount of this world's faith he has under his control is not too great after all.
Well, that is understandable.
After all, he was indeed a minor god when he appeared here.
True. Where has the faith of the humans gone to, then?
When accepting believers, I keep feeling like a huge number of this world's believers have already been monopolized by someone else. Some other gods, I suppose. After all, nearly all the gods have arrived here in this world.
But it isn't possible for them to have been faster than us, right?
We, the major gods, should have been the fastest of all.
Is it possible that Chen Feng inherited some believers from the divine seat?
This possibility was immediately rejected by a certain god.
That is not possible. Think about it.
If Chen Feng had truly inherited believers from the divine seat, the moment this world appeared, how could those strongest resonators have been godless, waiting for us here?
True, the gods all exclaimed in realization.
Indeed, they had nearly forgotten this point. When they had first arrived, all of this world's strongest believers had been partitioned between them. Due to the limited number of these believers, they had been cleanly split among the major gods. As for minor gods like Chen Feng, they had gotten nothing. As such, it was clear that Chen Feng had not inherited any believers from the divine seat. In that case, his first stage breakthrough was probably due to the accumulation of the divine seat. After all, this divine seat has an entire world attached to it.
Perhaps it is not a simple seat.
As such, it might indeed have left behind some godly power that subsequently helped Chen Feng break through.
That must be it.
If he indeed inherited believers from it, he would have broken through into the journeyman stage already. The gods were all clear on this. Chen Feng had only taken 7 days to enter the elementary stage. If this was truly thanks to the faith he was obtaining from his believers, he probably would have only required around 10 days to enter the journeyman stage. However, 20 days had passed since then, but he was still stuck. This proved that he was still quite far away from the journeyman stage.
Well then, we can ignore him for now. Gathering new believers is still the priority.
However, to be safe, it is better to prohibit Chen Feng from coming near this world.
Acceptable. Yes, we must do that.
The gods all reached a common understanding. If they had to restrict the other gods, it would give rise to quite a lot of trouble and resistance from the gods. Although the major gods were sufficiently powerful, at a time like this, none of them wished to waste any time dealing with that kind of trouble.
However, what if they only had to restrict Chen Feng?
Most likely, all the gods would agree to this proposal. They would even allow the minor gods to enter this world for believers, restricting only Chen Feng. As for who will be the one to get the most believers, or if anyone plays any tricks, we will naturally find out after all of this world's inhabitants have been fully converted into believers.
That's right. That does not seem too far away.
Based on our present speed, at most, the entire human world will be thoroughly split up among the various gods in 30 days.
Then we will decide on the next step at that time.
The gods began busying themselves with gathering believers once again. They guessed that some gods might have used some unique method to gather a huge number of believers.
However, they were now too busy to try to figure out who that person was.
In any case, after all the humans were split up between the various gods, there would be a struggle among the gods to snatch the believers of other gods. And thus the gods placed their attention on gathering believers. All of them reached a tacit understanding to prevent Chen Feng from entering this world. Although that minor god wanted to help Chen Feng, he was helpless and could only continue gathering believers in silence. At most, he would transfer some over to Chen Feng when he was done here. After all, he was the one who had kick-started Chen Feng's journey to godhood. And thus, time passed quietly.
Finally, 30 days passed.
The entire human world had finally been totally split up among the various gods. At this time, all the major gods had unsightly expressions, as they had finally noticed that something wasn't right.
The total number of believers did not match the total population of the world. Moreover, the difference was incredibly huge.
The total believers these gods had gathered was half of what they had expected.
With the population of this world, how is it possible for them to have so few believers? Something isn't right.
Definitely, a god said with a solemn expression.
Could it be Chen Feng? Someone had instinctively thought of Chen Feng.
After all, this world had only appeared when Chen Feng obtained the divine seat. However, after they checked, they found that Chen Feng was still an elementary god.
He is still stuck. Looks like the missing believers are not under him.
Yeah. The gods started looking all over, wondering who was monopolizing the believers. After all, each of the gods had gathered way fewer believers than they had expected. If the sum of missing believers were totaled, it would reach quite an astonishing amount.
Which god, exactly, was messing around?
Chen Feng was the first suspect to be cleared. After all, he was too weak, so weak that he did not seem like he could be the one that had monopolized so many believers. Secondly, during the process of gathering, Chen Feng's entry had been restricted. As such, it was virtually impossible for him to be responsible for monopolizing the missing believers. As such, they started doubting the other gods. Alas, their investigations resulted in nothing.
Damn it!
If Lord Yi hadn't restricted killing between gods. Some gods began to surge with murderous intent.
If this was the primordial era, who would care about those weak gods?
They, the major gods, were supreme existences.
How would these minor, elementary, or journeyman gods have any chance of playing tricks on them?
Naturally, they had no idea that the sin god they all feared had already lost his divine seat. As for the believers they were fighting over, these were the treasured believers of the sin god himself.
A certain major god was furious. There must be someone who has monopolized the hundreds of millions of believers or even billions of believers. He could accept the lower gods being able to obtain more believers than they had expected. However, if a single god alone was monopolizing as many believers as all the other gods, they could not accept that. This was something no god could accept. Now, time to find out who that god is.
Next, get him to hand over 90% of his believers to be divided equally among all other gods. Otherwise, he will be declared the enemy of all gods, the major god said coldly.
In fact, 90% of his believers was already rather lenient. Definitely.
All the gods were filled with indignation.
Unfortunately, none of them knew who the culprit was. Suddenly, Chen Feng quietly asked, "Can I have a share of that as well?" Scram!
The major gods weren't even bothered with being polite against him. Chen Feng appeared indignant.
But since all the gods are potential suspects and are allowed to stay behind and have a share of the split, why can't I join? That god sneered. I don't like your face. Is this answer acceptable? Chen Feng, actually. Scram!
The other gods all agreed with this. They did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have Chen Feng staying here among the numerous humans. As such, since he was no longer a suspect, he was naturally the first they kicked out of this world. And thus, our dear friend Chen Feng was kicked out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 793, Thank you for the praise, Lord. Chapter 793, Thank you for the praise, Lord. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. I feel like you are the biggest suspect. Everywhere I went to get believers, you were always there first. How could it be me? Make public your believers, then. Why me? Stop talking nonsense.
The gods started casting their suspicions on the other gods. As for Chen Feng, he could only leave dejectedly. With this, the situation in the human world had calmed somewhat. They seemed to be publicizing their believers one after another to find the culprit.
Chen Hai had a faint smile. Yeah.
Chen Feng sighed and bitterly said, "They all looked down on me and forbade me from joining them." When the believers are split after the investigation, each god will probably get several million believers. Chen Hai merely sneered.
He was certain that Chen Feng was the culprit. Why was he still pretending? Suddenly, Chen Hai said, "It has been 2 months, right?" Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. The battle between the Sin God and that silhouette should have produced a result by now, right? If they hadn't gotten involved, the Sin God might very well have fallen this time. If that silhouette had been able to occupy the divine seat, it would indeed have brought the Sin God great trouble. However, due to Chen Feng and Chen Hai's involvement, the silhouette had been greatly weakened as well. As such, the result of the battle was now unknown. The Sin God would not die so easily. As for the silhouette, he was obviously not a simple person either. If the two were similarly not at their peak strength, their battle might result in their mutual destruction. This would be the best conclusion for Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart jolted as he thought of this. Regardless of whether or not this happened, if he wished to be so, it would be so. Shwa! His senses returned to himself. Instantly, the faith, which was being split fairly, was adjusted so the luck goddess was the only person receiving any. She had originally been accumulating godly power for more than a month here. With this, she instantly broke through and became a major god again. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Very good. Spirit, the rest will depend on you. Chen Feng transmitted his thoughts over. Spirit's eyes went wide. You are trying to, nevertheless, she had been with Chen Feng for quite a while. Despite her astonishment, she still as she was told without the slightest hesitation. Nearly all of her godly power was utilized for this task. Bang! Bang! A massive amount of the godly power of luck started operating. Shwa! Shwa! Dot. At the same time, Chen Feng's godly power was nearly emptied. Despite this, the exhaustion never stopped. As the torrential faith arrived, it was instantly converted into godly power and then cleanly absorbed by the luck goddess. This was godly power being unleashed by a major god with all her might. The faith of the massive human population erupted, supplying her with unending godly power. This allowed the luck goddess to erupt with a power surpassing her realm. Bang! 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 The boundless godly power of luck started radiating. Noiselessly, all the power of luck was used to influence a battle that they couldn't even hope to lay eyes on. Perhaps the Sin God and that silhouette were battling it out now. However, only one result would be allowed. Yi could definitely not die, because if he died, the silhouette's plan would come to fruition. Although Chen Feng did not know who that person was, he had obviously planned each of his steps, and the death of Yi was definitely part of his plan as well. When that happened, the silhouette would probably be unstoppable. And thus, the silhouette was not allowed to win. However, he could not die either. Yi's strength was too scary. The silhouette had only reached this level by existing beyond this world. That was also why Chen Feng had been given the opportunity to ascend.
If that silhouette died, after Yi figured out everything that silhouette knew, something even scarier could very well happen. As such, the silhouette could not die either. Both of them had to suffer the same fate.
Bang! The endless godly power of luck surged up. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
It reached the point that even Chen Feng himself did not know how many days had passed.
On a certain day, a huge figure appeared in the sky.
No godly power could be sensed from that figure, yet the figure's oppressive might was sufficient to cause all of creation to shudder in fear. Chen Feng's heart trembled as he realized that Yi had returned. Finally, the exhaustion of the godly power of luck stopped as well. A result seemed to have been reached.
Chen Feng took in a deep breath.
He had no idea what the result of their battle was, nor did he know if the godly power of luck had been effective. After all, the target this time was truly too powerful. The only advantages Chen Feng had were Yi's temporary lack of a divine seed and his ignorance of both what they were doing and the existence of the two goddesses. If one thought about it, it was truly quite scary. The illustrious luck goddess unleashing her full power with the assistance of millions upon millions of believers had still been forced to act against Yi in secrecy.
From this, it was apparent how scary Yi was. Fortunately, this had finally ended. Lord Yi is finally back.
I have been waiting for Lord Ye's return for far too long.
That damnable clown has been hiding for so many days. This time, we ought to get Lord Yi to drag that person out.
Yeah. The gods were all furious. These days, they had been searching for clues without stop. The suspected gods had all been forced to publicize their believers. Alas, after half the gods had been forced to publicize their believers, they had still found no clues. Granted, they would still eventually discover the culprit if they continued investigating, but if he was willing to help, the culprit would definitely be found.
Bang!
In the sky, that huge figure descended. Just like always, Yi was cold and dreadful. Even without any godly power emanating out from him, his every motion still caused everyone to feel fear.
Hey! No divine seed can be felt from Lord's body? His godly power has vanished as well. Perhaps he is hiding it?
True. A lord is, after all, a lord, but the gods no longer dared to stick to this topic. After all, Yi was an existence far surpassing them all.
He was not one they could talk about.
He was one who had started this era, the one giving this life to all these gods.
They saluted Yi deferentially. Lord!
Mei Shem, Ye's gaze swept past them, killing intent occasionally pulsing out. Whenever this happened, the gods' hearts would flutter. They did not know how they had angered this lord. Ultimately, Ye's gaze landed on the distant human world. At present, the entirety of the human world had entered an age of gods.
All of the godless humans now had their respective faiths.
They had all become believers.
Nearly each human pulsed with godly power.
The humans had been fully split up by these gods.
Ka! Yi tightly clenched his fists.
His heart started burning with rage. After all, he had poured 12 years' worth of effort into this world. His anger was especially pronounced when he saw that the tens of thousands of resonators he had cultivated with great difficulty had been transformed into the apostles of various gods. After all, the apostles' contract was irreversible.
You all, very good, Yi said coldly. Thank you for the praise, Lord. The gods were all overjoyed. As for Ye's present attitude, which did not seem too friendly, it did not seem to matter to them.
After all, as far as they were concerned, Lord Yi had always been possessed this cold bearing. They had long grown used to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 794, These Underlings Can't Make It. Chapter 794, These Underlings Can't Make It. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Yi had returned. However, his aura appeared comparatively weaker than before.
He maintained a calm expression, yet his heart was boiling with killing intent. His hard work over the last 12 years had been ruined in a short 2 months.
A bunch of idiots.
It wouldn't be long before he let these fellows know the price they had to pay. However, now was not the time. As he thought about this, his expression appeared even calmer.
He's actually not angry? Chen Feng and Xin Hai were surprised. With the present situation in the human world, Yi should be enraged, right? He was still so calm?
Xin Hai scratched his head in confusion.
Do all gods act in such an unpredictable manner? Could it be that the Sin God was just this patient? Chen Feng shook his head. No, Ye's reaction wasn't due to his identity as a god.
After all, gods were just stronger lifeforms. they felt what all life forms felt. Most likely, the only thing that would affect their decision was their strength. Yi was the perfect model of a person who acted decisively.
So why did he appear so calm now?
Chen Feng looked at Ye's aura, which appeared weaker, and then at the Might of Luck aura.
Suddenly, he understood.
Yi had truly sustained a rather serious injury. Only this could cause him to endure this anger.
That was the only reason he would feign calmness.
Yi was seriously injured and lacked his divine seat, so he had no intention of fighting these gods. He only wanted to rest, to prioritize recovering his combat strength.
Chen Feng finally understood. He glanced over at Qin Hai.
It was obvious that Qin Hai had reached the same conclusion as well.
What do you think he will do? Chen Feng asked. Qin Hai smiled. He will probably leave calmly.
Then he will challenge a minor god's divine seat secretly to recover his godhood. After that, he will gather believers at a rapid speed to recover his combat strength.
Ultimately, he will eliminate these fellows one by one.
Probably more than half of the gods that have plundered Ye's believers will end up dead. Qin Hai finished his analysis indifferently. After all, that is the only way he can keep his secret and regain his believers. At this moment, the gods were revealing all their believers to Yi. After all, as far as they were concerned, Yi was a supreme existence. He would not deign to fight them over so few believers.
Not bad.
Yi put on a satisfied expression as he looked at the information presented to him. Let me take a look.
I see.
After he looked at the information, he sighed and shook his head.
I will not take part in this.
As I said before, this is a fight between you all. If I get involved, it will not be fair to you guys.
After finishing his words, he turned around in preparation to leave.
The various gods could only wallow in disappointment.
Ah, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. What a fine Sin god.
With this, he had obtained clear data on all the believers yet still managed to keep himself outside of this struggle. Next, he would only need to secretly retake these believers.
How treacherous.
However, since Chen Feng had seen through him, how could he allow Yi this chance?
Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. Some things would require the influence of luck aura.
However, there were also things that were better handled personally. This was especially true for something so simple. And thus, just as Yi was about to leave, the various gods respectfully sending him off, a flash streaked past. Suddenly, some words appeared in the sky above them. The numerous believers of the human world were originally the exclusive property of Sin God. They were also his only source of believers. Along with the loss of the Sin God's divine seat, the human world appeared in reality. Now that Yi has returned with serious injuries, he has discovered that his believers have been split up by the various gods.
What would he do? Would Yi, without a divine seat, regain a divine seat before killing off the various gods to regain his believers? Shwa!
Instantly, the world lapsed into silence. The bodies of the various gods that were respectfully sending Yi off went rigid. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to instantly see all the words. The content of the words caused their bodies to go rigid.
Yi lacked a divine seat? Yi had no faith? These believers had originally been Ye's? How was this possible? Their instinctive reaction was to deny this. That was because Lord Yi was a supreme existence, the master of the universe. Alas, what they saw was an ashen expression on Yi's face. Yi appeared somewhat flustered emotion. Hold on, why would Lord Yi feel flustered?
No, this is not the main issue here.
The main issue here is why can I see through Lord Yi's aura? He is supposed to be the most enigmatic of gods, right?
Suddenly, the various gods realized something. When they looked at Yi once more, they finally saw clearly. Yi was no longer a god.
Even though his aura was still the same, without his divine seat, the enigmatic aura shrouding him was gone. Yi's strength was now clear for all of them to see. Their pupils shrunk.
In the past, Yi had been an existence none dared to try sense out. Yet now, with Yi's secret being made public, the gods started scanning Yi with their senses. What they saw was precisely what they wanted to see. Although Yi was still as powerful as ever, he was no longer a god. He had truly lost his divine seat. Naturally, if that were all, it wouldn't mean much.
After all, Yi was still Yi.
Even without his divine seat, he was an ancient god, not someone they could hope to contend against. However, that single sentence saying that Yi had returned with serious injuries. The comparatively powerful gods scanned him with their senses and found that Yi's aura indeed appeared rather unstable. Indeed, Yi had truly sustained serious injuries.
Of course, even this much wouldn't mean anything. However, the human world turned out to have been the sole supply of believers for Yi. This sentence had indeed alarmed all the gods. This world and those believers had all belonged to Yi? In short, they had been splitting as believers among themselves? The mere thought caused their hearts to chill. If that was truly the case. Hiss. They took in a deep breath in shock. They exchanged glances and were able to see the nervousness in each other's eyes. On top of that, an indescribable fear started creeping into their hearts. Whatever the case, this was still the Sin God. They had actually done something like this. Even more crucial was the fact that Yi had pretended to not care and was intending to leave. Heavens, was this truly Yi? Based on his past style of doing things. All the gods felt a chill creeping into their hearts. The moment Yi recovered his combat power, he would probably kill them off in an incredibly cruel manner. After all, this was not something he had never done before. The gods trembled in fear. Lord! Some of the gods were on the verge of kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. However, a voice suddenly resounded. What if we do not allow him to recover? Shwa! At this question, all their gazes landed on Yi. The gods in fear suddenly came to a realization. True, what if he was not allowed to recover? Yi was indeed powerful and terrifying. However, he hadn't only lost his divine seat, he was even seriously injured. He was greatly weakened and lacked the replenishment of faith. This might be their best chance to deal with him. At this thought, all the gods gulped in agitation. True, since he would definitely get rid of them after his recovery, they might as well eliminate him while he was still gravely injured. After all, none of them had the courage to face Yi at his peak power. However, they still needed to confirm one thing. Is this information true? They started consulting their respective apostles. From the apostles they had obtained from the human world, they were able to easily find out that this world had indeed been ruled by Yi previously. So this was indeed the world of Yi. It was no wonder that they had never seen Yi's believers in the past. And thus, all their questions were answered. The mysteriousness surrounding Yi slowly vanished. Shwa! The gods all stood up, their gazes focused on Yi. They were truly planning to make a move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, Shocking and Oppressing Everyone. Chapter 795, Shocking and Oppressing Everyone. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Yi laughed in anger. You all dare make a move against me? He had never expected that after his believers were cleanly split up, these gods would betray him before he could show his anger. How ridiculous and lamentable. He was Yi, the strongest god. And yet he had never expected that a divine seat trial would result in his divine seat being challenged by Chen Feng, or that he would be backstabbed by that damnable silhouette. Or that, upon returning from dealing with all that, he would still have to face this. The illustrious Sin God had fallen so far. You are all courting death. Yi's terrifying aura rippled out. Even without godly power, his strength was still astonishingly terrifying. And yet those gods did not step back. Rather, they approached him because, from Yi's reaction, they could sense that Yi was clearly lacking confidence. This almighty god had indeed aged. One ought to remember how astonishing Yi's strength used to be. Even him letting out a small portion of his aura had been sufficient to cause everyone to revere him. Yet now, even after pushing himself, he was only capable of this much. He was now far weaker than he had been. Was this due to his injuries? The gazes of the various gods became vicious. There were innumerable lifeforms in the human world, and the absorption of faith from these people had caused the strength of these gods to increase greatly. It was impossible for them to hand out the believers they already had under their control, even though these believers belonged to the Sin God. After all, these were the believers they had obtained after 2 months of painstaking effort. Give them back to the Sin God? They were not willing to do so. Moreover, even if they decided to truly give the believers back, would they truly be fine? After all, among the believers they had obtained were apostles, which couldn't be transferred between gods. These were the believers the Sin God had spent 12 years painstakingly cultivating. Who would be willing to give such believers away? There had been tens of thousands of these resonators on the verge of reaching the apostle realm. Yet now, all these resonators had been snatched by these gods. As they thought about this, their hearts chilled. In all honesty, if this happened to them, even if it was only 2 or 3 apostles, they would probably flip out. If tens of thousands of their apostles were snatched away in such a manner, they would probably collapse emotionally. What about Lord Yi?
He had not shown his anger, nor had he gone mad. Rather, he had merely decided to leave calmly.
What did this signify?
This signified that he did not care, because as long as he killed the gods that had snatched his apostles, he would be able to regain those apostles, since the apostles' contracts would dissolve with their deaths. As such, Yi had no intention of showing them any anger. This was the most terrifying aspect of it all.
So it turned out that Yi was planning to get rid of them secretly?
True, only like this would Yi be able to once again obtain a divine seat and regain his believers.
At this thought, their enclosure around Yi tightened.
They were afraid, truly afraid.
Therefore, they could not allow Yi to leave.
Yi laughed in a somewhat deranged manner. Evidently, he had never expected these people to surround him due to their fear of him and his revenge. Therefore, they had decided to eliminate him first.
Did they think that they might succeed because of his lack of a divine seat? How pitiful. Had these people forgotten how strong Yi was?
The reason he had even fallen into that silhouette's trap in the first place was due to his negligence of outer space and the gods there. Even now, he was still unaware of that fellow's identity.
But these fellows here? Even this trash dared to challenge him? Yi laughed in an extremely joyful manner. Even without his divine seat. Slowly, Ye's gaze became cold.
At this moment, the veterans that had been following Yi for a long time, including Zero, were extremely worried, as what was happening now was simply a repeat of what had happened back then. Back then, to ensure the rapid growth of the world, the creation god had hoped that more gods would rise in power.
And thus, powerful gods had been groomed, including Yi.
And yet the powerful Yi had instead issued a challenge to the creation god, resulting in the subsequent Great War. What was happening now was so similar to what had happened back then. What Yi had done to the creation god was now happening to him, and similarly, he was being challenged by the gods he himself had groomed. The only difference was that the creation god had been challenged by Yi, who the creation god had groomed himself, whereas Yi had, in order to prevent that, ensured that not a single god under him was excessively powerful, hoping that all the gods would grow in a balanced manner. He had originally thought that, with this, history would not repeat. Unexpectedly, what happened instead was all the gods betraying him at the same time.
Zero trembled. Lord! Yi smiled. Fear not. Perhaps it is time to show them my real strength.
I can regain my apostles with this as well. His tens of thousands of apostle candidates had been divided among the major gods. He had originally still been contemplating whether or not to spare these gods. Now, though, there was no need for that. These gods had given him the answer he sought.
Come.
It has been way too long since we last did battle, the sin god had a chilly gaze.
A major god sneered. Do not fear him. He has obviously suffered a grave injury. Yeah. Not only that, he has also lost his divine seat. He lacks the replenishment of believers.
So long as we take this chance to get rid of him, he won't be too strong.
Yes, that makes sense. The gods eyed the sin god.
Since it had come to this, they had no choice but to fight. This would be a battle where the major gods were the main players.
Come. Bang. Terrifying godly power surged out as those gods started attacking. He won't be able to survive this.
We must eliminate him while he is injured.
Numerous powerful attacks blasted toward Yi. They are going at it. Feng was in a solemn mood.
Even though he had merely urged them on to deliver more injuries to Yi, he was hoping that Yi would truly fall here.
If that happened, it would be excellent. Unfortunately, this was Yi. Bang.
Yi raised his hand lightly. I have indeed lost my divine seat.
However, you guys seem to have forgotten one thing.
Before this era even started, I was already one with this world.
I am the master of this world. Bang!
A horrifying power erupted suddenly. This unique power that was completely unlike godly power, that was so powerful that it caused one to suffocate, began to descend from the sky.
The power of the world. Damn it!
You have actually fused with this world.
Leave, fast. The major gods' faces fell. The entire world operated as Yi willed.
A massive power akin to numerous rotating mountain ranges headed toward the gods, suppressing them.
Their instinctive reaction was to flee. Alas, it was already too late. Bang! Bang!
The boundless power of the world descended, and just like that, the powerful major gods turned into ash and smoke. Hiss! All the other gods took in a deep breath in shock.
Dead!
All the major gods were dead. Yi, even without his divine seat, had only required a single attack to accomplish this feat. The lips of all the gods there felt dry, and their scalps became numb. This was truly too scary.
Was this Ye's strength?
Fusing with the world, Chen Feng muttered inwardly.
So it turned out that after fusing with the world, one could employ the world's power? That seemed reasonable.
The moment one fused with the world would be equivalent to that person's weapon. As such, that person would be able to control the entire force of the world, becoming an unequaled existence.
But in that case, how had the creation gods suffered defeat back then? Exhaustion.
Even though such a person would nearly be unequaled with access to the entire force of the world, the exhaustion rate of mobilizing such a force should be rather astonishing as well. In short, our adorable Lord Yi was presently.
Chen Feng instinctively looked at Yi.
Ye's aura, which had already been heavily injured in the first place, was even more unstable now. As for the remaining gods, who were in lower stages, none of them dared to look straight at the Sin God.
However, Chen Feng could clearly see that Ye's aura was now near collapse.
Suddenly, Chen Feng understood something. To awe and scare all these lower stage gods, Yi had exhausted nearly all his power.
In that case,
if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 796, I am not willing to accept this. Chapter 796, I am not willing to accept this. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Greetings, Lord. The lower stage gods were all filled with reverence.
With this single battle, they had all thoroughly submitted. Against Yi, they no longer dared had any thoughts of resistance. Even though they could guess that Yi was rather exhausted and that he might not have much strength left, not a single one dared to gamble that their guess was right. They only dared to keep their thoughts to themselves, as this was Yi they faced. This was Yi, who, even in death, could still ensure all the gods would die together with him if he wished. They were all clear that a person at Ye's level would most definitely have a trump card that could be unleashed at the moment of death. As such, even if they were to use all their might to fight him, even if the battle progressed smoothly, the best conclusion would still be everyone's death.
Was there a need for that?
After all, none of them were major gods.
They did not have such courage, nor did they have such capability.
Yi Mir regarded them coldly. Only after a long time did he start speaking.
Very good.
Hand over half the believers you guys have gotten from this world, he coldly said. He was now clear that if he was too kind, these people would doubt him more. As such, he did not need to feign kindness.
His ice-cold bearing could still be unleashed as he wished.
Yes. The low-stage gods all heaved a sigh of relief. So long as he did not require them to hand over all the believers, everything would be fine. And thus, the battle came to an end. All of the apostles and believers of the major gods were returned to Yi, and all the other gods handed half their believers to him. With this incident came to an end. Yi walked to the corpse of a certain major god he had killed.
A translucent radiance flickered. An imprint shone on the dead god's forehead. The eyes of all the gods there went wide. However, soon after, they realized what was going on. Right, Lord Yi was recovering a divine seat.
As far as this Lord Yi was concerned, regaining a divine seat was nothing special. So long as he was not interrupted, he could ascend to godhood again at any moment. At that time, Yi would fully regain all his strength. After ascending, with the replenishment of believers, he would be able to recover in a short while.
Everything would return to normal soon after. However, right at this moment, light laughter resounded.
This laughter resounded throughout the area and was heard by everyone.
Who? Everyone turned around instinctively.
There, in a certain corner, a shadow had appeared.
Yi stopped what he was doing.
Since there was an enemy, he could not continue with the process of recovering a divine seat. After all, the several minutes of time he would require would be sufficient for an enemy to kill him. As such, he stopped. Coldly, he looked at the shadow expressionlessly.
Interesting. There are more suicidal clowns around?
Yi asked coldly. That shadow merely laughed.
He. Clown. Are you talking about yourself, Yi?
The figure said indifferently.
Why don't you reveal yourself before you continue talking, he said in disdain.
I am already out here, the shadow replied toyingly.
This is my main body. What? Nearly everyone was stunned. Main body? A shadow? Hold on. Their eyes widened as their gazes focused on that corner.
There, they had initially seen half a shadow, seemingly the shadow of someone hiding in the corner. However, now that they focused on it, they found that it was precisely a shadow that had walked out of the corner. There was no body, only a single shadow there.
What life form was this?
The gods were all amazed.
Shadow. Yi had an ominous feeling as he saw this.
Suddenly, the shadow asked, I believe you have met my junior brother, right?
Your junior brother?
Suddenly, a certain silhouette appeared in Ye's mind. Finally, a minute change appeared in his expression. Even though his face immediately returned to its previous expression, the slight change was still noticed by some of the gods present.
That expression of his was an expression of fear. That's right, Yi was actually scared. Correct. It is exactly as you guess. The shadow smiled as he looked at Yi.
My junior brother is the silhouette you fought a few days ago.
MHM.
Originally, I thought that he would succeed in killing you.
MHM. Looks like you are stronger than I imagined.
As the other gods heard this, their hearts jolted furiously.
That silhouette. That person that had seriously injured Yi was actually the shadow's junior brother? Senior brother, junior brother, heavens, what kind of existences were these two?
The hearts of all the gods present started to palpitate.
This was too scary a thought. This was too astonishing.
As for Yi, his expression was incomparably solemn. He could ignore all these regular gods. However, he could not ignore this shadow, because if this shadow was truly that silhouette's senior brother, his strength should be.
Ye's voice became hoarse. Who exactly are you people? He truly had no idea. If that silhouette was an existence he had overlooked, then who exactly was this shadow? This world. How had such terrifying existences appeared in his very own world? This was not supposed to be possible.
If these two were the existences of an alien world, with how sensitive this world was, he would have been able to detect their appearance long ago rather than them arriving without him noticing. That silhouette had hidden in outer space, so he could accept the reasoning that the silhouette had avoided the senses of the world.
However, this shadow here. Yi was truly clueless.
And thus, he had asked the question he was most curious about.
We? A faintly discernible voice drifted out from that shadow. Do you truly not know? Back then, before Master left, we were created.
Light representing the light of the world, darkness representing the darkness of the world. We have never gotten involved in the events of the world, instead distancing ourselves from everything.
We have only maintained the order of the world in secret. Are you curious about why we do not suffer any of this world's repellence? The answer is rather simple. Because, this is our world. Before your arrival, this world belonged to us. Bang! Ye's mind boomed. Master left. Created the two. Maintaining the order of the world. The world belonged to them. Could it be? You. Too. Said Yi, one word at a time. Left. By. The. Creation. God. Bang.
All the gods' eyes went wide as they heard this.
Creation God. How could this? The shadow laughed. He. You have finally thought of this. Did you know? I have been waiting a long time for this moment.
Master used his very own body to create this world, yet the world was conquered by you, the ambitious traitor.
Do you truly believe that Master didn't have any trump cards? You were wrong.
Master is merely too benevolent, so he had intended to give you one more chance. Evidently, you have not treasured the single chance given to you. The shadow appeared rather disappointed. As for Yi, he trembled, his eyes bloodshot.
Creation God. Him again. How many years had it passed since the creation God had transformed himself into the world? Yet even now, his shadows were still lurking in this world, still capable of judging his actions. How ridiculous. If it wasn't for the creation God's benevolence, you would have died a long time ago. However, you have nevertheless still crossed the line. The shadow spoke indifferently. If you had truly focused on improving and managing this world, so what if the world was given to you? The benevolence of the creation God is sufficient to accept your existence. Alas! You are truly disappointing.
The shadow looked over at the dead major gods.
Their aura still lingered in the air.
Too many gods have died.
The shadow sighed. So many that the world's operational system is on the verge of collapse.
Therefore, sorry, I shall implement the creation God's command and erase you from this world.
He. Ye's expression warped. The creation God. Again. Who did he think he was? A mere dog. With the two toys he had left behind, he wanted to put the sin god under his control? How utterly ridiculous! I do not accept this. Yi howled. Bang!
Instantly, he erupted with power. While the shadow was still talking, while everyone was still contemplating, Yi unleashed his attack. A horrifying power surged out once again. The attack came at an incredible speed, a speed that caused the hearts of all the gods present to chill. Yi had actually preserved some of his strength. If they had tried to fight him earlier, they would probably have died.
And now. Pooh!
That attack directly blasted into the shadow's body.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 797, this seems to be progressing wrongly. Chapter 797, this seems to be progressing wrongly. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Shadow? Die.
Yi said, his gaze cold. Next, he fully unleashed his formidable power and blasted the shadow's body. Before this powerful attack, the shadow's body started to fall apart.
I, the Sin God, Yi, am the master of this world. Yi said in a tyrannical manner. The various gods trembled in fear before the might displayed by Yi.
At this time, nobody dared to challenge the Ye's majesty. However, after using all his power to destroy that shadow, Ye's expression became somewhat strange.
He felt like something wasn't right.
Yi frowned as he pondered this.
Was the shadow too strong?
No, rather, the shadow was too weak. The shadow, which was supposed to be a powerful existence, had crumbled apart the moment his attack touched it. This gave Yi a bad premonition, as his attack had been no different than attacking a mosquito with a nuclear warhead. It was too much of a waste of his power.
Could this shadow be a mere clone? So they were so arrogant to the point that they had only sent a clone to deal with him? If so...
Indeed, right at this moment, another shadow appeared in the corner, proving Ye's guess correct.
Here again. Ye's heart trembled. This time, this should be that fellow's true body. However, Yi was nevertheless still Yi.
Having suffered a loss once, he would no longer be tricked. In his mind, he replayed the scene where he met the silhouette's clone as well as the silhouette's real body. Since they were fellow apprentice brothers, the difference between their clones and their main bodies should be quite similar.
Therefore, Shwa!
The shadow appeared slowly. In Ye's heart, a standard had already been set. He calmly waited for the shadow to fully appear. When he saw a familiar symbol on the shadow, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed the shadow's real body.
Yi sneered. You are so powerful, yet you still need a clone to test the waters for you?
Of course. The shadow smiled.
Otherwise, how am I supposed to exhaust your strength? Earlier, in order to eliminate my clone, you should have exhausted quite a lot of strength, right?
Ah, you, despite already being exhausted in the first place, were forced to once again release an attack of such power.
TSK.
How much more of your power can you still draw on? Or perhaps you are already at your limit? The shadow laughed and continued, nevertheless, it no longer matters. Since even that fellow is capable of fighting you to the point that the both of you are seriously injured, you clearly are not that powerful even at your peak, let alone the current you.
Let me be the one to end this struggle. Bang!
The shadow strode out, taking the initiative to attack. The various gods around them were all trembling in fear. This was not a battle they could hope to join. The enemy was too powerful, possessing a strength they could only look up to.
The enemy's aura alone was sufficient to cause them to tremble in fear.
I'm afraid Lord Yi is in deep trouble this time. Sigh, I never expected a new war of the gods would occur after so many years.
I suppose this is why Lord Yi has been so angry. The various gods lamented.
In the war back then, Yi had suffered defeat and been forced away for countless years before the creation god finally decided to fuse his body with the world. After that, he had still needed to wait for many years to confirm that the creation god had indeed sacrificed his body. After confirming the disappearance of the creation god, he had waited many more years before daring to do anything. Unexpectedly, not long after he had reappeared, the people left behind by the creation god had appeared yet again to deal with him.
How could this not anger him? Wasn't the creation god somewhat excessive?
Back then, the war between the various gods of the primordial era had been completely ignored by him, resulting in countless casualties. Yet after several tens of thousands of years, when he appeared, these leftovers of the creation gods had appeared as well.
What was with this bullying?
If he were still oblivious to this, it wouldn't matter much.
Now that he finally knew the truth, though, how could he stay calm?
The most terrifying part was the fact that these two fellows were truly too strong.
Can Lord Yi win? I reckon it will be quite hard.
A single silhouette was already sufficient to seriously injure him. Now that the shadow has appeared and has even tricked Lord Yi into wasting a huge portion of his strength before the fight even began. As they thought about this, they were all alarmed. This shadow was so strong, yet he was still using such tricks. Just like that, one of Ye's trump card had been wasted by a trick.
Now that the shadow was personally making a move, could you stop him? None of them knew the answer to that.
At present, they could only watch on silently.
Indeed, this was the real body. Yi understood clearly.
Unlike the clone, which had spoken way too much, this real body attacked the moment he appeared. This was how they should have acted, given their strength.
Shadow. Ye's gaze became cold. He clenched his fists tightly as he sensed the empty supply of power within him. Had he been forced into desperation? It did not matter.
He still had a single chance remaining, a trump card he had kept hidden for a very long time.
Bang!
As the shadow arrived with a terrifying might, he finally moved. He had been waiting calmly until the instant the shadow reached him before moving. He lightly raised his right hand.
This single motion produced an earth-shattering effect. Bang! Dot.
With this single motion, half the sky seemed to crack apart.
This is... All the gods' eyes widened. How strong?
This was their first thought.
Yi still had a trump card hidden away?
This was their second thought.
Heavens!
He was obviously already incomparably weakened and near death, yet his trump card seemed never-ending, each as shocking as the last.
This was too scary.
They all observed a moment of silence, mourning the major gods that had dared to move against Yi earlier.
Nobody had the slightest idea exactly how strong Yi was. Shwa!
Slowly, the radiance from Ye's attack faded.
Was it over?
The various gods looked over. Indeed, the shadow had vanished. Under Ye's super-powerful trump card, the shadow had been completely decimated.
However, they felt doubtful when they saw that Ye's expression was incredibly unsightly. Something feels wrong.
Yi shut both his eyes.
Yet another clone?
No, he was sure that the shadow earlier was the real body.
However, that feeling was completely wrong. After all, he had faced the silhouette in a battle before and was aware of how strong that fellow was. However, this shadow here, although he had indeed erupted with a rather remarkable strength, was still giving Yi a certain feeling, a feeling that he was so very weak. This was clearly not how strong the shadow was supposed to be, yet that had clearly been his real body. Yi was at a loss. Had he been too nervous and thus been overthought this? Or perhaps there was more than one enemy?
There was a dark shadow and a shiny silhouette.
Perhaps there were other figures of different colors?
No, that shouldn't be the case.
Instinctively, Yi looked at the corner while his mind was in a mess.
Next, with astonishment, he saw that yet another figure had appeared there.
This figure was red. Ye's eyes went wide.
There was indeed a figure of a different color.
Could it be that? If you have the guts, come out together,
shouted Yi, as he had a bad premonition.
Shwa! Shwa!
And behold, from the corner, 7 figures appeared.
Each of the figures was a real body.
There was not a single clone among them. The 7 figures were of differing colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple.
Amid the dusky world, the 7 shining figures were so dazzling that the various gods nearly went blind. What is this?
All the gods were stupefied.
Had these all been left behind by the creation god?
They all had such unique characteristic.
The characteristics of RGB 1-1.
The gods were all stupefied. Yi was stupefied as well.
This did not seem right.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 798 Extraordinary Imagination. Chapter 798 Extraordinary Imagination. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Amid the dusky sky, in a certain far-off corner of the battle that all the gods were focusing on, in the same corner where numerous figures had appeared, 2 people were crouching, their heads aching.
This plot seems rather wrong. Feng was extremely distressed.
A problem had occurred with the plan.
Yeah.
In front of him was a youth with a similarly distressed expression. This was precisely his disciple from a long time ago, Wu Hui. With the descent of calamity and the arrival of the era of gods, apart from Chen Feng's group of 3, there were a few other unique existences that had also relied on their unique fortuitous encounters to free themselves of this crisis. It was obvious that Wu Hui was one of these unique individuals. He was now an apostle. He was also the guy who had planned the ambush on the fast guy with the various words carved out of mountains back then. After that incident, Feng had resumed contact with him. This time, they were planning to eliminate the Sin God.
Their plan was supposed to be very simple.
They would first force Yi to fight the various major gods to exhaust his strength. The second step would be to force the exhausted Yi to fight the Shadow's numerous clones, exhausting his trump cards. With that, when Chen Feng's group emerged in the end, they would be able to defeat Yi. This was quite a simple plan. After all, the so-called Shadow and the various figures were creations of Wu Hui's ability that had combined with the godly power Wu Hui had obtained when he became an apostle. What he had unleashed was precisely Ye's imagination. Moreover, these figures had been created with Wu Hui's comparatively weak godly power. As such, the Shadows were in fact quite weak. This was not a trick they could repeat, as Yi was not a fool that would endlessly fall to their tricks. As such, their plan had been to use these Shadows to trick Yi once. Everything had progressed smoothly, successfully exhausting one of Ye's trump card with the clone before exhausting another of his trump cards with the real body. This was supposed to be the time for Chen Feng to step out and end this. However, surprising them, before they could do anything, an unforeseen circumstance had arisen. Just as Wu Hui was about to stop using his ability produced another figure. Chen Feng was stupefied at this sight.
Wu Hui was the same. There were more? Chen Feng's confidence vanished. What's going on? Holy shit, it couldn't be that their lie had transformed into reality, right?
After all, the previous time he had lied to the gods, his lie had transformed into reality with the appearance of Sin God. And now, the so-called dark shadow and bright silhouette.
This can't be, right?
Chen Feng's hands shivered. If this truly became reality, it would truly be over for him.
No, not quite.
Wu Hui laughed bitterly. It's my ability, but... Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief.
That's good.
So it turns out that the figure was created by Wu Hui.
That's fine, then. Hold on.
Chen Feng seemed to have realized something.
Didn't I tell you to stop?
Chen Feng was confused. Yeah, I was about to stop, but this image appeared in Ye's mind, creating this figure before I could stop.
Wu Hui's head ached. You are saying, this figure is the product of Ye's imagination?
Chen Feng was astonished. He had initially thought that Yi would see through the lie after witnessing the clone and real body.
Unexpectedly. Should I turn this figure off? Wu Hui asked cautiously.
No, Chen Feng waved his hand.
I am quite curious, what else his mind can create?
Just as he finished his words, several shiny figures appeared. Chen Feng and Wu Hui witnessed the birth of this group of rainbow figures with their very own eyes. Or perhaps one could say that this was a group of RGB figures.
Chen Feng. Wu Hui. What else could they say in response to this?
Yi was worthy of his identity as a god, possessing such a rich imagination? Even the figures he imagined were so brilliant.
The limit of my creativity is creating a dark shadow-like figure. Look at Ye's imagination, Chen Feng lamented endlessly. Wu Hui, what should we do now? He was somewhat anxious. Wait and see.
Chen Feng focused his gaze ahead. At present, he too was clueless about what Yi was thinking. At the same time, when the figures appeared before Yi, he finally started going crazy.
Ha ha. I knew it.
It's impossible for you to be so weak. Since that bastard creation god left behind some trump cards to deal with me, how can the trump cards be so weak?
That bright silhouette was so strong. How is it possible that the shadow is weak?
Haha, so turns out this is your actual trump card?
Yi was furious.
He felt like the shadow was playing around with him.
Real body?
Indeed, all of these were real bodies. However, one could also have various real bodies.
Clones were something one could create or destroy at any time.
As for real bodies, they would exist forever.
However, what if someone had numerous real bodies?
Since this fellow had decided to face him, it was inevitable that he himself would also suffer damage from this encounter. Therefore, he was prepared to sacrifice several clones, while this shadow was precisely a person whose ability was the creation of numerous clones that were also real bodies at the same time. So it turned out that this was the case.
He finally understood clearly.
If this shadow looked for him alone, there was a possibility of him dying. That was because, despite his numerous clones, his strength was rather unremarkable. He was not at all match for Yi. Therefore, he first had the bright silhouette exhaust Yi's strength, then sent the dark shadow over.
He finally understood everything.
The plan was to send figure after figure at him to exhaust him.
What a fine scheme, Shadow.
Unfortunately, since this plan has already been seen through by me, sorry, I will not give you the chance to defeat me.
Ye's eyes gleamed coldly. Come out.
Yi inhaled deeply as he decided to no longer retain any power, as it would be completely meaningless. If he continued retaining his strength, he would probably be exhausted to death by this damnable Shadow's inexhaustible clones. Therefore, he might as well thoroughly eliminate this Shadow.
Bang!
A tremendous power started emerging from the deepest part of Ye's body.
Hum.
A faint radiance started converging around him.
Come out. He howled.
A wondrous-looking string of light appeared in his hands. This was the Karma String, a weapon capable of linking all the figures together and dragging them out.
That's right, Yi was planning to use brute force to drag the enemy out.
This was his final trump card, a power he had never dared use before.
1, 2, 3, 10.
Ultimately, more than 200 figures were dragged out, each a different color. Around them, the various observing gods were already thoroughly stupefied.
These figures. Yi laughed. Very good. You guys have finally revealed yourselves.
To be capable of forcing me to this extent, you are quite a terrific person. Remember that even that silhouette only managed to injure me, and the injuries were merely flesh wounds.
Yet you. He, Yi muttered.
Worthy of being the something the creation god created.
Unfortunately, this is the end for you.
It is time to show you guys exactly why I was able to rebel against the creation god back then.
Bang! A terrifying power erupted and engulfed the entire area.
The figures that were linked by the Karma String started shaking.
Hum. Hum. Next, something terrifying happened.
Instantly, all the figures linked together transformed into ash and dust and waffled through the air, presenting quite a horrifying sight.
Yi sighed. Let this end. Karma. Before the eyes of so many gods, the 200-plus figures turned into ash. Was this, finally, over? Yi stood up and turned around in preparation to leave.
Right at this instant, an astonishing radiance flashed. Yi turned around abruptly, and before he could even do anything, an immense force could be felt piercing through his chest.
Pooh!
Instantly, that massive force penetrated his chest and destroyed his entire body.
You? Ye's eyes went wide, unbelieving.
Before his eyes was a person he was incredibly familiar with, Chen Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 799, The Final Trump Card. Chapter 799, The Final Trump Card. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Prior to the elimination of the numerous figures, the appearance of the 256 figures had rendered even Chen Feng speechless as he wondered exactly what was contained in the Sin God's brain, to be able to give birth to so many figures with his imagination. As for why the figures had stopped appearing at this point?
It was quite simple.
Rather than this being the limit of the Sin God's imagination, it was due to the total exhaustion of Wu Hui's energy.
My godly power is already fully exhausted.
Wu Hui smiled bitterly. This was the first time his godly power had been fully exhausted since he had entered the Apostle realm. After all, he normally relied on the imagination of his enemies and so did not need to expend too much of his own energy.
One could say that his normal exhaustion rate was extremely low.
Yet this time, the more than 200 figures had fully emptied him.
The scale of Ye's imagination was truly so great that they could only gasp in amazement.
And that was why the figures had stopped appearing at this point. Naturally, from the Sin God's point of view, it was thanks to his Karma String that he had been able to drag all these enemies out. He had absolutely no idea that this had nothing to do with his Karma String. Nevertheless, the moment Yi made his move, both Chen Feng and Wu Hui were truly alarmed. This was especially true when all the figures transformed into ash at the same time. That shocking sight gave Chen Feng quite the fright.
So it turned out that Yi had such a trump card? Worthy of being Yi. If so, were there any trump cards he had yet to show? Chen Feng used the godly power of luck to obtain an answer through deduction.
After obtaining the answer, which he found favorable, he acted without hesitation. He unleashed the strongest attack he had ever launched, amplified to the power of 3. The might of this attack reached an extremely terrifying level.
Perhaps this attack couldn't have done anything against Yi at his peak.
However, against this weakened Yi, this Yi who had no trump cards left, Chen Feng's attack displayed an astonishing effectiveness, immediately piercing through Yi.
Pooh! Through Ye's chest the attack went. You have joined them.
Yi did not dare believe his eyes.
Chen Feng, that pitiful human.
All along, Yi had merely seen Chen Feng as a chess piece that was struggling for survival with great difficulty amid Yi and the Silhouette's conflict.
Chen Feng had only been able to survive by fluke alone.
Even Chen Feng's godhood was something Yi had personally bestowed upon him. And yet, Yi had never imagined that Chen Feng, whom he had personally gifted a divine seat, would be one to kill him with godly power.
You?
He sensed the pain in his body and, at the same time, Chen Feng's power, which was absolutely beyond Chen Feng's level, a power that normally only major gods could unleash.
Yi was indignant.
He had calculated everything. He wouldn't be bothered even if all these elementary and journeyman gods were to rebel right here. That was because his body was sufficiently powerful to the point that a regular elementary or journeyman god was completely incapable of doing him any harm. As the strongest god, his body had been tempered to an extremely terrifying level.
However, this attack of Chen Feng's, major god. He. Yi laughed bitterly.
This little fellow, who had received the gift of godhood from him, had reached such a height. He had been defeated, thoroughly defeated.
Creation god. Bright silhouette. Dark shadow.
Ye's eyes were filled with hatred. He was indignant and felt great hatred. He was the illustrious sin god. How could he suffer such a miserable defeat? He was truly indignant. The only person he did not hate was Chen Feng, because as far as he was concerned, Chen Feng was still a pitiful chess piece.
Yi laughed softly. He. Do you know that even after killing me, they won't let you off? Ka.
He could feel his power weakening and the organs within his body going rigid. Without the replenishment of godly power, his unequaled body was on the verge of collapse.
Perhaps the creation god is a kind person.
However, too long has passed.
That silhouette. I can feel the surging ambition within him. Yi laughed.
You will die. Ultimately, that silhouette will subjugate the entire world. Be extremely sure that his goal is definitely the subjugation of the entire world, including the world of humans. Your strength as a mere major god is far from enough. Ye's gaze was filled with pity as he looked at Chen Feng.
Chen Feng.
Of course he was aware of this.
However, he had no other choice. He had to eliminate these two one at a time.
After killing you, I will naturally go kill him as well, Chen Feng declared coldly. Yi howled with laughter.
Ha. Is that even possible? His strength is not below me.
Perhaps, he has similarly powerful trump cards as well.
What can you use to kill him? Do you even stand a chance? If it wasn't for the appearance of the shadow forcing my hand, how would you even have stood a chance against me? Yi said with disdain. Major gods?
He had killed many of them not very long ago. If not for his fight with the shadow exhausting his trump cards, how could Chen Feng have had a chance?
Trump cards?
Chen Feng did not deny this point. Indeed, an existence comparable to Yi would most definitely have terrifying trump cards. This almost certainly applied to that silhouette as well.
Well, he would find out with time. Chen Feng took in a deep breath.
Because he had lied about that silhouette being left behind by the creation god, Chen Feng was the only one that was aware that the silhouette's real identity was still a mystery.
Who exactly was that fellow? Chen Feng hadn't the slightest idea. Perhaps the day would come when he figured out who that person was.
At that time, he would perhaps be able to figure out what his trump card was as well.
As for now.
As Chen Feng looked at Yi, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind.
Ka. Ye's body was gradually going cold.
His consciousness was becoming blurry as well. Even so, a firm gaze was still maintained on his face. He was indeed worthy of being the once strongest god. Even with such an injury, he was still not fully dead.
I will be waiting for you.
Yi had a faint smile as he looked at Chen Feng.
Within that endless abyss, he had been defeated.
Thus, he would admit his defeat. However, he would never allow a mere chess piece to ridicule him.
You won't. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. There is something I have forgotten to tell you. Ye's gaze focused on Chen Feng. MHM?
There is no such thing as a bright silhouette and a dark shadow, nor is there anything like the leftovers of the creation god, Chen Feng whispered into Ye's ear. All of that was but a lie told for the sake of killing you. What you killed with your trump card was just a fragment of your imagination.
How is that possible?
Yi would not believe these words easily.
Look over there and imagine the creation god.
See what's going to happen, Chen Feng said lightly. Creation god, subconsciously, Yi did as he'd been told. And next, he saw that in that corner, a figure indeed appeared.
This was the figure of the creation god.
Instantly, Ye's blurry consciousness recovered a moment of clarity.
It's you! Ye's gaze became bloodshot. Chen Feng. It was actually him. Everything had actually been his plan. How was this even possible?
Chen Feng spoke unhurriedly.
I told you, I will return. The moment you conquered the human world, I said I would return and retake the human world right before your eyes. Bang!
Ye's mind trembled, his heart filled with unwillingness.
He could admit his defeat toward the creation god. However, this Chen Feng, a mere bug, an existence he could ignore, had actually. Suddenly, Yi calmed down. You shouldn't have told me this. Chen Feng blanked. What?
Suddenly, Ye's voice became faintly discernible and illusory.
With my title as the Sin God, I hereby curse you, to eternal depravity. God's curse.
The surrounding gods were so shocked that everyone retreated. The god's curse was a curse unleashed by a god with all his might and potential. It was an extremely terrifying curse. The stronger the user was, the scarier the curse.
And Yi. Even though I no longer have anything, even without my divine seat, my accumulation throughout the years is sufficient to consign you to eternal damnation.
Yi howled with laughter. If it had been the silhouette in the shadow, seeds left behind by the creation god, I would truly be helpless, as the creation god is a greater god than me, an existence I can't curse.
But you. Ha ha.
In his final moments, Yi appeared deranged.
You shouldn't have told me the truth. Bang! A black beam pierced through the void and directly entered Chen Feng's body. Let this end now. Ye's gaze became calm. Finally, everything was over, even if he was no longer immortal.
However, this had concluded with an ending he found acceptable.
However, right as his consciousness was fading, Chen Feng's voice sounded by his ear. Thank you. What was there to thank him for?
Before Yi could even react to this, his consciousness sank into slumber, an eternal slumber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 800, Who are you? Chapter 800, Who are you? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Swish. A black radiance surged.
The curse made by the Sin God before his death was also his final trump card. That black radiance streaked past the horizon and, under the shocked gazes of the various gods, hit Chen Feng, entering his body and vanishing without a trace.
That's right, it vanished. The seemingly terrifying curse did not seem to do anything to Chen Feng. What happened? No idea.
The various gods were in a daze from the extreme shock. The things they had seen today had truly shocked them. This was especially true for the final scene, where Chen Feng erupted with an astonishing might and killed Yi.
Heavens, that was Yi! Even more terrifying was the fact that the curse Yi had made before his death, his final trump card, was seemingly useless?
That bizarre black radiance had no effect on Chen Feng.
Not quite.
The gods all opened their eyes wide and focused their gazes on Chen Feng. Next, they saw that when the black radiance entered Chen Feng's body, an expression of comfort appeared on Chen Feng's face.
And next, bang! An astonishing aura roiled out. This Major God. The gods cried out in alarm.
What was happening with Chen Feng presently was the sign of one breaking through into the Major God stage.
In short, Chen Feng had made use of this to directly break through to the Major God stage? The various gods did not know what to say. They knew that the era was going to change yet again.
Yi was dead, as were the various major gods. Only a single recently broken through major god was left behind. Despite this major god possessed extremely terrifying strength.
This was Chen Feng. The various gods trembled, not daring to move at all. Ah! An expression of utmost comfort was plastered on Chen Feng's face. He had finally broken through.
Naturally, the breakthrough didn't refer to himself. Rather, it was the misfortune goddess. Due to the redistribution of godly power to spirit alone so that they could deal with Yi, the misfortune goddesses had growth stunted. That was why she hadn't been able to recover to the major god stage. Fortunately, before Ye's death, he had given them a huge gift.
God's curse? As far as the misfortune goddess was concerned, this was an extremely helpful tonic.
As such, she was able to instantly reach the major god stage after absorbing this curse. And now, even though Chen Feng still appeared to be an elementary god, within him were two major gods whose strength couldn't be measured with conventional methods. Chen Feng stood up, his gaze slowly sweeping past the various gods around him. Among these gods, the strongest was at a peak journeyman god.
At present, all of them were prostrating before Chen Feng. In this era, hierarchy was extremely important.
As Chen Feng realized that they were all prostrating before him, he blinked momentarily. So it turned out his plan to kill Yi had indeed succeeded. He had truly reached this height, had truly killed the Sin God, becoming an expert of this era. Apart from that, all the other major gods were dead as well. And thus, he was now the strongest among these gods. However, he was able to calm his surging emotions shortly. Even though it might appear like he was the strongest god, he was clear that the only reason he had even been able to defeat Yi was due to the various major gods serving as cannon fodder earlier, the Sin God's fear of the creation god, and the injuries Yi had suffered at the hands of that silhouette. For now, he needed to first stabilize everything. First, he had to put his strength in order, then find an opportunity to get rid of that silhouette. At that time, he would truly be the strongest of this era, a supreme god.
You may stand, Chen Feng said indifferently. Yes. The various gods stood up.
We need a new leader, Chen Feng said nonchalantly.
Yes.
We are willing to follow your lead, the various gods said without hesitation. They pondered slightly and continued, as for the believers, we are also willing to hand them over. But
this was something they had to do. What kind of person was this Chen Feng? A lot of people actually had a slight idea now.
When they heard that Chen Feng was actually a human, the gods with human believers trembled in fear.
They were not willing to die for no apparent reason. Chen Feng shook his head. There is no need for that.
Believers are, after all, believers, not murderers. Since you guys are gods they have voluntarily selected, just allow them to continue with their faith.
There is no need to think about this too much. Thank you, Lord.
The various gods were overjoyed. However, right at this instant, a figure appeared in the distance.
Thump. Chen Feng's heart jolted. This figure. It couldn't be that his lies had indeed transformed into reality again, right? This wasn't something left behind by the creation god, right? Chen Feng's heart trembled.
Fortunately, that figure revealed itself in front of them soon after. This figure turned out to be a major god Chen Feng was extremely familiar with, the forest goddess.
Major god?
The hearts of the various gods thumped.
So there was another major god alive?
Oh, true, she hadn't been around when they were ganging up on Yi.
If it's her.
Some gods were tempted and walked to the forest goddess.
I am willing to follow you, Lord.
Evidently, not all the gods liked Chen Feng. After all, his identity as a human was truly somewhat too shocking to them. Moreover, compared to a new major god like Chen Feng, the forest goddess, who had been a major god for countless years, a primordial god, seemed like a much better choice.
And thus, a large number of gods immediately abandoned Chen Feng.
Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face.
These fellows.
You guys swore an oath earlier.
Schwa. Schwa.
The forest goddess walked over slowly. As for the various gods, they all stood behind her, not daring to say anything. However, some of their gazes were already filled with some sort of pride when they looked at Chen Feng. Evidently, they were of the opinion that this was the correct choice.
At
the very least, this was what they believed. It has been a while, Chen Feng said. The last time they met had been during the death of the luck goddess.
Yeah.
You two are truly adept at having fun, the forest goddess said grudgingly. Even if you two wanted to play, why not play at home?
Why must you two drag me in as well?
Evidently, she had already noticed a familiar power about Chen Feng, luck. Chen Feng was still together with that luck goddess.
Moreover, their relationship seemed even more intimate now. If that was the case, what exactly happened back then? Had they been playing around with her? She indeed died. Chen Feng smiled. This spirit is the spirit that accompanied me for many years.
The forest goddess had a pensive look when she heard this.
Consciousness separation. This thought surfaced almost immediately. What a fine Chen Feng. Was this how he had tricked her back then as well? She shook her head.
In terms of strength, she was naturally stronger than Chen Feng, past and present. Even though Chen Feng had killed Yi, the forest goddess was clear that Chen Feng wasn't particularly powerful. However, the last time they had met, Chen Feng had still been a normal human.
Yet now. Was this the potential of the human race? Or perhaps it was this Chen Feng that was abnormal? I hope you can reach your goal. The forest goddess sighed and left noiselessly.
She had no intention of getting involved in Chen Feng's matters, nor was she interested in competing against him. As such, she drifted away to continue being a major god that was not bothered with the affairs of the world. After all, This was how she had survived the calamity that befell the various major gods earlier.
Many thanks, Chen Feng replied calmly.
As for the gods that had switched camps when the forest goddess appeared, they were all dumbstruck.
Holy shit. So it turned out that these two knew each other? And from their conversation, it seemed like they had even done something naughty together?
The gods all collapsed emotionally.
If they had known this, would there have been a need for all this?
Holy shit, they had believed that the forest goddess was here to fight for authority. They looked at the Chen Feng with cold expressions, their scalps going numb.
You guys, hand over the believers, Chen Feng said indifferently.
Yes. Although this pained them greatly, they were relieved as well.
At the very least, they could stay alive. Chen Feng wasn't bothered about what they were thinking.
His gaze was focused on the sky. Even though he was already the lord of these gods, even though he was already the strongest on this piece of land, he was aware who his actual opponent was. Beyond that sky was a certain shining existence that was incomparably terrifying.
Who, exactly are you?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.